Fuck me! That's so many times!
It's me.
I'm making coffee in my tiny little teacup. So I'm here, I'm brewing coffee into my tiny little teacup because I thought it'd be funny if we listened to tea while I was sipping tea. But it's coffee because I don't really like tea that much. Hold on, I'm gonna grab it. Is this that one song where she's like something. That's the song? Oh, let's go. I can't hear it for some reason. Oh, it's just really quiet. Probably. I think Sabrina Carpenter is Pog. I saw a video of her singing with Taylor Swift, and then people were commenting, and apparently she started off like recording a Taylor Swift cover. You're watching Cody Co? Oh, of course you were. Of course. We can make a really good emote right now. Ready? Hold on. I'll do this. Ready? Just like, hold on. What's the best? Just like an emote, like. I'm making like a live emote. Hi from Doug. I have a message for Doug, actually. And I've left it in this hat.
It's me. Hi, I'm the founder. It's me, Silly Ham.
Thank you so much for the 41. I really appreciate it. Do a spit take? Can you imagine? I mean, yeah, that's what you wanted. Oh, and also Poopy_Poopy. Thank you so much for the 7. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. What's the worst time you have seen a guy get hit in the balls? I don't think, well, Popcorn. screenshotted and put in the Discord. Perfect. Oh, do you guys want to see something that happened today? And I put it in the Discord, but I know some of you don't live in the Discord. I have made a development on the channel, and the development on the channel is something that I said I wanted to do, and I did it. So I'm true to my word. Here, I'm just gonna play it in the Discord because I don't know. How do you full screen some shit like this? Oh, here we go. I have made a purchase, and that purchase includes T-Pain watched. Don't say that. Why would you say that? Don't trick me like that. We have a development on the channel, and it looks like this. I have purchased a GoPro harness for dog. Andy, thank you so much for the 7. Nope. Nope. I was scrolled down. 6. Oh, I could have. Yeah.
Dog can pog.
Getting tacos, anyone want some? Yes, I'd like some. Actually, well, yeah, sure. Okay. The GoPro can be listed as a business expense. Yes, it was because I got it last year.
Anyone wants some?
But yeah, I bought a GoPro harness. This is it. It's actually quite good. I'm gonna play different music right now. I'm feeling a little chiller than that. This is the GoPro harness that I got. It's really good. It's really sturdy. Like, this is not gonna show you anything, but you know, it doesn't go anywhere. And I put it on her today. This is the video of her. It kind of wags a little bit, but I actually kind of like it. The little wagging as she walks. It was also, I noticed afterwards, it was sitting a little bit crooked, so I can get it a little bit tighter also. But it's cute. I can put the GoPro on the front here, so I can put it on her chest, or I can put it on her back. I kind of like the back though, because then you can see her head, and it's kind of like, without that, you know it's on a dog, but you don't really know. And so I got that. I also, there's an app on your phone that you can hook the GoPro up to. The GoPro app goes straight to Twitch. So I can stream from the GoPro straight to Twitch, which is cool. I also, Amel has been sending me links. I've learned how to set up the thing that a lot of streamers do, where they have basically the IRL set up on their computer, and then they use, I don't fucking know how any of this works. I want to be very clear. I am literally just looking at words on the internet, doing what they tell me to do, and not knowing how it's being done, which scares me. But yeah, it's magnets. But yeah, I can have alerts, I can have chat, I can have like all of the stuff. I mean, it's this. Basically, you just port the camera source home through a, what is it? An RTS, somebody's gonna know. I bet a bunch of you guys actually know. You guys are smart. RTMP, right. It's using an RTMP, which basically you just like, you use your like IP address to port whatever's on a device to your home computer, and then it picks it up. I don't fucking know how any of that shit works. I just go online and I find tutorials and I do it, and if it works, I go, okay, good, great. But yeah, so I've set it up a little bit. What I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna go out and I'm just gonna stream off of my GoPro, like without the RTMP, because I want to flesh out the tech side. So I want to get the microphone working, I want to get the camera working, I want to get the harness good, because then I know that it's local. And then once I get that all good, then I'm going to try to set up the RTMP thing, because then it'll be cool, because then if like the service drops out, the stream doesn't die. It just throws up a BRB screen, which maybe has like clips or whatever. I could have it just play like the past highlight videos that I have on YouTube. So That'll be really cool. I'm really excited about that. But it's going to take a bit of work because I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, Crub. Crub, what do you have to say about the thing we're going to watch today?
Here we fucking go.
Non wanted to watch it with me, and I said, I'm going to watch it by myself. Call me? Okay. You call me. It's easier for me to hit answer. I also don't know where... Oh, Discord's on the main screen. Okay, hold on. Let me put my headphones on so you don't hear yourself. One sec. Ow! Hi.
Damn.
Okay, give us the... Can you pitch what we're already gonna watch today?
Okay, first of all, this is at least, even if you watch it in higher speed, this is at least a 4 to 5 hour commitment.
Right,
At
I
most,
saw that.
8+.
Okay.
This is a more jarring story than any movie that I've ever seen on Lifetime
Okay.
or all of the Marvel movies combined.
Yeah.
It is
I've
a
heard that
cinematic
it's
experience.
Crazy.
It is a cinematic experience that is currently developing. It is like watching the entire Spider-Man series if Spider-Man was real and still out there. beating
Hi,
the shit out of people.
Sam.
It is insane.
He's real. He's real to me.
We haven't proven that wrong yet.
I've never been to New York. You can't say that he's not real.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Me neither. So never mind. Actually, I take that back, chat room. I'm sorry if I ruin anyone's illusion. But this will change you, Sam. I hope you are prepared that this is not an experience to be taken lightly.
Okay.
It's like doing ayahuasca in the woods. This is going to change you.
Have you done that before?
Maybe.
Okay.
Are you
Interesting.
assuming that I've done that because I'm Mexican?
Huh?
The name sounds very Hispanic, doesn't it? You assumed, yeah. Okay, I knew that was.
One time I did, what was the stuff that I did? Salvia, and I pissed my pants in the backseat of somebody's car.
Did you not know?
Yeah.
You did.
My dad's in chat. Sorry, Dad.
Why did it?
I don't know. It was real. I thought it would be fun. They told me it was hallucinogenic and it was legal, and then I just peed all over the seats.
You're like a dog that just got neutered.
I know. The car was rolling at like 2 miles an hour, and I just kind of rolled out of the car onto the gravel, and I was laying on the gravel just pissing myself, trapped in like a tie-dye tunnel.
Did they have leather seats?
No.
Oh, Sam, you
That was
pissed
really
on
absorbent.
cloths. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's okay.
Dude.
He ended up being a pervert like 2 years later, so
Oh, that is, well, not good, but
it was deserved that I felt okay about peeing on his seats.
yeah. That feels like a karmic assessment.
My dad says, at least you were laughing.
Yeah. No, he said, were you at
I was
least laughing?
talking about my parents. I was talking about my parents yesterday. Like, you know how most people's parents are like, if you do drugs, we will kill you. Or like, if you sneak out of the house, we will take you out behind the house and we'll shoot you. My parents were like, if you say this curse word, we'll give you $20. Or my dad was like, don't do acid, but if you do, make sure you do it camping.
That's really funny because the images that I've seen of you prior to your streaming arc, you look more Christian than any person that I have ever met in my entire life, and I grew up in a cult.
I hate the pictures of me. The pictures of me when I was like 19 give like, I don't care how you live your life, I just don't want to see it vibes.
Yeah, you look like a certain
trad wife.
Never mind. I was going to say something insane. No, but you look very trad wife. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a better phrasing of what I was going to say.
Live, laugh, love.
Live, laugh, love. A little bit racist, maybe a lot of racist, but
It was a weird time. I owned a lot of like sweaters with collars underneath. It was a lot.
Yeah, it's okay. I have pictures
Promise
of me.
ring vibes.
I have pictures of me in full American flag gear, saluting at the American flag in DC. So
yeah, there's a picture of me at like a country music festival that Brody has, and he likes to show it at any opportunity, and I'm doing the duck face, and it's my most shameful piece of evidence of me. It's really bad.
So you're gonna do this whole thing.
Music.
Are you gonna do this whole thing in one sitting?
I'm gonna try. We'll see. I might be yapping a lot.
It is pretty compelling. If you're gonna yap a lot, I recommend watching it in like 1.5 to 2 speed.
Yeah.
Or you can take Noah and I's bit and take every sub changes the speed, which was
Yeah.
very fun.
No doubt I didn't do acid ever, unfortunately.
Did you do acid camping ever?
No.
Wait, was he asking if you? Is he asking
if
simultaneously
I did
you've
acid camping or just ever.
you ever done any of these
Have you
fightful
ever
things?
done acid or camping?
Because acid's fine, but if you went camping, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
He's like, acid, cool. Camping, you're fucking grounded.
so,
Absolutely not.
Oh my god! It perplexes me that your parents even know how to use Twitch. That is incredible.
They're in it. They love it. My mom, like, she says
An
poggers.
entertainment
She's like all about it.
streamer.
She knows. I'll catch her in other people's Twitch chats, and she like is just priming up to everybody, not me.
That is awesome. That is incredible work. All right, good luck.
you.
And make sure you're gonna
We'll
need eye
talk.
drops.
If I'm done, we can chat. We can yap about it.
Cool. I'll be around and we can recap.
Yep. All right.
Bye.
Later. Yeah, her top 4 watched. I don't know my dad's. My mom was gonna find it. I feel like my dad hasn't watched enough Twitch to have it log the data. But my mom's top watched were me, Brody, John, and Datoon. Which is, I think that 2 out of 4 makes sense, and then the other 2 are, I think I need to get her off of the platform is what's going on. I think that she needs to, we need to get her. Yeah. Pretty elite 5 stack. True. There's 4. So true. I thought she'd be a Pirate Software fan. I think that there's streamers that she would like if she explored, but I think she's kind of like me where she likes to watch people who she has some sort of like connection to, not just like random people. Oh my gosh, is that a
Birthday
12-month
sandwich wiggle.
sub? A year? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Doggist, it's bad. Watching Brody play Madden. No, she went in there and he does this thing where he tries to draw a dick without looking every day to try to get it perfect. And she went in and she was like, I can't remember what she said. She was being deranged. She was like, she was roasting him because the daily dick he had drawn that day was like too small or something like that. She's like brutal. She's brutal. I'm less perturbed by Brody than Spooky, but that means I haven't watched enough of Brody. Yeah, one doesn't know what they're saying and the other one knows what they're saying and they do it on purpose. And I'll leave that up to you to decide which is which. And I don't know which one's worse. Yeah. Is it cheating to draw by feel? That's right. That's what she said. Yeah. Since Brody puts... Okay. Wouldn't you think that if you knew somebody that was showing up to your house in like 2 weeks and you hadn't got a haircut for like a couple months, that you would wait 2 more weeks to get a good free haircut rather than impulsively going to the hairdresser and coming out looking like a guy that would he looks like he's about to call a sport and get to the airport 5 hours early. And also his sideburns are so high, they're going to get a nosebleed. It is astronomically insane that he couldn't wait 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. Someone in stream today was like, here's licensed barber and Kolak after 1 minute of research. Insane. Can you give me a haircut? I need one. I'm about to meet someone at the airport 5 hours early. Yeah, I got you. I told you could come to my house and I'll cut your hair and you can stream it. You can stream it on my computer. I have multiple camera
to meet
views.
someone at the airport.
You can't even call him sideburns. It's just the side of his head. It's not what do you call a sideburn that's just... I just don't start with me. Don't bring it up. You can't even, it's just ridiculous. It's an all side no burn. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this Mormon missionary stopped by my house today. Yep. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Why would he do that? Because he just has to do things himself. He's one of those people that, like, he'll be doing something and then you'll be like, hey, you should do it this way because the answer that you give him is very clearly the right answer. And instead of doing it the way that you told him to do, the way that you told him to do it, he will power through the clearly worse way because it was his way to do it. Fucked up the sideburns himself first, then had to do damage control. Well, that's fair. He shaved his facial hair like right before a haircut. It's just like got rid of the maximum amount of hair. Yeah, Violet, that could play into it. That could play into it. Although I doubt that. I think it's just he just wants to do it his way. You know? Just so that he can say he solved the issue. To be fair, I'm the same way. To be fair, I'm also the same way. So you guys can imagine what kind of issues that cause. I am so incredibly stubborn. Here's what happens with me. If I do something wrong, and I mean this in the nicer way, not when it comes to more serious things, because when it comes to more serious things, I'm not toxic. But with the little things, if you tell me that I did something wrong, I'm going to get really flustered and tell you no. And then I'm going to come back about 12 hours later and say, God, I was a fucking idiot for doing it that way, huh? But I have a buffer period. I do have a buffer period. I'm happy to admit I was wrong, but not right away. Not right away. Yeah. But yeah, we're both very stubborn to admit that we're doing something the wrong way in the moment, unfortunately. I'm all in on the theory that the cat was warding off all the dumb things that he could have done. That cat was so nice. So nice. So sweet. I was wrong, but you didn't have to tell me so loudly. I want to figure out that I was wrong on my own, okay? I don't know. But you know who else is like that? He's in chat. And he makes up 50% of me existing. So I don't want to put blame. I was sort of hoping the cat would come back. It could. I mean, I don't think he really knows how it got there. He thinks that it might have been like somebody that moved out. The whole story with the cat, which a lot of you guys don't know because you're here, you're not over there. He had this cat that was living in his yard, and it was missing like an ear, and it had an eye that was gone, and it was a really scared cat. Like you couldn't really get close to it. But while I was there, I was really quiet, and I'm also more quiet. I got it to love me. I got it to snuggle me and whatever. But he doesn't really know how it got there. And so then this guy, I might be getting this story wrong because he told it on stream. This guy basically knocked on his door or something and was like, hey, have you seen a cat around? We moved out like a year ago.
Yeah,
and we don't know where our cat
a
is.
Happy lurker.
Yeah,
and
I messaged him on
Minecraft
Facebook.
Server player. Love this community a lot.
Millie, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Thank you to all the lurkers. Maybe not a year. It was a while. It was like a long time. Thanks, Millie. Appreciate you. A lot of year people. Yeah, we think our cat might be at your house. And so at first he was a little bit suspicious because it was like, if you move out and your cat doesn't come with you, like you think you would notice that like immediately, right? Like you wouldn't notice after like months, 6 months that your cat didn't come with you. And so then he was like, and he messaged him on Facebook, and like the town is really small. If it were me as a girl on the internet, I would say, oh great, somebody's trying to get my address. But I guess he had like mutual Facebook friends and stuff. So he was like, yeah, sure. And so they came out and they like set up a cage and stuff, like a trap, and got the cat, and they took it back home with them. But just kind of a weird thing. I mean, I guess I empathize a little bit because we had outdoor cats. They were outdoor cats, and like some people just have outdoor cats that like exist. But again, it's just weird to, if you don't notice immediately, why would you say 6 months later? Cats can go back to the old home. Ours did that multiple times. I think that that's what happened. I was thinking about it, and I think that's what happened. We had a cat that showed up when we moved into our house back when I was a kid, that we think was a cat that lived there before and then just made their way back home. Yeah, is my kid at your house? Hold on. I have to take a bite of my banana. It's, you know, sometimes there's some perverts on chat, so yeah, cats do have a crazy sense of direction. Oh my gosh, hello. My cat ran back to original owners twice growing up. They were 20 plus miles away.
Twice growing up, they were 20 plus miles away.
That's so far. And you know they made that trip 20 plus miles one time. So they just picked up all those smells that one time. It started showing up in his backyard about a month before they moved. So it may have been getting nervous seeing things slowly get packed up for a move. Yeah, true. That's true. Maybe they thought they lost the cat before they moved. And then they moved. And then maybe somebody had told them that they had seen their cat. I don't know. I should make this emote the banana scene. I should make that the banana scene. I need it. It's hard to download emotes. You know, like pull them from the little thing. I went to the grocery store today, and I went grocery shopping instead of ordering groceries. Yay, me, just by the way. But I went grocery shopping today, and I love goat cheese because I put it on salad, and I just buy like not cheap goat cheese, but not like just whatever, you know, it's like $5 goat cheese, whatever. And this lady that was working came up to me and she was like, can I show you the best goat cheese in the place? And it's a Ralph's. And I don't know if you guys have ever shopped at Ralph's, but Ralph's is like, it's not a bougie grocery store. You know what I mean? It just is like a regular grocery store. And so I was like, okay, like if I was shopping for good cheese, I would be shopping at a different store, but whatever. So she's like, come on over here. And so she pulls out this like, you know, but I'm just picking up like the tube of it, and she pulls out like this slice that comes off of like the cheese wheel and stuff. And she sold me this cheese like she was working on commission. It was insane. Like I was doing the like, okay, thank you. I ended up buying it. It was really good. But I was like, okay. All right. You know what I mean? Like when you're trying to get off the phone with somebody. And maybe she was. I kind of doubt it. She knows her cheese. It was really good. It was good cheese. It was just like the same price as the other cheese, but like a little bit less, you know? So if she hadn't been hovering, I probably would have bought the other cheese, but I did buy it and it was good. I just probably am not. It wasn't so good that I'll pay for it again. I just watched the first minute. Oh my God, he looks 10 years older. Wait, who? Please buy my cheese so I can afford to feed my goats. Yeah. Meanwhile, at my store, we warn people not to buy some shit. Really? Oh, Brody's haircut. You think he looks older with the haircut? I thought he looked younger. I guess. I don't know. He wears a hat all the fucking time. So like, how would you know anyways? Can't go wrong with Kraft cheese. I mean, do you guys call this is so funny, and like as an American, I understand that this is like preposterous, but you guys know what American cheese is, right? Like, this is American cheese. It's so funny to me because this is a universal product that they have everywhere. And shocker, they don't call it American cheese in other countries, but it's the exact same thing. So why the fuck do we call it American cheese? Who gave us the right? You're very butt licking cute. I'm not gonna lick your butt. He looked like an 18-year-old when he put his cap on backwards. Yeah, I can see that. I think it's because he shaved. He shaved and then he cut his hair. They say the difference between a good haircut and a bad haircut is 2 weeks, and I will be there in 2 weeks, so maybe strategize that. Someone will come in like, oh, that vape is new, and my coworkers are like, no, don't try that, it sucks. I used to do that when I was working at the barbershop with a hair product, is they would be like, oh, it was always men that like wanted to try to look a little bit better, but they didn't know shit about shit when it came to hair products. And they would go over and like all the other workers, because we made commission, would try to sell them products just for the sake of selling products. They'd be like, oh, you should use this and you should use this. But for me, I was like, I know they're not going to use that. Like, here's what happens. You don't go from a guy who wakes up, washes your hair with bar soap, and then walks out the door to somebody that uses pomade and round brushes their hair and styles it every day. I'm sorry. That transition does not happen in a day. You kind of work your way up to it. So my biggest thing as a barber is I would never style anybody's hair at the barbershop in a way that they couldn't style it for themselves at home, because either there's two options. They hate it because it's really different, or they love it and then they can never do it that way themselves. And so then it's just kind of a disappointment. You always give somebody a haircut that is tailored to what they can actually do with their hair at home. Especially when you have a regulars, I get that they would appreciate the honesty more and then would make them want to come back instead of a new product. Yeah, I mean, you get home and it's like your barber sold you some like pomade, and you get home and you're like, how the fuck do I use this? Like, it's sticky. You don't know. Like, I always see guys, they'll take pomade and then they'll put it in their palm and then they'll go like this, and then they'll go like, and so you just end up with like a glob of pomade in the front, you know? The best way to apply hair product is to get your hair 70% of the way dry. You still want a little bit of wetness because then it will distribute the product throughout your hair the best. But get your hair like 70% of the way dry and then put product in it. Do you make commission off pitching products? Most salons or barbershops, you do make a commission off of selling products. Yeah, some don't, but most of them do. Dapper Dan or Fop? What the fuck is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Gotta use your fingertips. You just, it sucks because then you have to wash your hands, but you literally like go like this until it's like your hands get warm, and you get it all over your hands when you warm it up a bit, and then you can put it all over. Just never shower after a haircut. Fair, yeah. What do you suggest for men that just starting to want to style their hair? It depends on your hair type. There's a lot of products out there that don't have a whole lot of hold but are really great. This is one of my favorite this is one of my favorite products, which there's a lot of really good products out there. Everybody has different favorites. What is it called? It's not the pomade. It's not the grooming pomade. It is the shaping cream. This one. I really like this one. And for so I cut hair like 10 years ago. So there's a lot of products out there that are newer that are better. But I always really liked this stuff because it smells good. It doesn't have a lot of hold, but it kind of gives your hair like a little bit of hold. It's pretty easy to use if you've never used product before. The worst thing you do is give somebody a hair product that makes their hair really sticky or crunchy, because they don't really know how to do that. But I really liked this stuff. I also really liked I worked at salons that did Paul Mitchell most of the time. This stuff is really cool. They might call it something else now, but maybe not. I really liked this stuff. This is basically the same as that other stuff with like a little bit more. I was always a fan of stuff that had matte finish instead of shiny because it doesn't look like you have anything in your hair. And what I usually do with hair product when I style somebody's hair is I just put a little bit on my hands, and you put it all over their hair. You like work it into all of the hair, not too much. And then I just kind of will mess the front up a little bit, you know, like I think that I really like the organized, messy haircut. Like some people really like the parted combed hair, which is fine. Whenever I look up men's haircuts, it's always like so like photoshopped and stuff. Like stuff like this, like I love like these kinds of haircuts. They're really fun to do and they're really fun to style. Like stuff that's just kind of like this, like it just is messy and goes forward because it's easy, and then also if you fuck your hair up throughout the day, it's fine. You know, just stuff like that. I don't know. I loved cutting hair. I like love my job now, but it's so much fun. I really like it. Imagine if Brody got that haircut. That's crazy. He could have waited 2 weeks. Would you ever do a men's haircut styling tutorial with a mannequin? I would probably never do it with a mannequin because I fucking hate cutting hair on the mannequins. I'm sure that there's expensive mannequins out there, but the doll heads they give you for school, the hair is not nearly dense enough, and the way that they put it into the mannequin heads is so unnatural that it's horrible. But I would do more haircut streams. I just don't really think about it. In your opinion, can you get a good looking cut your own hair as a guy? Can you get a good looking cutting your own hair as a guy? Try again. Start over. Bring Brody in wig and ask him to wear it while you're there. I'm guessing self-cutting hair, like with clippers. Like, can you cut your own hair? I used to work at a hair salon and they kept the doll heads in the electrical closet. Opening it was horrific. I used to keep them in the back of my car, and it's terrifying. It's just they're haunting. Any advice for a 31-year-old man who's balding? Scalp or skin care tips? By the time you notice hair loss, it's too late. Which sounds dark, but you can prevent hair loss, but once it's already started, the only way to undo it is by getting like the surgery shit they do in like Turkey and stuff, which is kind of its own ball game. So my biggest piece of advice is if you're balding and you try to grow your hair long to overcompensate, people will notice. If you're balding and you cut your hair short because you're just like, fuck it, nobody cares. How do you prevent it? There's actually, it's kind of funny. There's, it's genetics. Okay. It's genetics. If you're fucked, you're fucked. That sucks. They haven't figured out a way around that. But there's a supplement that they give to models. And I think Hassan takes it, that prevents hair loss. And I can't remember what it's called. Let me see. Hair loss preventative medication. Finasteride. Yeah. Finasteride. So it's for treating hair loss, but it's for preventing hair loss. If you, a lot of times they'll give it to models, just so that they don't lose their hair, because unfortunately, if you're a model and you start to lose your hair, your stonks are going to go down. I'm sorry, but that's, it's an industry for, whatever. And so they'll give it to like celebrities. They'll give it to people that they're like, okay, well, we really don't want this person to lose their hair. But once it's already happening, you're kind of like on the it's going to happen. just, you know, you can keep, like, I would say just keep your hair like, if you go to most hair cutters and you say finger length on top, that means that if you like take your fingers and you hold your hair like this, that's about finger length. It's enough length that your hair can move around. It's not a buzz cut. Like if you say like, I want a 3 on the side and finger length on top, that's like the most generic short haircut. It is short, but if your hair's going away, it actually looks better if you keep it short than if you try to, because if you like, nothing's more distracting than a bald guy that's trying to grow their hair way too long to hide it. Like I noticed that shit. But if somebody's got like a shorter haircut, you just are like, okay, rate my haircut. Should I do that? Should I do rate my haircut streams? That would be toxic, I think. I think it'd be toxic. There's a point you just have to give in and shave it. Yeah, it's easier said than heard, but people really don't care as much as you think they do. It's like things like acne, things like, you know, whatever. Like people will notice for 1 second and then they will move on. They'll move on. But if you've got hair on top that you're like, you know, wrapping around to hide the bald spot, I'm going to look at it and I'm going to be like, oh my God, it looks like a toupee. If I look, rate my barber. Carlos, would you let me cut your hair? I think you have good hair to cut. You should do a stream trying to guide someone through cutting their own hair. I've thought about that. Like, I would love to do a stream where I cut somebody's hair blindfolded. I don't know who would let me do that, but I would love to try because I genuinely think I could do an okay job. I think I could do an okay job. It would just be really fucking hard to get somebody to agree to that. Yeah, I need a haircut. Can I cut it blindfolded? Watch the ears. Yeah, I think I'd do better than you guys think. I think I would do better than you guys think. That is a recipe for disaster, but fuck it. Yeah, I don't think if I'm in LA you can. Okay. I don't think it would be dangerous. And I know that you guys are like, how would it not be? When you've cut hair like as long as I have, you have like a sixth sense for like where people's body parts are, and you also just know, like when I'm cutting your hair with the clippers, I know what part of your skull I'm on just by what it feels like underneath. I'd love to do a hair cutting stream with Fuslie because I know that she does like what does she do? Like she does like barbering stuff where she cuts people's hair. I would love to do a stream where I like, I don't know, Fuslie cuts. Yeah, Fuse cuts or whatever she says. Yeah. If we ever cross paths, you can give it a go. Perfect. It sucks with the loss of confidence on insecurities like that. Do worse than the actual thing you're worried about. I'm bad at this in practice, though. It's like an impossible thing to tell people to not worry about something that's physical because it means nothing. I mean, I've never in my life been self-conscious about anything that somebody's been like, it's not that bad, and then have me be like, you know what? You're right. Like, well, come on. That's never worked. I'm sorry. It doesn't work. It's good to compliment people, but like when it comes to physical stuff, like it's really hard to convince somebody that something is not as like whatever they're, you know what I mean? Like the babies in my knees. Exactly. Cut my hair blindfolded, but I don't want my ears Zelda shaped. We'll see. I'm hotter. Follow me. Okay. I like to also tell people I'm really smart so that they believe it, but people realize that the more I tell them that, the less true it is. So, yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. Hold on, I need a bite of my banana. I'm a woman in STEM, it's true. So true. Guys, you don't all have to applaud at once. I did my taxes yesterday. And it's only February. Which is kind of nuts because I am a little bit of a procrastinator. Yeah. What's the damage? More than I wish it was. I have an accountant who's really good. He works with content creators, so he was like, how much money did you make from Stream Elements? Did you make any money from this? Okay, how much did you make from this? Like, here's what you can claim. Do you wear makeup on stream? Do you da 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 da? Like, he was telling me all of the stuff that I could claim for my taxes, which was cool because he was coming up with stuff that like I didn't even know I could claim. Yeah, and he talks to me through Discord, which is great. Not for the sensitive information, just for normal conversation. But so did you also submit them or did you just write them up? I have to. So tomorrow I'm paying them. Basically, we did everything today. He sent me the draft, which says like, here's how much. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I forgot about Nitro. Fuck. Here's what it is. Da 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 da. This is how much you owe. And then he was like, sleep on it. And then tomorrow we can get in a call and you can pay. And I was like, okay, great. Which is good because he wrote it out. I don't really know how to explain this. I sent him all my information and I have so many different sources of income because of this. I have Twitch, I have Patreon, I have YouTube, I have merch store, I have sponsors, so I have to get him 1099s out my fucking ears. Hello, Meatloaf Cube, which is horrid. And so trying to remember, you know, it's like, oh, you made $200 from this. It's like, oh, fuck, okay. My expenses I keep pretty good track of, which was nice, but all of that was really difficult. But anyways, when you guys donate money through like tipping, it goes to PayPal. And then also some of my sponsors pay me through PayPal. And so I sent him all of my stuff. I sent him my PayPal logs and he told me how much I made at the end of the year last year. And I was like, I would love that number to be correct, but I think that that's too high. I'm pretty sure that's too high. And so we dove back into it and realized that we were kind of doubling a lot of my income sources. So like I would say, okay, I made X amount of money from this sponsor. And then also he would see that X amount of money on my PayPal. So he was logging, like say I made $1,000, he would log that I got $1,000 income on my PayPal, but also I got $1,000 income from this sponsor. Because differentiating, because of the 1099s, but also some things don't give you a 1099. PayPal is supposed to give you a 1099, but they don't all the time. Sometimes they say, no, you don't qualify, which I don't know why. I don't know what the threshold is. You'd think from like the tips from a whole year would be the threshold, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not making 20K from tips, but yeah, so if you guys tip, keep it under 20K, I guess. But anyways, so there was stuff like that. And so we went back today, which he sent me the draft and it was good. And then I was driving to the grocery store and I was like, I don't think I made that much. That's too high. So then I came back and I was like, can you send me an itemized list of my income, which I know I should have, but like, can you send it to me on your end? So I can look at it and see if we fucked anything up. And thankfully we did. And also there was a couple things that I had forgotten. Like for example, one of them was for chess boxing, right? Like chess boxing, they give you X amount of money to compensate you for training, right? So you're hiring a boxing coach and they give you money so that you're not paying that out of pocket. And since I had been boxing for a couple months, but then chess boxing got canceled, off-brand they still compensated me, but I didn't flag it in my brain on my PayPal, and so I had logged that as income when that wasn't income. That was just compensating me for something, an expense basically. So there was like a lot of stuff that was like that, and so we looked at it and we basically knocked off like $6,000 worth of income that I hadn't actually gotten, which is good because I was about to pay $6,000 more income tax on stuff that wasn't actually income. Yeah. which is good. Are you going to start logging more based on your experience this year? Are you going to start logging more based? Yeah, I'm making like a to-do list because I've never worked with an accountant before. So as I'm going along, I'm making kind of a to-do list basically of like things I need to remember to log better next year. Stuff that like I need to remember to write down next year, you know. Yeah. Nondescript exercise class, exactly. If PayPal isn't reporting, then I'd keep that money. Yeah, I'm sure, to be honest with you, I'm sure in our industry, there's a lot of gray area. I would be surprised if anybody in this industry logs their taxes 1,000% correct, because there is so many weird discrepancies and money just like going in and out all over the place. But for tipping, there's like enough there that it's like, if I didn't log it and somebody came after me, I'd be in a tough situation. Fuck TurboTax for all this nonsense. I did TurboTax last year and I don't know if I did it right. I did the best I could, but it was awful. Preparing 1099s might be my least favorite thing I do to streamers. Oh my gosh, the 10 gifties saving 0.33 cents off of each dollar from the subs. Thank you. Thanks, Morty, for the 10. I appreciate it. Not the rare alert though, so respectfully get fucked. What was I gonna say? Fuck, what was I gonna say? Long story short, if you're a content creator, I've got two things for you. The first thing is, if you're a streamer and you have a full-time job, but you stream in your off time, talk to your accountant and see if you can count streaming as a hobby. Maybe Bihar can answer this for you, but if you can, there is opportunities to log streaming as a hobby and you don't have to pay any or as much of taxes. B, what's the rule with that, with hobby? Because there's a lot of people that do pay taxes on streaming that have full-time jobs that probably don't need to. You probably don't need to. So double check that. I don't really know what the logistics are of that, but yeah. Also, if you are a streamer, the golden rule is save 33% of every dollar that you make. 95% sure you avoid self-employment tax. Yeah. I just did my taxes this past weekend. The number is devastating. Well, you had a subathon. So they basically took you out behind the house and beat your kneecaps in.
The number's devastating.
I kind of knew how much I was going to have to pay. I was lucky that I have about $5,000 to $6,000 more than I have to pay for taxes saved. So I paid my taxes and then I have about $5,000 or $6,000 left over that is just going to go back into saving for next year in case something fucked up happens. Because every once in a while I'll forget to put away pieces of money of sponsors. A subathon in January, I didn't even include that. Ugh. Man, that is rough. I'm so sorry. Be nice to your local. You know what's the worst? You know what's the worst too? Is like, it's tax season. And we always say, it's tax season. And then sometimes the community is like really nice. And they're like, our streamer's really poor right now. So then they're very generous. And then you're like, fuck, I gotta pay taxes on that. Shit. It's like it's just like a perpetual cycle. What's a rough breakdown of your income, like sponsors, ads, subs? I would actually give you guys the number if I knew it off the top of my head, because there's not really any loss in me telling you how much I make. I would say that 70% of my income is Twitch. This is going to be really off. I'm just kind of ballparking. I would say 60 to 70% is my
spinning
yeah, dude, it gives me, it shows, it makes it look like I'm dying right here.
Pay taxes on this,
It, like,
and
creates
also
a
take
visceral
10
reaction.
horsepower of damage loser.
Amel, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You don't have to give me a million pieces of information about IRL streaming and then also pay me for it. That's fucked up. Hey, Cyril. It's fucked up, dude. Thank you for the 1,000. I really appreciate it. Hold on, I gotta take a bite of this. Hold on. No free banana shots. Yeah, save 33% of every dollar that you make and you'll be fine. You know, because if you save 33%, you'll have how much money you need to pay, and then you write your expenses off, and so it takes it off of that. Log every dollar, or every dollar that you spend too. I just have an Excel spreadsheet and I keep it saved on my computer, and every time I spend money, I try to, I know fuck Amazon, right? Okay, fuck Amazon. I like that I buy stuff for my job on Amazon because then I can go into all of my order. I can literally look at every order for the whole year and be like, yep, I bought this date, this much. Okay, this date, this much. It saves it. Hobby income versus business income. By reporting as a hobby, you avoid an additional 15% self-employment tax. However, when you report as a business, you can offset your income with more expenses than are allowed with hobby income. Okay, so if you are claiming income as a hobby, you can't write off as many expenses. You pay less tax on them, but you can't write off as many things. Am I understanding that correctly? That makes sense. I get that. That seems fair, I guess. Sounds like it. Yeah, it sounds right. Hobby income tax less, but you don't get to offset with any expenses. Okay. I kind of get that. I don't think that that's the dumbest IRS bullshit I've heard, because it's you don't have to pay as much tax on it because it's not your main source of income. It's for fun. But if you're doing something on the side, I don't know. Yeah, changed from some to none in 2018. Yeah, it's other income. Interesting. What's the chance of anyone noticing if I just don't pay my taxes? Yeah, what is the chance? If you're somebody that makes, let's say, $50,000 a year, right? So it's that's, I think in the year 2024, that's, it depends where you live. But if you're making, say, $50,000 a year, what are the chances of getting audited? If you aren't doing anything that's out of left field? You can absolutely get away with it, just not every time. I don't actually know, and they probably like it this way. I don't actually know how or why auditing happens. Do they just pick people? Do they go through your shit, and if it's sketchy, do people randomly get audited? How does that work? If you make $50K a year, shouldn't you get money back pretty much always? Depends what you're doing. As an independent contractor, you're pretty much always you're gonna have to pay money because you're dealing with all of your, when you make money back, it's because the government took it out because they wanted to make sure that they got enough from you, and then they give you the leftovers. I think if you have a lower income, it costs more money to hunt you down than the money you actually owe them. You might be low on the list, but eventually they'll come for you. The IRS has 10 years from the date the tax is assessed to collect from you. No shit. So 9 years later, they could be hey, by the way, your 2023 taxes were a little funky. We need an extra couple $1,000. I didn't get audited, I don't think. I mean, maybe I did. Probably 3 years. No, it was probably 4 years ago. You have the most white woman accent than that annoying. Okay. They're coming in with their friends. Okay, anyways, they sent a mail, the IRS sent a mail, which it's godsend that I actually opened this because I don't look at mail that often. That I owed, I think, like $5,000 more. It was me and my ex together. We owed like $5,000 more, which I still don't really know how it happened because he was doing our taxes at the time. I think that he just fucked up. I don't really know. I still don't really fully understand what happened, but we owed more money, which sucked. That sucked. Cyril, thank you for the gifty. There was a comedian who didn't file taxes for like 3 years, and she said they were like sending her tax returns to sign at one point, and she still waited until she could hire an accountant to do it 5 years at once. I guess in Canada you do your taxes like every other year if you want to. Like you don't have to do them every year. You can like wait. I don't know. Friend of mine had his baby and then got stung with $4,000 in taxes from 6 years ago. I think 10 years is too long. I think it should be like 3 years. If they don't tell you that you fucked up by 3 years, like I'm sorry. Like if 3 years goes by and the government is gonna like suffer from not having your taxes, you know what I mean? I just do them when they tell me to. I usually get money back and I want it ASAP. I miss the good old days of getting money back. I've decided to avoid perverts in the chat. I'm going to just eat my bananas like this. So, cheers. Yeah. It is a Sacramento sweatshirt. You would never know. It looks like it just says amen.
Sandwich pig.
Ramen! Yo! Unfortunately, there's someone out there into that, and I know. Kiwis overseas are bad at paying student loans. Periodically, a news story breaks out of someone getting pinged, and they come back. Suddenly, the government gets a lot of overdue pays. Liam, thank you for the 30. Stop it. Sack ramen too. I was literally thinking just eat it like a hot dog the first time I saw the banana scene. I wish I would have done it with the whole banana. That would have been good. Taxes are theft. It sucks, dude. And you know what's the worst? When you're driving down the road and your car gets your axles break in half because you're driving through a pothole, and then you go, man, thank God that the city's taken 33% of all my money so that I can drive through these fucking potholes. Has some politician who's got a multi-million-dollar mansion. And that's the tea. Cyril said, I'm gonna do 10, but I'm going to pick and choose today. Picking and choosing. I love taxes when they work for us and not when they bomb some. Well, that's another thing too, is it's like, you just, like, anytime there's like some horrible things happening in the world, and then you hear about our government giving money to some horrible things happening in the world, it's like, go fuck yourself. Come on, dude. The good thing is only 70% of your money goes to the military contractors. We need bigger tanks, apparently. It's fucking crazy. Have you seen our police? They're geared out better than a lot of countries' military. Like, can I just have like 10% more? Can I just have like 10% more dollars, please? The funniest thing was being in Australia and seeing police cars, because A, I think I only saw like 2, and B, they looked like, you know when you're at the mall and there's like a security guard that drives around in kind of their little security guard car? That's what they look like. They're so unintimidating. They don't look like a battle vehicle. It looks like a car. Yeah. Our cops don't even have guns. It's like, I think I saw 2. It was like 2 of them. Like, I don't even think I saw, I mean, if I saw them, I didn't notice them really. Taxes in Australia help to fund all my mental health expenses. I love it, but I'm also aware I benefit from it way more than most. Insurance. Today I called my my doctor because I have an appointment on the 5th, and so I wanted to double check and make sure what time it was. And I was on hold for 30 minutes, and so I just hung up and I said, fuck it. They'll call me and they'll remind me when my appointment is the day before, and I'll just figure it out. It wasn't even like my insurance. It was just like a doctor's office. And every time I call them, they go, can you hold for a second? And this time I was going to be like, no, I just want to know what time my appointment's at. Like, I was going to tell them, no, I can't hold, because it wasn't going to be a long thing. All they had to do is like look in their computer and tell me what time my appointment was at. And they were like, hi, can you hold? And I literally didn't even get to say anything, and I heard the hold music. So it's like, they weren't asking, they were telling. Hello, we're the police. May we arrest you? Please? Please? I can keep the tax money, just divert that cash away from fighter jets and into healthcare. Just like a little bit. Can I just have like a little bit of healthcare? Just like a tiny bit, you know? Like, can we, like, if the US government was like, hey, we're gonna give everybody 50% off of whatever you pay for healthcare, up to this amount a month, people would lose their fucking shit in America. Like, can you imagine if the government was like, not even like universal healthcare, they were like, hey, 50% off whatever you pay up to this amount? People would lose their minds. They would lose it. Like, the concept of paying $100 a month for insurance is like a wet dream for a lot of people. Hospital jets. Hear me out. Yeah, dental would be nice. I would love dental. I love when my dentist office calls me and says, surprise, that appointment you scheduled 6 months ago and forgot about is this week. I had that happen, but I was in the dentist chair and I thought that it was an appointment for getting my teeth cleaned, and it was a cavity fix. Fuck Oops. Me. That's so many Murph, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I remember I went to the dentist. I had made an appointment. It had been like a month ago, not, a month prior. And I used to get my teeth cleaned like every 6 months. So they would call and they would say, hey, you have an appointment tomorrow. And I'd be like, oh, okay. And my cavity didn't hurt. It was a cavity that they had told me I had last time. And they were like, oh, we can take care of it next time we clean your teeth. So I was like, okay. So then they called me and I was at work and I was like, hey, I'm going to take a little bit extra long lunch break. I'm going to go get my teeth cleaned. And they were like, cool. So I went down there and I was like sitting in the chair. And I remember they called, because they'll have the dental hygienist do a lot of stuff. And then they call the dentist in, and he came in and he was like, okay, have you ever had this done before? And I was like, yeah. And then he was like, it doesn't hurt that bad. Just a little pinch for a second and then it'll be fine. And I was like, what? And then I see him turn around with like this fucking needle, like looked like an AK. And I was like, in that moment, like it all came together. It was like I had this like, that's so Raven moment that I remembered that I was getting my cavity fixed. Like it was just like, and then I was like, okay. And so then they did it, and then I went back to work and my full face was numb, and I was like, I don't know how to tell you this, but they fixed a cavity and I need to go home. And they just like laughed, and then I went home. Yeah. My dentist was awesome though. They were awesome. Like just I didn't hate going to the dentist. It was great. I don't like needles. I don't mind needles. I just last time I got my blood drawn, I got real sick afterwards. Like it really did. Usually nothing happens, but last time they fucked me up. They took 3 vials though, which I think is maybe more than I've ever had. That fucked me up. I was like sweating. I had to lay down. I thought I was gonna throw up. Yeah, Needles in mouth don't have the same feel as needles in body. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I didn't even feel any of it. My oral surgeon was S tier, but my dentist was F tier. Really? Mine was awesome. It was great. Needles scare me, so having one near my mouth is a constant fear of mine. I don't like it, but like I know some people have some pretty severe fears of it. It takes me a while to give myself a shot every time. Where do you do it? Is it like a thigh thing? Like where on your body is it like the most effective? If you don't mind me asking. I've had so many cavities in my mouth I don't even feel the needle. I think I have cavities, but they haven't gotten any worse. So I'm kind of just like, well, we'll fix that when we get to it. Is the needle like biting down on a chip when it jabs you? My dentist was so good, it was like barely a poke. I give myself a shot monthly for migraines and it's not bad at all. What do they give you? What helps with migraines? Monthly. Interesting. Would that be hormones? Does that help with migraines? I'm trying to think like what kinds of things. Red Bull. Just straight caffeine. They have new migraine meds that are injectable. I wonder who came up with the just little pinch line, like motherfucker who pinched you like that metal going through my skin and muscle. On my thigh, I have auto injector that inserts the needle for me. Is it like one of the diabetes ones that's just like... When I was in 3rd or 4th grade, my teacher had diabetes and we used to gather around him every day while he checked his insulin levels. Like he would be like, okay, I'm gonna do it if anybody wants to watch. And he would sit at the front of the class and we would all sit on the floor around him if we wanted to. And then he would he would do the little poke and he would check his insulin levels and we would be like, oh. It was so weird. He was like cool as fuck. I really liked him. He was one of my favorite teachers. I'll spill some tea though. So I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, so I didn't really understand what was going on, but I kind of worked it out later. He was married, and then he ended up having an affair with one of the other teachers in the elementary school. And so the year that I was in his class was his last year teaching. And he was fucking awesome. He was like, I'm sure, clearly he's a shitbag in his personal life, but as a teacher, he was awesome. He was really nice. He was, I don't remember him ever being weird or anything. He was kind of just this old man, and he was kind of this like gentle old man. And, he was really like encouraging, and he let us watch Rocky and Bullwinkle like all day, every day. He didn't give a shit. It was his last year. I think he was getting canned because of the whole affair thing. He was like, maybe they kind of like suggested he retired. So he would let us watch like Rocky and Bullwinkle like every day. We didn't do shit. I didn't learn shit that year. How old is old? Well, I mean, does anybody have a perception of like their elementary school teachers being like in their 60s, but thinking back on it, they were probably in their like 40s? Because I remember every teacher being old as fuck, but now I think back on it and I'm like, I bet that there was some that were like 30, maybe even 20s. But anyways, it was his last year. It was like the coolest year of my life. It was awesome. We didn't have to do anything. It was so fun. He would let us bring stuffed animals to school. Thinking back on it, actually, although we didn't learn the most in school, I think that it was the most developmentally enriching grade I was ever in. Because he did a lot of social games with us. Like we played a lot of games and he would let us do a lot of things that were unconventional. He was very, very creative, encouraging. So we did a lot of art. We did a lot of reading. We did a lot of puzzles. We did a lot of games. Like, stuff like that. And it sounds goofy because I don't remember learning shit in his class, but I do remember like some of my best social development memories being in his class. Yeah, he would let everybody bring stuffed animals, you know, like there was a lot of kids that wouldn't, but like I would say half of the kids had like a comfort stuffed animal in class that would just kind of like sit at their desk and they could have it in class. He which was probably really good for like maybe neurodivergency, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things about sitting in a hard chair at a hard desk trying to focus on shit that you is not fun, that sucks. But something as simple as like having like a Beanie Baby on your desk to like crunch can like make a world of difference for a kid. It's nuts. I can't remember how to long divide. Let me see if I can remember. I haven't had to do it since I was in like high school. So if we're gonna do, let's do like an easy one. So like, let's do 110. Like I know that's like the easiest one ever, but just to. So how do you do long divide? Like you would, how do you do that? I don't even remember how to do long division. It was something about doing like this one, this one, this one, and then doing this one, this one, this one. Like, was it 0 times 1 is 0, 0 times 0 is 0, 0 times 0 is 0, and then you would like add a 0. I'm dead serious. I haven't done long division in like since I was probably in middle school even. I actually don't know the process of it. Like I know what the answer is, so I can probably figure out. I don't remember how to do this. How do you do it? I'm gonna just look up like long division. And they'll have like a picture. Oh my god, the quotient, the dividend, all this shit. That's terrifying. So 75 divided by 4. I still don't even know what the fuck this means looking at it. Four goes into 7 one time. There it is. Okay, yeah. 4 goes into 7 one time. 4 goes into... Wait. I don't know. 4 times 1 equals 4. 4 times 1 equals... I'm so lost here. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Long division simple. How to do long division.
To do long division, follow these 7 steps. Step 1. Calculate how many times the number outside the division bar goes into the first number inside.
This might make me feel like an idiot. How many of you remember how to do long division? Like if I put this in front of you, you'd know how to do it. Type 1 if you can. Type 2 if you are like, I don't remember. I do not remember how to do this. I just want to know. Okay, it looks like it's a more fair mix than I thought it was. Okay. It's not quite 50-50, but it's not just me.
Follow these 7 steps. Step 1. Calculate how many times the number outside the division bar goes into the first number inside the bar. Step 2. Put the answer on top of the bar. Step 3. Multiply the number outside the division.
Wait, isn't that the whole... Oh, wait. That's the whole point. I thought we were doing it the, like, broken down way.
Bar by the number at the top of the bar. Step 4. Write the answer below the number inside the division bar.
Oh, I see. That's just for, like that's not for the specific. Okay, got it.
So the first digits of both numbers are lined up.
Okay, so you see, how many times does 6 go into 379? Nope. Wait.
Follow these 7 steps.
I'm sorry, we'll get it.
Step 1. Calculate how many times the number outside the division bar goes into the first number inside the bar. Step 2.
So he says the first number inside of the bar, but why did we stop at 2 digits? Because when he says the first number, like, why did we stop at 2 digits? 6 can't go into 3. Okay, so if 6 can't go into 3, then you just add 1 more digit. I'm relearning this. This is insane. Because you try to put in a 6. Okay, so you stop at whichever one it can. So it's like 6 can't go into 3, but 6 can go into 37. Got it. Okay.
Put the
Why are we
answer
doing math? Because I'm realizing I don't remember how to do long division and I feel like an idiot, but like also there's other people in chat that don't remember either.
on top of the bar. Step 3. Multiply the number outside the division bar by the number at the top of the bar. Step 4. Write the answer below the number inside the division bar, so the first digits of both numbers are lined up. Step 5. Subtract the 2 numbers inside the division bar and write the answer below the 2 numbers. If there are any remaining digits inside the division bar, bring them down to the new answer. Step 6. Repeat the division process with the new number.
Six times 3 equals 18. 6 times... Okay, so 6 goes into 19 3 times. So you would put 3 up here and then put 18 down there, and then you would get 1 again.
Step
And then
7. If you get to a point where the number outside the division bar can't fit into the remaining number, write that number, also known as the remainder, next to your answer with an R.
I forgot about remainders. I totally forgot about remainders. How do you turn the remainder into a percentage? Or 1/6? Is it 1/6 because it's... Oh, okay, got it. So 1/6 would be like... I don't even know. I can't do the mental math there. Let's see, 1/5 would be like 20%, so it'd probably be like 23% or something like that. Is that right? Or did I fuck that up? Oh, 16.7. Perfect. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to do a math problem. I'm just gonna make up like a number. Okay, so let's do 323 divided by 5. Okay, so 5 can't go into 3, so then I would do 5 into 32. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So then it would be 6. And do I put the 6 over the 2? And then you would put 30 here, right? And then you do minus, so then it would be 2. And then you bring that one down, and then you do 5 into 23, so 5, 10, 15, 20, so it'd be 4, which would be 20, and then it would be 3, and then the remainder would be 3. Is that right? So then 3/5. How much is 3/5? I guess I could probably figure that out, right? It'd be 60%. So it'd be 64.6. Nice. Let's go. Okay. I don't know if that came back to me or if I just learned it again and it is not too complicated. Because, like, I did not remember remainders existed until this moment. I have not thought about the concept of remainders for however years. We learned something. Did anybody else also figure it out just now? Or are you still kind of like, I don't know. Let's do long multiplication. I will not be doing any PEMDAS this evening, just so you know. A little bit of column A, yeah, it came back to me. Yeah, I also completely forgot about remainders. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, I understand the concept of remainders, because to turn a remainder into a decimal, that's kind of a whole nother step, but it's not so much of a whole nother step. Like, why did we do that? Why didn't we just go that extra step? You know what I mean? Or do fractions, you know? Like, why does a remainder need to be a thing? Like, why couldn't they just say, okay, and then you do that and it's a fraction? Like, making it into a fraction is really easy, right? Like, you would just write it over the top of whatever the number is. We don't need to do remainders. We don't need to do that. Once you start using decimals, you stop using remainders. Yeah. I went to dinner. Is there a reason we landed on? Yeah, I was talking about my teacher in 3rd or 4th grade. I don't remember. Yeah. Remainders are important in programming. Oh, really? Are we done with fridge reviews? We're gonna do fridge reviews tomorrow, and the reason why is because I have seen a bunch of people on Twitch watching this thing, and it's called Who the Fuck Did I Marry? Stop. Just give me a second. It's called Who the Fuck Did I Marry? And she's okay, I'm gonna go feed her real quick, and then I will talk to you guys about what we're doing today. One sec. Okay. So I've seen a bunch of people watching this, and I kind of was like, I didn't really wonder what it was. And then I all of a sudden wondered what it was, because I do that where I'll see some things trending and I won't really think about them, and then after the 10th person, I'll be like, okay, what is this? So I have heard that it is like one of the craziest, most riveting stories. The video is about 4.5 hours long, which I know is a juicer, but that's also like the length of a stream, so I'm not really too worried about it. I don't know anything about the story except the title, which is, I'm assuming a woman married somebody and they ended up being somebody entirely different from what they said. It's a series of this woman like recording herself on TikTok or something, explaining the story. There's 2 videos. I found a YouTube video that's like the whole thing, I think. And it's got like a lot of views, so I'm assuming it's the real one. Is the music loud? My music, like, all my volume used to be able to be a lot higher than it is now. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we're gonna watch it at 1.5 speed. I've seen it covered so much, but I'm already see it again. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people covering it. I just like, there's no way that I sit and watch it by myself, but I'll sit and watch it with chat, because then we can talk shit about it the whole time. I've heard it's crazy. So I'm going to do fridge reviews tomorrow, because there's no way I can do both of them. And tomorrow I'm doing another sponsored stream with AT&T. It's my second to last one, and I'm going to do a cooking stream. So we'll have an early stream for you early birds. The stream will be tomorrow at what time? I need to check. Hold on. What time is it? 2:00. I'll go live at like 1:30. But I'm gonna do a cooking stream tomorrow. My dad used to make beef stroganoff when I was a kid, and it's really good, and every once in a while I'll make it when I remember it, and so I'm gonna cook that tomorrow, because I also want to kind of meal prep a little bit, so I'm gonna make like 3 days worth. I knew that, you guys, it's low-hanging fruit. So I'm gonna make that tomorrow for the AT&T segment, and then after that I'm gonna do the fridge reviews, because that makes more sense to do a cooking stream and then do fridge reviews, right? Like, that just makes more sense. My mom made it growing up. It's really good. It's basically like you do beef. Some people do pieces of beef. I kind of prefer to do hamburger just because I don't really like I like hamburger better. So I'm going to do, it's like some sort of like, use like cream of mushroom, and then you do beef, and then you do mushrooms and onions, and then it's just tasty. It's like a comfort meal. It's just like a yummy comfort meal. And you do egg noodles. It's a noodle dish. And so I'm gonna make that on stream, which will be really fun because I really enjoy doing cooking streams at this house. I think it's a perfect setup for it. And then we'll do Fridge reviews. So if you haven't posted yours, you have more time, which is good because I think a lot of people didn't see the Discord probably. There's a section of the Discord called Fridge Reviews, and if you want to, you can post yours in there, and then I'll look at it tomorrow. And I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing like guess who's or anything. I'm just literally going to go through them, and we're going to have a laugh about it. So I have to pee really bad. I have to pee like really, really bad. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Hold on. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I literally am going to pee my pants. It's too much. Okay. Sorry, I had to pee real bad. I'm hydrated. And I also just drank coffee, so I was piss girl. Also, if you didn't see at the beginning of stream, Oki Cam. It's so loud. Well, I sit down and I haven't turned the music down yet. It doesn't do it automatically. I got this, and so I am going to do Oki IRL streams, which will be very fun. Really excited. Really excited. It'll be great. Yeah, so anyways, I have it figured out. I can do an IRL stream through the GoPro app, but I'm trying to Oakland? Would you like a treat? It looks like I'm getting her in trouble. Would you like a treat? Go. Yummy. Cyril, thank you for the 10. Unrelated to the dog getting treats. Totally unrelated. They're not related. She's so happy. I'm so excited. I looked up a couple different places to take her for the IRL stream. It's just a matter of if they have service or not. But I did get sent this link, which I didn't know this existed. Hey. Hey. Come here. I don't know this existed, but Amel sent this to me where it's a map of the whole US, and it tells you like you pick your service. Like if I wanted to do like Verizon, I saw Verizon has the best one, so I need to whatever. I mean, AT&T is the best one. The best one is AT&T, clearly. where is it? There we go. But yeah, anyways, it shows you like where all of the oops. It shows you where like all of the services. So if I like go to, I think, yeah, this is LA. If I go to LA, okay, realistically, come on, this is AT&T. This tells you where they get service, and then it shows you like down, well, you can't see because it's behind Mr. Beast, but it shows you like purple is 5G. And it shows you kind of like where it's covered. So if you're like, oh, I want to go do a IRL stream out here, then it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Yeah, actually population density maps. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, it's kind of cool. And I contacted AT&T because I've poked at them before, like when I very first got the sponsorship, and I was, you know, like, hey, like, you know, would you guys be interested in like working together in a different facet of, you know, I want to do IRL streaming, and like, could it be possible to maybe try to work together to get some sort of IRL setup going? And but I didn't have a pitch, you know, I didn't have a pitch. But today I pitched the dog IRL cam because I was like, hey, this is an idea that I have. I haven't really seen too many other people like IRL streaming from like a dog POV. Also, I think IRL streaming can be a really risky thing for brands to sponsor because there's always a lot of weird shit that happens during IRL streaming. But I think that doing an IRL stream of a dog POV would be a little bit less risky, you know? Like, not a whole lot, but a little bit less. Like, I would have my mic on me and then the camera would be on her. So, you know. Yeah, Oki POV. So anyways, I have the setup here and I'm going to try it soon. I'm going to just go and do it off of my phone. And then once I do it off my phone, I'll try to hook up the other shit so I can do it from my computer, but from my phone. Dog parks would have more close-up ass though. True, you would probably see a lot of ass sniffing. There's like some dog parks. There's one really cool hiking path, like I think it's close to Pasadena. I'm not fully sure. I've been there, but I don't really know where I am at any given moment. That would be really fun, but I don't know if it has service. There's also some nice little like parks. Like there's like a cool lake body of water in Echo Park, and if you're not from LA, this doesn't make any sense, but Echo Park is pretty nice. Like I like Echo Park area, like Eagle Rock, I think. Echo Park is Pog. It's nice. It's really not super cheap. It's not like one of the most expensive places in LA, but like it's definitely not one of the cheaper areas. Like Eagle Rock is really nice. It's really nice. Hike to Hollywood sign or something. I don't think you can get up to the Hollywood sign anymore. Unless I'm mistaken, I think that you're not allowed to go all the way up to it. I don't think. I don't know where I am at any given moment. You could ask me to go somewhere like 4 blocks from my house and I'd still use maps. Like, I don't know where the fuck I am. If you dropped me in the middle of LA and told me to get home, like, I don't know how people did it before. Like, you know what I mean? Will there be like a charger cable connected to the harness? So what I'm gonna do is I have this thing. Let me see if I can pull this off of here. I know. She sees the harness and she's like, that really looks like a leash. This thing is really secure. Maybe I'll just take this off. It's like really on there, which is good, but there we go. So I have the GoPro 10 and I don't know if I'm going to be able to take the case off actually. I have the GoPro 10. I don't think I can take it off because it's attached on the bottom, but I have this case that goes around it. Oh, there we go. Sorry, if you don't care about gear for a second. You get on a ship and explore and draw a map of what you find, and we compare to real maps. You get on a ship and explore and draw a map. You want me to steer the ship Okay, so this is the GoPro 10. Right? 10 black, yeah. Which is a really good camera. I bought this via Cyril's donation. Poggers, it's finally getting used. Really cool camera. Turn it on. It's probably almost dead because I was fucking with it all day. It's cool. It's got like a camera, and then it also has like a front camera, which is really nice. So you can kind of see what you're recording from any given angle. Super cool. But it doesn't really have a whole lot of plugs. So this plug, there's usually a thing that goes on here because this is the battery. This is the power cord that's in there. And then other than the power cord, there's not any other plugs on it because you just kind of record on it and then call it a day. But what I got also is this like thingy that it goes into, and that little power port goes here. So it goes into this housing, this shuts. And then what that does is it adds, where are they? It adds a bunch of ports. So where it only had one port, now it has 3 different ones. So it has the USB-C, micro HDMI, and a microphone hub. So that's cool because then what I can do is I can take my Rode mic and I can plug it into this, and then I can put my microphone on me, so that way I can put the camera on Oki and then I can have my mic on me, which is cool. And then also what I can do is I can have one of those little mini battery packs, and I can attach that to her harness too, and then I can have the GoPro plugged into power. Well, it's there. It also has this little shotgun mic that attaches on, which is kind of fun. But so yeah, it's cool. It's a whole setup thing. Pretty cool. Yeah, the battery is, this is my phone, but the battery is basically the size of like this phone. It's one of those like Anker ones you get from Amazon. And so I'll probably put some sort of thing on it, and then I'll be able to just like, I could literally just put it like right here. You know what I mean? I can just put it right here. Like I could just maybe get like I'll probably get really strong Velcro and put it on there, because it's not going to come off. Like if she's playing with other dogs, it might, but she doesn't really do that. Mash, thank you for the resub, by the way. Duct tape. Honestly, yeah, it'll probably just be kind of jerry-rigged on there. So that's the gear setup right now. So I'm going to go really simple at first. I'm going to just do that, and I'm going to stream it off my phone just to get the gear set up, because I just want to make sure that the gear is good. And then once the gear's good, then I'm going to work on having it ported to my computer so I can stream from my computer from the GoPro, so that way if the stream drops, it'll throw up like a BRB scene, which we're on the road there. We're on the road to get it. I'm excited. It'll be really cool. It'll be fun. But I haven't seen, other than that Twitch channel that you guys sent me the other day, I haven't seen too many dog POV streamers. Have you? I don't remember what that channel was that you guys sent me, and they don't even really stream too often. But I don't think I've really seen that. Yeah, Sea Dog. Oh, okay. Well, I guess, does that count? Put it on a lizard. POV. Put it on a bird. I just have a hawk. It is like, imagine like taking Oki to like the flea market. It would be way easier, because I've always wanted to take Oki with me when I do IRL streams, but holding the gimbal and holding a dog and holding my phone is impossible. But if I just put the camera on the dog, then I can just hold the leash. I don't need to like have all the other shit. I could put the camera on the dog, I could have the mic on me, and then, you know what I mean? Like that would be great. Like it'd be easy peasy. So I might do that this weekend. Try to find some sort of like fair or something to go to, something that dogs can go to. So it'll be cool. And I know the flea market that I've gone to has great service. So it'll be a good isolated area that I can do that. The only thing is with the GoPro, you won't be able to see any of the stuff at the booths. Wonder if the Crystal Lady would lecture the dog. She might. Then you get a wrist mount for your phone, and I have one actually. I thought I pulled it out. I have a wrist mount. I don't like it because the way that it works is I have it out. I grabbed it and I think I put it back. It's a wrist thing. It's a wrist thing, and basically the way it works is you put your phone on your wrist wherever you want, and it has 4 pieces of like they look like hair tie elastic, and it goes around all 4 corners of your phone like this, and it's really fucking annoying to get your phone in and out of. So if you're like holding a gimbal and you have your phone in the holder, like it makes more sense to just take the whole thing off your arm rather than try to take it out. It's not good. I need to buy a different one. That's why I don't really use it, because it's fine once it's on, but if you have to take it off, it's a pain. With the backpack setup, we got it to work where the GoPro was mounted on the backpack strap, so it was totally hands-free, and the GoPro stabilization was good enough so you don't notice it. That's my only worry with like the dog cam, is like I couldn't put the whole backpack setup on the dog. So if I do the dog cam, I might just need to have it go straight into my phone, and then have the phone port to my computer, because all the other stuff I just don't think is going to work, because I'd have to attach all of that to the dog. What does Alveus use? For what? Yeah. Nailed it. Works awesome. Yeah, Brody, he sent me like a whole thing that's like how to basically make like an IRL backpack, but without having to do it so expensive, which is cool. And I have basically everything I need for it except like there's like 2 pieces of it, which would be like, how much do you think the 2 pieces are that I don't have, Mel? Wrist phone holder? Yeah. Alveus made a custom harness that the camera could attach onto for the goats. That's cute. It might be the GoPro one. I don't know, because they have to be pretty steady or else they like slip around. That'd be cool to have a full IRL backpack as a dog harness. I mean, it would be really expensive, so that's just not realistic right now. And it's not even really the money. It's like, it's really hard to invest in that kind of stuff from the get-go. You kind of work your way up, because then you decide, is it worth it for me to get that next step? Is it worth it for me to get that next step? GoPro attachment kit comes with the full clips. You just wear a bag and clip it on. Can have all the charging gear in the pack. Yeah, and the thing is I have most of that stuff because I got it when I was going to do the backpack. Okay, interesting. The encoder box is like 150 and the router could be 40 to 150 as well. Right, which, you know, I think I'm going to do the GoPro thing, and then I'm going to work my way up to that, and we'll, yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be sick. Will Oki's cam be set on her back or the chest? Either. But, and I don't know, you guys tell me, I did it on her back earlier, and I liked it better because you can see her head. So it's like cute because you can see her little ears, and like if I pet her head, you can see it. If I put it on her chest, you don't really see her. So it's her POV, but you don't really see her. Yeah, it's cute to see her little head. If you put it on her chest, it's a little bit more stable, but if it's on her back, you can see her head. The live app lets you stream straight to Twitch. You have the hotspot on your phone. Good way to test if you like it. Well, that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to somewhere that I know has good service, because I want to stream straight off the GoPro first just to make sure the hardware is good. So I think I'm going to go to like the flea market, and I'm going to just stream off of my phone, and because I'll have my mic, I'll have the GoPro, I'll have all this stuff that I want to make sure works good. And then if that's good, then I'll add in other parts later. But I think I'm going to do that first, which the only downside is it's going to be really not fancy. Like there won't be chat on screen. There won't be alerts. It'll just be footage, which kind of sucks. But I want to make sure that the hardware works first. So we'll do that. You can talk to the camera more if it's on her back. Well, I'll have the mic on me. So you guys can see her point of view, but I could be, you know, I could be wherever and you'll hear me because I'll have my mic on me. It'll be really cool. I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited. And it's basically ready to go. I just need to go test it. Busy Places might have shit reception, but it has worked in the past IRL streams. Yeah, it depends on what it is. Like the flea market that I went to isn't busy enough for the bitrate to get fucky. The thing that sucks is I'd rather the mic be on Oki. Shut up. Don't. You are in a very compromising position right now due to your decision of getting a haircut. So you're sitting in like paper thin glass house. I've already talked about it. Katy Perry is awesome. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so don't even start with me. But anyways, it'll be good. I'm excited. What did you do, Caitlin?
Ow! Beetle, stop! No, Beetle, stop. Ow, Oatmeal. Oh my god, she's leaking. She's leaking. Ow!
Oh, she has tape over the driver's license or the license.
Guys, it's escalating. It's escalating. It's escalating.
I hate that goat so much. We can't turn her into a taco.
She just has to stand there too.
You just have to get.
Really?
I didn't know Squeaks went.
You're not gonna.
Maya said I could go. I just have to go to Texas, which is the problem. So if I ever go to Texas, I can go to Alveus.
Walking.
I just have to go to Texas.
See?
Oh no, fuck that. No more. This is just... I'm just gonna go fuck myself.
That's so good. It looks so fun. Just won't go to Texas. I don't mind Texas. I just need... I need like a couple different reasons to go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Goat streamer interactions are so funny. The goats are so funny. I think going and seeing the animals is worth it to go to Texas. I don't really know if I'm afraid to say this because I'm afraid I'm going to forget somebody and look like an asshole, but I don't know if I have anybody that's like so incredibly close in Texas. I guess Blizz is in Texas. Who else is in Texas that I'm like good friends with? Go with Brody. I think he would like Austin, to be honest with you. Downtown Austin is very... Yeah, it's kind of similar to Melbourne a little bit. She's forgetting one person. That's the problem is I'm gonna... Yeah. Oh, is Lisa in Austin? Oh yeah, it's true, she is. Actually want to see Brody at Alveus more. That would be really funny. That would be great. Go fight Extra Emily in the car park. Perfect. She's getting buff now. It's actually kind of scary. She's been working out. It's fun. Meet animals. New viewers see you. I said please. Okay. You said 3 reasons though, and that was 4. So you got to pick whichever one is like the least convincing. And the Alamo. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Brady would said something mean about an animal and get canceled. You know, if he hasn't been at this point, I don't really know if it's possible. Unlike Texas, we only have rootin' tootin' in Melbourne, no shooting. That's true. That is true. Very true. It'd be a hot take about English animals. I want to go. It'd be fun, but yeah, I have to make my way over to Texas, which I don't know. I don't really know what's over there right now for me. Except no income tax, right? Like you don't have to pay income tax. That's why there's so many people that live there for like state tax. Oh, that's right, no state tax, so just federal. So I don't know, save you a couple $1,000 probably. Which I don't know. I don't know. I like living in LA. I have a timer on LA and it's ticking. I'll tell you that though. My timer is ticking. If I get to a point, it's really beneficial for me to live in LA right now. If I get to a point where living in LA is not necessarily beneficial and I have enough money to fly here for frivolous things, I'm out. I'm out of here. Gonna move to Australia. I don't know where I would go. I just don't want to be in LA. I like it. I do. I'm not tired of it. I don't hate it. It's just, it's not a forever spot for me. Maybe you and Cutie would go. Does she say the same thing? We're moving to Seattle. Everyone pack your bags. Yeah, there's a big movement of streamers that want to move to Seattle. So Cutie doesn't go on planes. Yeah, true. I moved to Seattle if I could. Has anybody been to Bend, Oregon? Lav has. Lav, you've been to Bend, right? Has anybody been to Bend, Oregon? Bend, Oregon is one of the most wonderful places in the whole world. It is incredible. It might be a smidge cold for me, but I think if I could live anywhere in the world and it didn't matter and my career wasn't a social career in a way, I would move to Bend because look at this. It's there. These pictures just actually don't do it justice. Like this is Smith Rock, I think. It's just like, it's just so cute and beautiful. There's so many cabins like this, and it's when it snows in the winter. It's nice in the summer. It's really green. Like this, I mean this with my whole heart. This is a picture that it looks like. It really looks like this. I stayed in a yurt somewhere that looks like this. It's phenomenal. How far from Bend is Portland? 3 hours? Maybe? 3 hours? Yeah. Seattle's best feature is that it's close to Canada. I've been to Seattle once. Yurts are cool. Yurts are cool unless you're staying in them with somebody that you're not super close with because they're cozy. That place looks great. Like a great trip place. I don't know if I'd want to live there, but like you have to be outdoorsy. If you're not outdoorsy, it's a great trip place, but yeah. I don't know. Bend, Oregon is like everybody that you see shopping at an REI. Seattle is the how is this city in America place. How come? Because it just seems too nice. I could see Seattle being like a rainier Melbourne, for sure. Australia wouldn't have pics like that, but New Zealand is very nice. I went to, I don't really, if you guys live there or have been to New Zealand, then this will mean something to you. And if you haven't, then it won't. But when I went to New Zealand, I think we flew into Wellington, and then there's a town I think called maybe Picton here, maybe, and there's a barge or a ferry that goes across the water to I think Nelson. It probably goes here. But we went from Wellington, we flew into Wellington, then we went to Picton because that's where my aunt and my aunt lived in Picton, and then we took the ferry across, and then my grandpa lived in Nelson, and so then we visited him. He lived like, I don't know, he had a lot of money. He lived like on an island. He had like this house it was fucking crazy. And so but it was like near Nelson. And then we went to Fox Glacier, which I don't know where Fox Glacier is, but I imagine it's probably down here because if you go south, it gets colder. So I don't see Fox Glacier anywhere, but I don't know. It would probably be in the middle here. And then I don't know where we went. I was 10, so I don't really remember. I just remember like being there. I remember wanting to play on my Game Boy. Yeah, so we went there for like 4 weeks when I was like 10 years old. It was pretty cool. I went skydiving. I got in a car crash. It was a really big weekend for me. And by weekend, I mean 4 weeks. South Island has all the iconic and pretty geography. Yeah, we didn't go north. We went to the south side of the North Island, but then we went south. Yeah, skydiving at 10. You just have to fit in the harness, and I fit in the harness. I have pictures somewhere, but no, the car crash is not related. My dad was driving, and they drive on the other side of the road, and we went over a 1-lane bridge, and then my dad just like went over to the other side of the road, what he was used to, and we went in a head-on collision with an army jeep, which is the worst thing to get into a crash with. And yeah, it was everybody was fine, but it hurt really bad. I, as an adult, would not go skydiving. You'll never catch me skydiving ever in my life. When you're 10 years old and your dad says, let's go skydiving, you go, okay, well, nothing bad could possibly happen because my dad is telling me that nothing bad will happen. But as a 29-year-old, I realized that if I'm plummeting to the earth with my parachute not working, my dad cannot save me. So I'm not going to do that. Can we do a stream of you learning stick shift when you're here? Yes. Do you think that would be good content, or do you think that I would cry on stream? Can you IRL stream a skydive? People have, I think. I don't think I would go bungee jumping. It looks like it hurts. Like, bungee jumping doesn't look fun. I thought Sam knew how to drive manual. I know the logistics of how it works. I just can't really get it. I just can't. I know what I'm supposed to do. I just am not good at doing it. It's like I don't know what an example is. Probably like sports and stuff, where it's like you can watch somebody do it and you know what's supposed to happen, you just can't make it happen. Yeah, and it would be on with my left hand, which is so weird. Theory versus practice. Yeah. Yeah, my dad tried to teach me. I love my dad. I do. We butt heads. So that didn't last for very long. He did his best. And then I've tried it other various times and gave up within about 10 minutes. So I would rather skydive than bungee jump. For skydiving, you're so high the ground is more abstract concept. I think that skydiving, if something goes wrong, the result of it is going to be quick and painless, probably. If something goes wrong when you're bungee jumping, I imagine it would not be that way. There is a high chance of you surviving that, unfortunately. I will say that I was not even a tiny bit afraid of skydiving. Really? Where'd you get the stubbornness from? Yeah. You know what's weird is, like, with my dad, like, I'm a very, very equal mix of my mom and my dad personality-wise. I didn't see the parts of me that were my dad until I was in my, like, late 20s. I didn't really think that me and my dad were very similar at all until I think it was when I just had lived away from him for almost 10 years. I started to see little things that I was like, oh, interesting. Is anybody else like that, where you didn't think that you were your parents, but then the longer you spent away from them, you started to see it a little bit? What if the shoot fails, but you land on a huge trampoline and start over without a shoot the next time? There's a company that lets you bungee out of a helicopter over an active volcano. Those people, we need to not do that. That sounds terrible. I have a fear of heights. I'm not going to brave face it. Like, I like climbing, I like hiking, but if I climb up a mountain where it gets really peaky and like you're like the top of Smith Rock, which I don't know if anybody here has been Smith Rock. If I'm at a spot where like I could fall off the edge, I get really like, you kind of, I don't really know how to describe it. If you have like a pretty intense fear of heights, you kind of feel like the whole world is going like this, and you feel like you have to hold on because you're somehow gonna like fall up into the air and off, and you get really like, yeah, it's like vertigo, but it's like like physics all of a sudden won't exist and you'll just fall. I don't go close to my balcony because of that. Yeah, I don't really like, I don't really like, are you guys still here? It's telling me connecting to chat. Oh, did I go anywhere? Yeah. Oh, weird. It just said connecting to chat on Chrome. As if it does that when, OBS dies. I have a strong call to the void feeling. That's what it is. It's the call to the void, which is like you feel like you're gonna jump off on accident. I really want to go to Crater Lake, or sorry, I really want to go to the Grand Canyon, but I kind of feel like it'll be like that. Crater Lake, by the way, is phenomenal. If you ever are near Crater Lake, it's totally worth it. It's amazing. The mosquitoes are brutal. I don't get scared of heights. I get scared I'm gonna walk off. Like I suddenly become aware I have free choice. That's the call to the void. Like you think you're afraid that you're just gonna jump off even though you don't want to. Queef into the mic or I'm leaving. You give me a lot of money and then I'll do it, I promise. Pinky promise. You just give me the money first. Went to the Grand Canyon once and had to sit down like 5 feet before and scoot to the edge to hang my... Deepest lake in North America. Really? Crater Lake is? I didn't know that. I think they used to take people out to Wizard Island, but then they stopped doing that after a while. This makes me want to throw up, Brody. I don't want to do that. This makes me want to puke. He said this is the Sky Deck in Melbourne. I think I will throw up and cry and piss my pants. You gotta go. Oh. I didn't even really like the Airbnb that we stayed in had big glass windows. It was really cute, actually. The Airbnb we stayed in was like, I don't know what floor we were on, but the whole side of the Airbnb was like glass windows. And even that, like, you have a sudden realization of like, are buildings really that steady? Eddie, thank you for the 7. Did I say thank you? I don't know if I said thank you. Thank you so much for the 7, Eddie. I appreciate that. What's up? The one in Chicago, the glass cracked 3 years ago? Yeah, fuck that. Does anyone else have those dreams where it's basically the call to the void feeling at the edge of an impossible cliff and your dream self is just fucking around hanging from the cliff? No, but I saw that Alana Pierce posted this on her Instagram story like a month ago, and I replied to it because I didn't know anybody else that had the same dream. But I always have dreams that I'm driving in a car and I'm pressing the brake down, and it's like I can't physically press the brake down hard enough, and it's the car's still kind of rolling even though I'm literally like smashing the brakes into the ground. And I also have a dream a lot that I'm trying to drive the car, but I'm in the back seat and I'm like trying to reach over the seats, and I'm frustrated because I'm trying to drive the car from the back seat. Driving is so scary. Statistically, it's really dangerous. Those are the dreams that I have all the time. You have a lot of car dreams. I don't really have dreams anymore. I don't really dream that much. Every once in a while I'll have one, but I don't really dream very often. I've never had the teeth falling out dream. I've had the I'm suddenly naked in the middle of the school hallway dream. But I don't really dream that much. I don't know if maybe I'm not sleeping very well. I don't know. My dreams stopped when I slept like shit. I don't really know. Ever since I moved to LA, I have not gotten good sleep. I think there's too much like energy. I think it's too noisy. The sky doesn't really ever get very dark. Like you can go outside at like 3 a.m. and it kind of seems light outside. I don't know. I've not slept nearly as good as I did when I was in like Arizona or like Oregon. Like I just don't, it's not happened really. Light pollution, really bad. I had to get really, really dark curtains when I moved to LA because it doesn't really ever get dark. The dream where no matter how hard I push the brake pedal, the car isn't slowing down fast enough. And then, yeah, where I'm in the backseat in a car by myself and realize I'm the one supposed to be driving. I think that I probably have those dreams if I'm stressed out, because that's like a pretty clear-cut metaphor for like not having control, like losing control, you know, like not being able to be in control of a situation that feels scary. I think it's probably like when I'm stressed out. I'll have a dream where it's finals day for a class and I don't know I was enrolled in, and now I have to take the test blind. I think I have dreams like that too, where all of a sudden I have to take a test on something that I didn't know I was preparing for. Blackout curtains changed my life. You have to buy them in person though, because buying blackout curtains on Amazon is like, everything's like, oh, it's a blackout curtain, and it's not that way. Sleep masks are also really good. Yeah, I should try one of those. I always thought that they were memes, because I always see them in cartoons. The dream I always have is where I'm sitting in an empty field having a picnic and a wolf comes out of the woods and eats me. Jesus. I'm slowly turning into a control freak. I think I am too. I get that finals test dream every now and then. Honestly, waking up from the dream is kind of relieving. I also have had dreams in the past that I murdered somebody, and like I don't remember doing it. I don't remember why I did it, but I will wake up, I will like enter the dream after it's happened, you know? So it's like, I don't dream about doing it. I don't dream about why I did it. I just will enter the dream after the fact, and I'll be like, oh my God, what did I do? And then I'll have to go through the process of like trying to hide it, even though I don't even know who it was. Great. Yeah, well, careful. A dream where everyone is accusing you of something you don't remember doing. Yeah, or it's like it's not that I think that I didn't do it. I know I did it, but I will be like, why did I do that? Like, I don't even remember why I did that. And it's never anybody in particular. It's just like somebody. So I think maybe that would be like a another stress one, where it's like being out of control of a situation, or maybe guilt. Maybe I'm guilty. It's just a little goof. Oopsies. An else dream about polar bear on a UFO taking you to a war zone to save the world, and it comes down to the last bowling throw and you need a perfect strike. Nope. I have not had that one yet, but yeah. Once had a nightmare I was burned alive. It's one of my worst fears. I think burning is like one of my worst fears. Like that, like, I don't know. I know that there's a lot of people out there that are like not afraid of dying because they're like viva la vida, whatever. I am incredibly scared of it. Like that is like, it is a huge fear of mine. Like I am not like a, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'm so afraid of it. I think about it a lot. Like I have a lot of moments of like, fuck dude, like I really, really hope that I don't die tomorrow. I live being afraid of death. Yeah, I think about it probably more than I wish I would. I won't bring it up again. No, you're fine. That's the conversation we're having. It's not something that's like triggering. It's just a reality. It's just like something I think about. I've died in a dream and it felt like actually dying. It was wild. That's terrifying. You ever watched Nick is Not Green's video on it? No, is it new? I used to watch a fuck ton of him, and then one day I just didn't. There was no reason. There's like, I just woke up one day and I think when I lived at my old house, I used to watch a lot of commentary videos in my routine. You know, like I would get ready for stream and I would watch commentary videos, and then once I moved, my routine changed. I died in a dream. My dream continued after I died. I used to lucid dream when I was a kid, and it was really cool. I remember doing it. Like I would be able to fly. And then I remember when I was done with the dream, when I wanted to wake up, I would close my eyes and I would count to 5. And by the time I counted to 5, I would wake up. So it's like sometimes I would be in a dream and I would be like, I don't want this one. That's kind of exciting, like beers with the boys after a football game. You don't want the game to end, but who knows what'll happen after. I think I'm just having too much fun. I think what it is it's like, imagine you go to a really fun party and then the cops come to the party and you're like, damn it, like, you know, like, I don't think I'm afraid of like not existing. I'm not a religious person and I don't, like, my personal thing is like, I'm not atheist, but I'm like agnostic, where I don't really have anything in front of me that's plausible enough in my head to believe in. But I also know that I'm a human being and we're really not that smart in the grand scheme of things. So for me to pretend that I know what's going on is stupid. But I don't, my belief right now is that nothing happens. You know, we're just like clumps of cells that have really complex existences, and when you die, you just don't exist anymore. Which, like, makes me not want to. I don't want to be done yet because I don't think anything happens. Getting into the Jello shots early because no one knows that the was coming. Yeah, Nothing happened before I was born. Yeah, that's what I always think about is it's like, it's hard. My whole thing, and not to like get into the religion thing, because although I'm not a religious person, I also think that like there's a lot of religion that is really good for people. There's also a lot of religion that's really bad. But I'm not trying to like kick everybody in the face that's religious. What was I just gonna say? I always think that it's like, okay, well, like, yeah, nothing existed before you were born, and then you just go back to that. What's the emote with the cat screaming? I don't know. What is it? I feel like most of the recounts of near-death experiences is it's a peaceful nothing. It's kind of what it seems like, which makes sense, I guess. I don't know. Oh, yeah, the flashbang one. Yep. I don't know. I made a video on it once. It's actually one of the first videos on my alt YouTube channel. Is we aren't meant to exist. We kind of just happened. There was some splitting of cells or atoms, or I don't know why any of that shit happens, that was random, and then we exist because of a long chain of accidents, which is kind of cool. It's cool that we got to the point where like we can all exist because of a series of accidents. You know, that's basically what evolution is something fucked up, but it happened to be beneficial. So then because of that, you can't really do anything wrong. You know, it's like you aren't even supposed to exist in the first place. So by existing at all, it's kind of like a phenomenal experience that you're even here. So you can't really do it wrong. I don't know. That's my thought, is like, because like there is no right way to do it and there's no wrong way to do it. I think that is kind of the downside of religion, is religion kind of places these rules and structures of how to task fail successfully or whatever. Not task fail successfully. Like, you know, it's like a video game. It gives you like a main plot line that you have to follow, and if you don't follow it, you got it wrong. But I think life's more like a sandbox game where the whole point of it is to just like do whatever feels fulfilling. Like, it's not an RPG. Is this a video on your alt YouTube account? Yeah, it's a stupid video. I like monologued to me playing Townscaper. Even reality as we understand it is simply an interpretation of signals and little particles of energy vibrating in different ways. Yeah, I don't know. I think that humans by nature are really egotistical. And it's good for us survival wise, because we kind of have this like main character syndrome, and I think that's why we're so ambitious, which is probably why we have the society that we live in today, is we have this kind of like main character syndrome. But because of that, we are egotistical, and we simply can't fathom that we're not the center of the universe. So that is why religion has such a strong hold on so many people, because it's like, there's no way that when I die, the world can exist without me. There's no way that when people die, the world can keep going. So there simply must be something afterwards, where it's like, no, not really. So yeah. I want to fly around in creative like I always end up doing in Minecraft. Sorry. Went from Sam not knowing long division to this. My last couple streams have been the most chaotic that they've ever been. The Great Northern Brewing Company might struggle when I bail. Yeah, that's true, actually. That's true. Their stocks are going to plummet. So your purpose is to keep Great Northern kicking. It's trying. Why? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Do you think that he planned that, or do you think it was like an impulse thing? Why did he do that? Bad knees, didn't want to take the stairs. Honestly, he probably was like, man, I can't go up there. It's just gonna take too much work to come down. What do you guys think about this?
You think you're the shit, bitch? You're not even a fart. You think you're...
My For You page is cultivated perfectly. Hated that? Well, it's called the For You page for a reason.
Oh, figure, look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, would you look at that? Just look at it.
I think my For You page on TikTok is just a combination of like the first one and then also the second one, which is like a Facebook meme. That's the same content I'm familiar with. My For You page is so wacky. It's so goofy. I'm trying to look and see if there's anything. Oh, does anybody have this experience as a kid? Do you guys remember these that were in every like middle-aged woman's bathroom, where they were those gel candles? I don't need to play the rest of the TikTok because it's not about the TikTok, it's about the concept of it. And it was like, I need to ruin it. I need to ruin it. I need to put my finger in it and squish it and ruin it. This is why the machines will beat us. Brody, you watch the same TikToks that we do. You just see them like 6 months later on Reels or on Shorts. It's the same stuff. You just see it with like delay. It's the same. I have to put my hand in there. Or the little the what do you call it, where they're called like Orbeez or whatever. Have you seen the train guy? I saw the train guy like 2 years ago. Like we've seen him. He's, yeah. My mom just showed me a reel that was a TikTok 2 years ago. Yeah, the train guy, the guy with the camera on his forehead. AI uprising is happening until 6 months after the rest of us had turned into AI. Yep. Like, whoa, did you see this? This is crazy. That's fucking insane, dude. Just heard about the Try Guys drama. No, he's about to learn about the Harlem Shake in about a week. I watched the movie last night on Blu-ray. This shit is crazy. Crazy. Yeah, okay, we don't need to watch my TikToks. I have to be careful with my TikToks because it's just too much, you know? It's like you'll know too much. Someone gets he's like, I learned about this hilarious thing. You just lay on things like you're a plank. You know what I mean? What is happening today in chat? What is going on with the chat today? What's happening? What is going on out there? It's a Monday. Back in the day, we should get movies like 6 months after the US release. Really? It ruined her TikTok last time. Oh my God. I didn't talk about this on stream yet, but I posted about it in the Discord. I think most of you know what I'm about to say. So do you guys remember that story that I tell all the time about how I went to that Paramore concert? Stop. Shut up. I went to that Paramore concert and I put my hand in the girl's drink. So I took that story time and I turned it into a TikTok, and it didn't do well. It only has like 5,000 views. I went to a Paramore. Here's the video. I'm not going to show it to you because you guys have drink on your armrest, right? Read the comments. She says, "Stop. Was this in Austin?" Which it was in Austin. I never said in the video that it was in Austin. I think this was me. I'm so sorry. I clicked on her profile. I don't really remember what she looked like, but it looked like her. How did this video find her? It's like 5,000 views is on TikTok. That's nothing. On TikTok, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's not viral. That's not anything. That is the For You page was I was actually trying to figure it out. And my most logical answer, which if you're a TikTok user, you understand how specific the For You page gets, right? I think that our phones know that we both went to a Paramore concert and they know that we were near each other. I have a question. Ask away. I'm sure it'll be great. And so I think that our phones think that we know each other because we were near each other, and our phones both know that we went to Paramore. So I think that it gave this TikTok to her because of Paramore, and also because it thinks that she knows me because we spent X amount of time in close proximity. It's gotta be. That's gotta be it. Like, you know what I mean? I'm 14 trying to get a PC. Perfect. If anybody comes into chat and says, "Can I ask you a question?" as their first time chat message, and it's not weird, I will eat a shirt, an entire t-shirt. Yeah. They would be able to correlate rough shared locations and shared interests. Yeah. It's crazy. I honestly don't think that it's that deep. I think it's just a coincidence. That's a crazy coincidence though. And like the level of shit that my For You page shows me on TikTok that's so specific is horrifying. Like my TikTok For You page is horrifyingly specific. Making a new account to ask a normal question. Yeah, okay. Can I ask you a question? I don't know, dude. And I'm pretty sure it was her. I'm not going to click on her page because she has a couple TikToks, but I didn't watch them or anything. But I replied and I said, I'm pretty sure it was. There's only one way to fix this. You have to put your hand into my drink, unfortunately. And she said, name the place. I will gladly stick my hand in your drink. So I think we're cool now. I think we're fine. It seems like we're fine. I think we're gonna be okay. But I don't know. Can you play the story for us? I mean, sure. All right, I went to a Paramore concert. Instead of putting your drink on your armrest, there was a cup holder on the back of the chair in front of you. So I'm reaching up to grab the armrest, and then all of a sudden, my hand just dunks into liquid. And basically, I had put my whole hand into somebody's drink. And if you've ever been to a concert the size of Paramore, the drinks are like $14. I look back, and the girl didn't notice. Tapped her, and I said, I'm so sorry about this, but I just accidentally put my whole hand in your drink. Can I buy you a new one? No, it's okay, don't worry about it. And I was like, okay. Like 15 minutes goes by, and then I get a tap on my shoulder, and she goes, I'm really sorry about this, but can you still actually buy me a drink? And so I was like, okay. I get up and I go, and as I'm waiting to buy a drink out in the hallway, I see the lights start to dim. I start hearing people screaming, and I was like, you have to be fucking kidding me right now. Yeah. Not a good performing TikTok, which is fair. Usually after I post them, I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I wish I could have seen her reaction finding this. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how it happened. It blew my mind. Like if a video has about, I'm trying to think. If it has about 100,000 views, then it gets to the point where I'm not really shocked when people see it, which sounds stupid, but like if people are like, oh, I saw your TikTok of whatever. But anything under 100,000 views, it's getting pushed to, basically the For You page works. The For You page works really specifically if it's under 100,000 views. Once you get above 100,000 views, it starts giving it to more of like a broader audience, so it's not so hyper specific. Does that make sense? Under 100,000? No. I'm saying just like analytically, if it's under 100,000 views, the people whose page it's on, it's like really for them. It's really for them. It's a good story, but I feel like it needs the hand in the drink part earlier in the TikTok to hook people. The problem is that shut the fuck up. The problem is that I didn't tell that story for TikTok. I told that story for stream. So there's a lot of things that could have been said differently or better for a minute-long story. I told it to a live audience. So, you know. Shirt knitting stream incoming. No! I would actually love to see how the algorithm works. I bet that the people that work on the algorithm for TikTok have signed so many NDAs that they don't even own themselves anymore. Like I have never, and you know that people eventually will come clean about shit. I've never ever seen a video of anybody that's ever worked for TikTok leaking information. I've never seen a post. I've never seen a video. I've never seen anybody like say, oh, I used to work for TikTok, blah, 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 the algorithm. Never seen it. Never seen it in my life. Because I will say, although it's scary, as somebody who posts on TikTok, the algorithm works. Like, I'm sorry if your video is not getting pushed out, like there's probably a reason. The algorithm works very well. It's really good. TikTok knows its shit. It's not just flailing. Even with my own videos, I like every single video that hasn't gone viral, I'll look at it and I'll be like, yeah, it's not the best video. Every video that I have on my channel that's done really well, I'll be like, yeah, I understand why that did well. I've read TikTok papers. Their stuff is genuinely state of the art. Their recommendation systems incorporate way more real-time data than most people can. I would love to actually genuinely see like cold hard facts of what it pulls off of our phones, because I've texted people about stuff and had it shown up on my like For You page. There's no way that it's not. It's just like it listens. It's gotta. I'm surprised that other platforms are so dog shit by comparison. I think as far as recommendations go, I think TikTok's the best. YouTube would be the second. Maybe Reels. Specifically, okay, let me back up. TikTok, then YouTube full length videos, then Reels, then maybe YouTube Shorts. I don't know anybody that watches YouTube Shorts enough for it to figure out your preferences though. How about the MH370 crazy? I don't know what the fuck that means. What are you talking about? What is that? Isn't it out there that TikTok takes a lot of info off your device? Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, for sure. It has to. Like, I'll text people about things and then that'll show up on my like For You page. Like, if there's no world where TikTok doesn't pull data off of my phone. There's just no world. Absolutely none. Maybe you should Google it on your phone. I could be coping, but one time I was laying in bed and I really like to watch the carpet cleaning TikToks before I go to sleep. They make me sleepy. And I remember thinking like, oh, my phone usually gives me carpet cleaning, soap cutting, those kinds of videos before bed. Like, I know it's time to go to bed when those start coming up on my For You page. And I remember thinking, I wonder how deep this goes. And I had my phone and I was like, carpet cleaning, ASMR, oddly satisfying, carpet cleaning, soap cutting. Like, I just started saying as many of those words as I could say for like maybe a minute straight. And I started scrolling. The 5th video that came up was carpet cleaning. And I was like, okay. You should just start talking about a particular product where your phone can hear you. Somebody did that with like cat food. I saw a video of somebody doing it. They didn't own a cat, but they spent a whole day Googling cat food, talking about cat food, like just saying a bunch of like cat stuff as if they had a cat, and they started getting ads for cat stuff. TikTok privacy stuff is actually pretty decent right now and getting a lot better. Source, I have a family member on a team they made to work on privacy stuff because they really don't want to get banned in America. For a while it used to keep pulling to get the contents of your copy and paste buffer. Ugh. TikTok tells you when it's bedtime. I'll always get the like, you know, the videos of that guy that drops that metal ball down the ramp into the glass bottles, or he has different bottles roll down the stairs. I'll always get like those carpet cleaning ASMR videos like around 2 or 3 in the morning. Yeah, it's just like it's time. Yeah, Brody, I don't know if you heard, but streaming is actually not a real job anymore. A couple guys on Twitter have stated that we don't have this is not a real job. So, oops. Sim, you can get timed out. I'll time you out for 1 minute. I just don't fake ban people because sometimes they get perma banned and then I can't undo it. My mom got me candles that smelled like Faygo red and orange pop. I don't know what any of that means. You were going off on Twitter. I don't usually like to do it, but I wasn't really mad about what anybody was saying. I just wanted to respond. I think I was just in like an armchair, like, I don't know. Yeah, I agree with them. Yeah. I mean, it's true. We don't really work very hard, you know? Unless you're not working in a factor or field, it's not a real job. Yep, exactly. You have to be my favorite part was when he said I asked him if he would define what a real job was, and he said going out in the world and actually working with people face to face. And I was like, okay, so fuck IT people, fuck any kind of developers, fuck anybody with software jobs, fuck anybody that works like telephone lines. And I was like, so every job where you're working from an office and you don't see people all day, And then he was like, oh, well, I didn't think of those. And I was like, yeah, because you don't think. And then I just started replying with pictures of Nandre in front of the TV during Super Bowl because I was just like, I don't know what to do here. I don't really want to argue with people. You get to a point where it's like, I really actually like debating with people because it's fun, but I don't like arguing with people that don't want to. I don't like arguing with people that don't want to learn, nor do they want to teach me. Like, I'm happy to learn something and I'm happy to teach something, but there's some people that they don't want to teach you anything and they don't want to learn anything from you. They just want to argue. And it's like, that's not a debate. That's just like, I just feel like I'm screaming at a brick wall. Yeah, it's fun, but you rarely ever arrive at the truth or convince anyone in their position. Yeah, I do. I like. Some people call me the master debater. Hello, thank you so much for the raid. How is it going? I came here to take meds and talk to myself, and I'm all out of meds. Perfect.
Yep, headbang. I came here to take meds and talk to myself. Yep, headbang. And I'm all out of meds. Yep, headbang. I came here to take meds and talk to myself. Yep, headbang. And I'm all out of meds. Yep, headbang. I
You have to
came
do
here
the
to take
longest
meds and talk
TTS
to myself.
message.
Yep, headbang. And I am all out of meds. Yep, headbang.
You have made a mistake. Okay, perfect. To cut you off. Thank you for the 13. I appreciate it. Fuck's sake. How was stream? What'd you do? We're talking about everything. So if you have anything to talk about, we're probably already talked about it or we're going to get to it at some point. There's a hefty share of people on Twitter who are hell-bent on hating for Twitter clout. Do you guys remember that guy that decided to make it his entire existence trying to get me canceled on Twitter, but instead he just got himself banned from basically every streamer? He was like adding people and being like, I can't believe that, like, da-da-da-da, like this person would never do that. And then he would at people like Alex or like people I was friends with, and they would be like, okay, well. And the whole origin of it was he had come in and I was talking about lip filler and he was like, here we fucking go again. And I was like, okay. And he was just being an asshole. And so I banned him, and he was somebody sent me his Twitter statistics. He was tweeting about me like it was like 40 times a minute for like a whole 3 days. Was adding every creator on the platform, tweeting about me. It was insane. It was insane. Who has that kind of energy? I don't know who has that kind of time. It was wild. It was unhinged. I was figuring out OBS and Stream Elements. It's not going well. Yeah, it gets a little bit better, but barely. For my favorite Twitter debate. Okay. Do you realize that doxing is a crime? Please show me the law. Blank. I'm not reading that. That is what is it. That's what it's like. That's what it's like. It's like you show them something and they're like, no. Cyril! Gifty to Tyler Pac-Man. I saw a video of a dog barking on TikTok and it was like and it sounded like Pac-Man. I love arguing for the sake of it. It's fun. I know you do. And I also do. So it's a problem. We bitch at each other all the time. We're bitching at each other 90% of the time. We've just never actually been in a real fight. Yeah, I ain't reading all that. I literally just saw that TikTok. That's funny. Source, provide source. I will not read this. Or you'll give them like proof and then they'll read like the headline and be like, yeah, I don't know. Too many words. I don't argue. I introduce people to the truth. Yeah. the person next to y'all at dinner thinking you're never going to speak to each other. There are definitely people that have been near us in public that have probably thought that we're the most toxic people in the world. Like, we say that all the time. We're like, if anybody was like around us right now, they would think that we're just horrible people. Just horrible. I don't like to argue, but really like disagreements. I don't really like to argue, like real arguing, but there's a turn that happens where you can argue with somebody, but there's some people that like to take it. There's some people that will get frustrated when they argue with you, and they'll start to do it. They'll start taking personal shots at you. And that's when it gets annoying, where it's like, I'll argue with somebody all day, but then some people just get frustrated and they'll just start insulting you. And it's like, we didn't need to do that. That's not really relevant. You know what I mean? Nice source you have there, but have you seen this link from a website 5 people know of? Didn't think so. I did see a Facebook article once, so please do your own research. Reference in Discord. Oh no. Yeah. Oopsies. I think the last message you sent to me yesterday before you went live was, I hate you. I'm pretty sure. I remember thinking, man, hope I don't die in my sleep tonight. Sure hope I don't drop dead. I just liked it. It's like, later. Later, bitch. I don't know. That is a hysterical image, though. That is so funny. That is so good. Dies out of spite. Imagine having polar opposite goals of someone. Yeah, base. So that dude from earlier is banned now, to the shock of no one. No, not shocking at all. Not shocking at all. Passive aggressive win. True. I don't know. It's fun to argue if you don't actually have any like deep rooted feelings of malice, you know. It's not fun to argue if you just like have any like behind the scenes bad feelings. Sound point you have there. Have you considered the sick burn on your personal appearance? It's kind of funny though, because if you're having like a Twitter argument with somebody, and inevitably, especially if you're like a woman, inevitably they will get to a point where they start insulting things about you that have no relevance to the thing you're talking about. And that's the moment when it's like, okay, I just won. Like because you got to a point where you no longer wanted to have the discussion, you just don't like me. And then it's like, okay, we're done here. Have a good way to debate for fun is try to debate the sides you don't agree with. Yeah. My dad is like that too. Like, me and my dad have always talked shit. So like it's like I don't know, you talk shit with people that you feel comfortable with because you know that they're not gonna get you know that your relationship is at a point where you aren't gonna hurt their feelings easily because you've already established, you know what I mean, stuff like that. So like me and my dad have always just fucked with each other. You know, you can push them a little further with someone else. I talk about this with Twitch chat too, because you kind of have to create this balance where like you're allowed to talk more shit with someone the more that you kind of like balance it out. So like, for example, Soups comes off as like she fucking hates me in chat, but I know that if I need anything, like at the drop of a hat, she will be there. So it's like there's like the dynamic there, but then there's some people that just try to come in hot and be, yeah, Mason, go fuck yourself. There's people that try to like come in hot from the get-go and they try to like skip to that, and it's like, well, I don't like you didn't earn that. Like that didn't, you know what I mean? Yeah. Just hate helping you. Yeah. What did I do? Just don't worry about it. I zoned out. I said a nice thing, so don't watch it. Don't listen. Yeah, I don't know. Do you ever get like with friends where the closer you are to somebody, the more awkward you feel being affectionate with them? Like the closer I become friends with somebody, the weirder I feel hugging them. You know what I mean? Like I never hug Non and Barry, like rarely ever. Sometimes if I haven't seen him for a long time and like we showed up at the same place, but like, you know what I mean? I love hugs and I love to give. Yeah, that's true. You think about how polite you were to them in the beginning and cringe. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. I feel like the closer I become with my friends, the less affectionate I become. Maybe. I hug my friends when I'm obligated to because everyone else is hugging. Yeah. I don't know. I only hug people I am close friends with myself. I like get less affectionate. I think what happens is it becomes more of like a deep rooted friendship where I don't really need to like say things as much, you know? Overly affectionate and super mean all at once. Big hug, tell them they smell like ass. I've kind of like learned how to be like a hugger like in my adult life because when I was a kid, I hated when people hugged me. I hated it. Like even my parents, I was like, please don't touch me. I hated when anybody touched me. And then in my 20s, I kind of like, I basically just was like, okay, well, people are going to be like that. So I'm just going to figure it out. And now I'm fine, but you're validated the friendship with emotional intelligence substance doesn't need the physical side after a while. I imagine maybe it's like how it is with siblings. You know, it's like you don't feel like you need to or want to like go give them like a big hug for no reason, but you like you'll do anything for them. I don't know. I never had siblings, so I don't know. I don't know what it's like. I always wanted a sibling. I always wondered what it'd be like. Close friends of mine don't really like physical contact and people go in for hugs all the time without checking. Yeah, I wish that there was a little bit more of a less awkward way to say that you weren't a hug person. I'm fine with it now, but when I was in like high school, I was really, really uncomfortable with hugging and everybody would do it because they thought it was funny. And I was like, please stop. Just walking the door like, what the fuck is up? Yeah. I don't know what we're talking about, but I just came about hugging people. We're talking about how like some people are hugging people and some people aren't. Yeah. I bet your parents were present. Well, my parents have never really been overly affectionate either, and maybe that's why. My mom is kind of, but I wasn't really raised in like a super affectionate I don't know how to say this because my parents were affectionate. I don't know how to describe it. My family dynamic has always been like love exists in the cracks in between the tiles kind of thing. Like it's like it holds things together, but it's not so loud. You know, some people's families are really loud with how they love each other. My family's always been really like it's there, but it's not as loud because it's like I don't think any of us want that or need that, you know? Like some people really like to have the like love from their family and friends verbalized. I think you go into like the love languages thing where like some people like it to be said or expressed really obviously. Some people like I get a little uncomfortable. Like I get a little uncomfortable if people are too verbally affectionate because I don't do that and then I feel like I need to do it back, which I don't really want to, but you know what I mean? I think it's important to learn that there are other ways of showing care and emotion without hugs. Yeah, my mom is super affectionate and huggy and us siblings aren't at all with each other. Acts of service. Yeah. That's how I feel about gifts. I'm trying to think. My love language, I think, is quality time, for sure. I don't really think my love language like falls into the categories that they have normally. Consistency is like a really strong love language thing for me. Like when somebody is not wishy-washy and when they're like really consistent, that's like, I like that a lot. I don't like the words of admiration because I'm a very cynical person. I just don't know how to react to it. Like when like Bobby is like a really verbally affectionate. He tells all of his friends how much he loves them and da 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 da. And like I feel bad because I kind of like clam up and I'll be like, thanks, dude. Because I just don't know how to like reciprocate that. If I can give a great gift, it's fun, but usually I just stress myself out and would rather... Yeah, I'm not like a really big gift giver. I can be, but that's not really... Some people are really, really big gift givers, you know? It was funny because like I noticed at my birthday party, like there wasn't really any level of like friendship that led to somebody giving me a present. I forgot that you get presents at birthday parties. So people were showing up and they were like, here, and I was like, oh, okay. And it was like there was people that I wasn't really close with that brought me presents. There was people that I was really close with that brought me presents, but it was just like their individual personalities. And I like forgot that was a thing, you know. I don't really think about that anymore. Is that how you love or how you want to be loved? The consistency thing, probably like what's valuable to me. You know what I mean? But I think that probably comes from like me just liking what I know. Like my parents were always very consistent. Like I know not everybody has this experience, so, you know, but my parents were, they did what they said they were going to do, and they were super reliable. So like that's really valuable to me, is somebody that says what they're going to do and they're really reliable, because that was how my parents were. Especially my dad. If my dad says that he's going to do something, like you can bet every dollar in your bank account that he'll get it done. If he says he's going to be there, like he'll be there. Like if he says, hey, I'll show up tomorrow at 3 to help you fix whatever, like he'll either be there or he's dead. I don't like obligatory gifts like birthdays, holidays. No, I'm not either. And I'm luckily, like, me and my family kind of decided, like, we do like stockings. My mom can't help herself. She'll do a stocking, but like we do like one present per person. We've kind of just decided to like not really do that. And I really like that, because I don't really like to do presents. It's just like stressful, and I don't know. It's not really, I don't like it that much. I don't like to receive. Everybody likes to receive presents, but you know, I'm okay with Christmas not being a present time. Yeah. Acts of service is a powerful love language. Yeah. I feel like giving gifts way more than receiving them. That's nice. I wish I was more like that. My aunt and uncle are so cute. They're the best. They're the best ever. They always come through with gifts for everyone in the family. They will send every single person in the family, no matter how often they see them, a box of presents. And the presents are always tailored exactly to that person, even if they're just like little things. And like every year around Christmas, it's like the best thing, because no matter what, I know that my aunt and uncle are going to send a box of presents, and they're going to be bangers. It's not going to be like a box of expensive shit. It's going to be like, oh, we know that you like this candy, or we know that you like my uncle always will send me like a Steam gift card. He'll send me like they send me a lot of Harry Potter stuff because I used to be really into Harry Potter, and I don't really have the heart to like tell them to not do that. So they'll usually send me like Harry Potter stuff. And so, but they know there's certain things that they know that I like love, and like dragons. Like I've always, and like when I was a kid, I was like obsessed with dragons. And so my uncle always send me like something dragon themed. And it's so cute. It's so cute. At Thanksgiving, what they do is dragon what now? These balls. At Thanksgiving, this is so cute. Every single person that comes to Thanksgiving dinner, they ask them what snacks they like, and they will have a small bowl for each person. So for me, I like spicy Cheetos, so they'll have a small bowl of spicy Cheetos. For someone else, they'll have a small bowl of popcorn. For somebody, they'll have a small bowl of trail mix. And so every person that shows up will have a small bowl of something that they like. So at least there's like one thing that they like. Yeah. Filing that a way to use myself. It's really cheap because it's not like they do a big bowl. It'll be like literally like this teacup, right? You know, it's like a little teacup full of spicy Cheetos. They're just for me, but God, they're the best. My uncle's so cool. He like plays D&D. He's a gamer. He loves, he was playing Dungeons and Dragons online for a long time. And then I told him about Baldur's Gate. And it took him a long time because he doesn't like to pay for games. He's like he has to like do research. But he got Baldur's Gate and he sent me this text. I read this before. I'll find it. It's so cute. Where's my phone? Oh. I read this on stream once, but it's so cute. I have to go. Hold on. I have to go check my car. I think my light is on in my car. 1 second. I have to, 1 second. Be right back. I got a text. You know how you can send texts on iPhones like with those, like you can send a text so that it has different effects, so it'll like triple or it'll like do this like slam. My landlord sent me a text that said, "Sam, your light is on," and then he sent another one 4 minutes later that said, "Sam, your car light is on," but it was the slam effect, like the one that goes like and like it's like 2 texts, but the second one had like the iPhone effect. I was like, thanks, dude. Oh, hold on, I was looking up this text from my uncle. Classic. Okay, he sent me this message. He said, "Well, my friends and I all got Baldur's Gate 3 and have played a bit. It's as good as you said. I had heard that it was very difficult, but I wouldn't say so. But again, my friends and I work well together, so maybe that's why it's not too tough. Maybe I'll see you online sometimes. By the way, we use an app called Discord for communicating during games." And I was like, let's fucking go, dude. So funny. Yeah, you go to his house and like his whole living room has like Star Wars shit, and like he used to be a him and his wife, they never had kids. They have dogs. I don't know if they couldn't or if they just didn't want to. They just never wanted to do kids. Like his wife used to like work with animals and stuff. His wife, she's my aunt, but used to work with animals, and then he worked in like tech, and they like They just retired and now they just he just games and they like hang out with their dogs and they live in like a really nice house because they didn't have kids, so they just all the money that they ever made they got to keep, and they just are living a little retired life, doing whatever, living the dream. Yeah, it's fun because it's like, you know, I don't necessarily like, I'm leaning more towards not wanting kids, and so I have a lot of really good examples of people who have had kids and have been great parents, but I also have them who have not had kids and have really enjoyed life, so that's kind of nice, you know. Did they give good presents? Those are the aunts and uncle that give good presents, because I think that they didn't have kids, so they have a lot of love to give to everybody else too, you know. So I don't know, it's funny, so funny. He's probably still playing it. When he picks up a game, he plays it forever. Thanks, Billy. Hi, Raiders, welcome in. I hope that really got into the mic there. Are you still playing Elden Ring? Are you on that You really picked the right time to play Elden Ring with the DLC announcement, because you're like balls deep in it. Did Billy rage from Radon? Radon these nuts. Oh no, what is this? Oh, who made that? That's so cute. How did that even get made? Cats? Did cats make it? That might even need to be a main channel emote. Literally murdered Radon. I fought Radon way later than people usually do. Like, I went back to him because he's an optional boss, right? Isn't he? He's optional. So it only took me like a couple tries, but like I was way too overleveled. Lux, thank you for the gifty. I appreciate it. We need to get into, we're going 3 hours, dude. I've been yapping for 3 hours. We gotta watch this shit. We're watching the Who the Fuck Did I Marry saga. Jesus. Oh my gosh, Blake the Snake. Did you change the capitalization of your username? Or am I making shit up? Cats, can I upload that as like a regular sub emote? Would you send it to me? Because that's really cute. I'd like to have it as just a regular sub emote and also BTTV. We can have both because I don't want to like dono-wall anybody from it, but yeah, we did learn long division. Sure, cool. Oh, it's so cute. It looks like when cats do the like making biscuits thing. Beep, 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 beep. That's cute. That's cute. We've been talking so long I started to think we weren't watching it. No, we're watching it. We're watching it. We're watching it. Yappington. Miss Yappington. Okay. So we're watching a saga called Who the Fuck Did I Marry? And it is a combination of TikToks by this person, who I don't know what her name is yet. It's about 5 hours long, which I know is hefty, and we might have to cut it up in different parts, but I've heard that it is one of the most crazy series of events that's totally worth watching. It's a whole stream's worth. But I've heard it's fucking crazy. Yeah, it could take a week. It could take a while. I know Caroline watched it. It took her like 2 streams. I think Non watched it, but it was 1 stream. I've seen like a lot of people. Oh, Brody just stopped playing Rust, maybe? What game did you just close or open? This is why Non was watching this the other night. Yeah, I've heard it's crazy. So we'll start it. Crub said it's fucking incredible. I'm already judging this random person's. This person's like 5 hours worth of TikToks. I can't imagine what kind of. Hey, man. It sounds like Billy did beat Radon. I fought Radon right after they patched him, because I guess he used to be really difficult to beat. Like really difficult to beat. And then they patched and made it
Cars.
They made it different. Okay. Buckle in. Buckle in. Because apparently this is about to get crazy. We'll give it a shot. There's an additional 2.5 hour video that has the rest. Well, I am supposed to be one of the top commentary YouTubers in the world, apparently. So maybe I should actually make commentary YouTube content. That's gonna be so embarrassing, dude. The video is gonna come out and people are gonna be like, what happened? Why did she get put here? I saw Krebs tweet about 8.5 hour stream to watch it all. Yeah.
Hi, and welcome. We all know why you're here. You're here for part of the new series that I'm calling Who the Fuck Did I Marry? I'm going to create this playlist series, and I'm going to tell the story of how I met, dated, married, and divorced a real pathological liar. This is my introduction / disclaimer video. First and foremost, I'm going to be truthful, even if it makes me look bad. I'm going to be honest, but I'm also not going to be disrespectful to anyone that was involved. I'm not.
Is that too fast or is that okay? Because I can keep up with it at 1.5, but I don't want it to like be like. I can go 1.25, but I think 1.5 is fine. Once your brain gets used to it, it's fine. Okay.
I'm not going to use people's real names because I don't have their permission to do so, and my sister does not want any sort of litigation. I will tell you off the top, I have a sense of humor and I have sarcasm. So things that you see me laughing at, none of this is funny. But in order to get through it, I have to laugh. If I cry, I cry. I'm human. I'm a woman. This was traumatic. I'm going to do the best I can to upload as much of the story as I can, because I know people get so annoyed with the follow for part 4, follow me for part 17. I'm just going to do the best I can to keep uploading the videos each at a time. I'm going to go in order from the time we met until the time I got our divorce decree in the mail. So that is a lot of time to cover. Please give me the grace to just get it out. It may not be all in one day. It may not be all in 2 days. But what I can tell you is even if you don't necessarily see a video, I'm probably recording it and then I will upload it into the playlist titled, Who the Fuck Did I Marry? What else do I need to cover ahead of time? Because I feel like this video is important to give some sort of context. So that way when people jump into the series, they kind of can figure out, oh, let me start at the introduction video and then work my way through.
Jimmy's fine.
A lot of the questions that you all have sent me will be answered when I start and tell the story in order. Everything I'm going to tell you can be verified. There are people in my life who can easily verify.
It's 1.5.
Yes, he really did do that.
Think faster.
Yes, she did go through that. I have no contact whatsoever with my ex-husband in any way, shape, or form. We do not communicate. We do not have mutual friends or anything where we communicate through those people. No contact. I cannot stress that enough because I feel like somebody's going to ask me, do you still talk to him? No. I ain't seen him. I ain't heard from him. I don't want to hear from him. And I will tell the entire story up until the last time I did hear from him and what happened. Yeah, this is my story. So,
okay, before we get started, I'm going to put you guys over here so I can, okay, sorry. Okay, go.
I am just a regular woman who thought she met the one, and I didn't. Most people have never came in contact with a pathological liar. We typically come in contact with like a compulsive liar. It is not the same. A pathological liar has no reason for why they lie. And the lies that they make up, there's no limit to the lie. I was once a psychology major in undergrad. I didn't graduate with a psychology degree, but I'm very comfortable saying that he was a pathological liar. He was a narcissist. And yes, there was some in my opinion, mental health issues going on. Pathological lying part, absolutely. So I
don't know. I don't think I've ever had like a very deep relationship with anybody that's been like a Actually, that's probably not true. Like a narcissist. Like I have dated people that were pathological liars that would just lie about shit that was like, didn't have to lie about that. Like that literally doesn't affect me at all. So like it doesn't. Yeah, it's like, oh, did you brush your teeth? Yeah. No, you didn't. And I don't care if your teeth rot out of your face. But why would you lie about that? Watching the whole thing as much as possible? Yeah. And we're just starting.
Preface all this by saying, you're going to probably think, what in the world? There's no way this happened. Everything you're going to hear me say actually did happen. I never thought I was going to be in some sort of Lifetime movie, but I was. So I will read the comments as best I can. Like I said, I think if you allow me to tell the whole story, things will be answered. And sorry, I do talk with my hands. It's a coping mechanism. So if you're like, why is she moving her hands? Other than that, let's all take a deep breath, buckle in, because
story time.
This was a fucking crazy ride. And if you think it's crazy, imagine how I feel as a person who lived it and had no idea what I was dealing with. I thought I knew, but I truly had no idea who the fuck I married. You like how I twisted that? Anyway. All right, y'all. This is the introduction, so welcome. Part 1 will be up shortly. Please excuse the hair, but here is part 1.
From what I've seen, every single part is like a different location. So I don't know how long it took her to film this, but she quite literally did it. Like, she still got the wraps in.
So I met my ex-husband around March 4th of 2020. We met on Facebook dating site, and we also matched on Hinge. I did not realize that he was on both under 2 different names. So one was his actual name, and the other one was a variation, like a nickname that he called himself. Different pictures.
Yeah, Facebook has a dating site now. I don't know. That sounds horrible. Dude pretended to be a rugby player. Yeah, I don't know. Sal, thank you for the resub, by the way. Sounds like a nightmare. I have not heard good things.
Hell yeah, 15 months sandwich
Originally acquired a
wiggle.
Facebook account. I remember being on Tinder in 2013, right after it had launched. That's it. That's all I got for you.
So it was a running joke between us. Oh, you ain't even recognize that you had matched with me on Hinge. No, I didn't. And also that should have been a red flag. By the way, you will notice in this story, I called it the United Nations of red flags. It is so many red flags that, I mean, you would have thought I was colorblind because I ignored all of them. So anyway, back to the story. We met around March 4th. We exchanged phone numbers.
Also, who's using a dating app in March of 2020? Like, I feel like COVID was so peak that going out to meet somebody off a dating app. I mean, maybe everybody was using dating apps because you weren't going out to, go to bars and stuff. So actually, maybe there was more people on dating apps. That was right before. Oh, yeah. I remember the barbershop I was working at shut down in March. So that would have been as lockdown started.
Called me and we talked on the phone for the first time. In the first phone call, he told me that he had just moved to Georgia from California, from San Diego. His job had transferred him because he was being transferred in as the new regional manager for a major condiment company that is based here in Georgia. I'm not gonna say the name. And so we also talked about his childhood. He told me he grew up in Philly. He's from Philly. Both of his parents were deceased. This is the first phone call. Both of his parents were deceased. His father was a Philadelphia police officer. His mom was a teacher. He also told me he briefly lived in Augusta with his family. He had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. He also had 2 half-brothers on his dad's side. First phone call. So I'm just giving you guys the backstory. This was the first phone call we had. So we talked about family, we talked about friends, we talked about our jobs. At the time, I was working at Georgia State Patrol. And he knew this, and he just thought that was like, wow, so you work with troopers all day. Yes, I did. Also in that phone call, he explained to me that he used to play football. He explained that he used to play arena football. I know nothing about arena football. I know about NFL, I know about college, go Dogs, but I don't know anything about arena football. So he explained to me that he used to play arena football. He used to work at Apple.
What is arena football?
Oh boy, what are we watching?
Drama is what we're watching. Arena football is wild. I thought maybe she would explain it. What is it? football in an arena. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thanks for the 11 months. Almost a year. Stop it. No one knows. Football with walls. Okay. You guys don't know either. All right, great.
In the off season of arena football. And I remember thinking on that phone call, oh, okay, you know, like, good for you. I don't know anything about arena football. And I believe I did tell him that I don't know anything about arena football. That'll come into play later on. So he told me, you know, I just moved here. My job is paying for my housing and they're helping me to look for a house. He was like, right now I'm in Gwinnett County, but I'm trying to look for a house, ideally in Atlanta, like Brookhaven, Sandy Springs. He was like, I really would like to move out there. And so I thought, you know, that's great. You know, you're looking to get a house. You just moved here. He was like, I don't really know too many people here because I spend all my time at work and, you know, this job is really demanding. So that was our first phone call.
Did anybody already look it up? A big condiment company in Georgia. I know she's trying to protect who she's talking about, but we have the internet at our fingertips. Is he making ketchup? Is he making mustard? What kind of condiments are we talking about? It's literally just football with sidelines and walls. Oh, well, shit.
We talked more. He talked
Heinz?
a lot, which took me by surprise because
like, babe, I'm really, it's been a long day at the Ketchup Palace. Just like come home, kick my feet up.
I'm not really used to men talking more than me. He eventually asked me out on a date. Our first date was set for Saturday, March 7th, 2020. He asked me what was my favorite restaurant. I said Cheesecake Factory. And so we agreed to go out at the Cheesecake Factory in a location that was in between. I lived in Clayton County at the time. He lived in Gwinnett County. I realized that if you don't know anything about Metro Atlanta, that makes no sense. But basically, we lived about 45 minutes apart. So we agreed to meet at the Cheesecake Factory over at Perimeter Mall, which is in an area, Sandy Springs, Dunwoody area.
I want to go.
I was excited. Like, I called my friends and was like, I got a date, you know, blah, blah, blah. We'll see how it goes. First conversation was good. Hopefully he looks like his pictures because, you know, that's always an issue with online dating. Hopefully he looks like his pictures. So on my way to our date, I took 285 and literally right before I got to Boulder Crest, the exit for Boulder Crest, I heard a boom and I lost control of my car.
Jesus.
Thank God that well, not thank God, but I knew what to do. So I did not crash, but my tire blew out. So I called him and I said, hey, I'm so sorry, but my tire just blew on 285. I'm slowly making my way off the exit. I believe I pulled into a Chevron gas station and I said, you know, I got to get this fixed. I don't know what to do. Like, I'm a damsel in distress kind of thing. He kind of paused. He got quiet and he was like, you know, tell me exactly where you are. Drop your pin. So I dropped the pin and he came to the gas station. Came to the gas station, got out the car, and I was so relieved that he actually looked like his pictures that I was like, oh my God, he's actually attractive because he's like 6'4", 6'5". Oh, also, man, I apologize. So let me go back to the first conversation. Let me add something. He did tell me in the first phone call that he was divorced, and that his ex-wife, she had 2 children, a boy and a girl, who were teenagers, young adults. I think the girl was about 20, and he said that he had a very close relationship with his stepkids, but that he and his ex-wife had divorced because she cheated on him out in California, and so coming to Georgia was a new beginning for him. She was still out in California. The kids were still out in California, and so, you know, he was like, I can't stand her, but I still want to be in the kids' lives. I have to put that in there because that will come back later. So this is just setting the stage. Again, that first conversation we talked about family, job, friends, how he ended up in Georgia, me being in Georgia, the things that, you know, I would think people talk about in the first conversation. All right, now back to the tire blew out. So he shows up to the gas station. He changes my tire, which I just thought was a sexy.
Which pieces do you think are not going to be real? I mean, you can say all of them. I'm just trying to, like, we already know that he clearly is going to be somebody that is a liar, right? I'm just trying to figure out what parts of it. You think it's all a lie? Okay, no kids. Wife was not cheating on him. He's not actually 6'4". He's got stilts. He's just like 3 people in a trench coat. Okay.
Thing in the world. And then he proceeds to say, hey, I found a tire place around the corner. You need to get another tire. Like, you can't drive on this donut. So he followed me to the tire place and then helped me get a tire, paid for it. So I was definitely like, wow. Damn. And so the vibe was good. So anyway, I get the tire
flowers
fixed.
on the first date. Get her a tire.
Over in Perimeter. We hold hands walking into the Cheesecake Factory. So in my mind, I'm like, this is just this. Oh my God, I had butterflies. That's the look of a woman who had butterflies. So I had butterflies. And we go in, there's a long wait. And so we sit outside and we just talk.
Hand holding in the Cheesecake Factory? Stop it!
The conversation's great, and this is where he tells me what it is he's looking for. He tells me, you know, I believe at the time he was 42. He was like, I want to get married and it be for real. He's like, my parents were married 40 plus years before my mom passed away. And I want that. I want marriage, family, a house. Like, that is what I want. He's like, I'm as a man, I'm ready to get married, but I want it to be for real, because the first time, you know, it really hurt me when she cheated on me. So he's telling me everything that I wanted to hear. And so he was like, what is it that you want? And I said pretty much the same thing. I was like, I'm ready to get married, definitely want to have a family, and I want to marry my best friend. So we both put on the table that we wanted marriage. And this is the end of part 1. All right, who the fuck did I marry? Part 2. So we both put on the table what it is that we wanted. We both had established we were dating for marriage. We were not dating just to date. We were not trying to be friends with benefits and none of that.
Yeah, marriage on the first date is kind of crazy, but also I think that it's really important, no matter how cringe it is, to get out on the table what your long-term goals for a relationship are. Like if you're interested in having kids, if like what kind of life you foresee, if you have those kinds of plans, because I'll tell you from personal experience, if you get a couple years down the road and you realize one person doesn't want to have kids and the other person wants to have kids soon, it can be a sticky situation. So, you know, even though it's awkward, having the kid talk if you're somebody that doesn't want to have kids, I beg you to have that conversation, no matter how awkward it is, because it will be heartbreaking on both ends. And I'm sorry, you can't like that's not, you can go to therapy, you can compromise, but if one person wants to have kids and the other person doesn't want to have kids, there's no compromising. Like, there is no compromise there, because that's a whole human life. Getting on the same page is always worthwhile. Exactly. Assuming they've talked a lot before, but that's also a thing that gets easier with age, you know? Like, I don't feel awkward talking about anything, because I know that the alternative is worse, you know? Like, but I think as you get older, people kind of just like, they're just like, well, you know what I mean? I had that conversation with a girl on the third date and we just mutually agreed to split. Glad we had that talk, right? Yeah, no, it's like, sucks, but also, yeah, I'm not sure how old she is, but she also says that she is desperate to get married ASAP. That's what I see on that show Love is Blind, is that everybody in those pods just wants to get fucking married. I'm already locked in. Is anybody else like locked in? My drama salivary glands are spitting.
So the dinner at Cheesecake Factory went really well. We laughed, we joked, we talked about people, which is kind of up my alley, my sense of humor. It was a good vibe. So at the end of the date, at the end of dinner, we sat in his car and he played this song for me by John Legend. I don't know the name of the song. By the time this video posts, I will put the name at the bottom. I can't remember the song. I just remember that John Legend was talking about, I think I met my wife tonight. And I thought it was a sign. So I was like, oh my God. So anyway, we ended up sitting in the car talking just about life and experiences until about midnight. So during this conversation, he again is telling me how it was, what it was like living in California, how he went out there, he went to San Diego State, he played football for San Diego State. He talked about how, life, he loved it out there, so he stayed. That's when he joined the company. And then he explained that he also did arena football, but only did it for about 2 or 3 years. He claims that while he was doing arena football, the team that he was on won a championship. But again, keep in mind, I don't know anything about arena football. So I was like, okay, I didn't know they had championships. And he was like, he got a little offended, like, yeah, they got championships. And, he was on that team. So he talked to me about how he worked at Apple. He worked something in the IT area of Apple, but within the store. Again, it was one of those, it's like when I tell people I used to work at Amazon. I really wasn't paying much attention to it. Why? So we talked about all that. We talked deeply into what happened with the ex-wife. It's because I asked. He was not volunteering all this information. So in other words, I get very uncomfortable when men start talking about their ex a lot. That's not what happened. I was asking questions because I was really trying to figure out, okay, are you ready for a relationship, or are you still missing her? So we talked about that. We talked about my exes. That was a mistake I made.
might be an unpopular opinion, but I love having the ex conversation because it's like tea. Maybe I'm just like a really unjealous person, but like I love spilling the tea, like talking about like past experiences. I also think it's good to talk about that stuff because a lot of people like really don't like hearing about exes because I think it brings up it's uncomfortable knowing that the person that you like felt about somebody else at some point the same way they feel about you. That feels bad. It doesn't feel good if you think about it too much, but you will know a lot more about who you're with if you know about who they were like with somebody else. And so I love having those conversations, like just fleshing out their experiences. Also, every single relationship that your partner has had makes them into the partner that they are with you, you know? Like those past relationships, as much as you don't want to admit because it's other people, might have taught your current partner something that makes them a better partner to you. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Same results as well. Wait, what do you mean? I don't have a jealous bone in my body in that regard. No. If someone talks about their ex and all they talk about is being the other person's fault, stuff happened. Yeah, I see that. It's same with like when you make friends with somebody who like has a bunch of beef with their ex friends, like they always had some sort of like friend breakup and they're just like, I'd like everybody wants to always start beef with me. Then it's like, you know, if it smells like shit everywhere you go, you should probably check the bottom of your own shoes. How they talk about it shows whether or not have reflected and grown from it or not. Yeah, exactly. But what if it was their fault? If someone listening to Glimpse of Us on, also this guy's love bombing so hard. I don't know if he's love bombing. I think he's being very strategic about knowing what gets to women that like gushy stuff, you know? Like, it is really dangerous if you're a woman that likes gushy stuff because that's really easy for manipulative people to learn the dance of. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with being somebody that likes gushy stuff, but it is unfortunately a really easy thing to manipulate if you're somebody that's like that. Learning what she wants so he can mold to it. Yeah.
Because I talked about how I dated at one point in time somebody I worked with. That will come back later. And he seemed real cool about it. He was like, that was before me and blah, blah, blah. So the conversation was good. Midnight comes.
Anything's possible.
I go home. Yes, I went home. We ended up talking. Mind you, our first date was March 7th. And within about 2.5 weeks, Brian Kemp, our governor, shut Georgia down. We were going to be on lockdown. So during those 2.5 weeks, we talked every day. We went out again at Red Lobster. I remember Red Lobster.
I love Red Lobster.
But everything was going great. The issue was, where are we going to quarantine? So the question was, are we going to quarantine at his place, which he had like a studio type of situation.
Never been?
Clearly where he was staying.
You guys don't have Red Lobster over there. We have to go to Red Lobster. You know what we should do? We should do a stream series next time you're here where I take you to every like big franchisee American restaurant that like you guys don't have. Like Red Lobster. What are other big ones that you guys don't have over there that Americans have? The biscuits at Red Lobster. Oh, Cheesecake Factory, Red Lobster, Chili's, Outback Steakhouse, Ruby Tuesday. God, Ruby Tuesday's shit. It'd be good though. Olive Garden. Do you want to do that? That would be so fun and horrible. Because we'd have to do it like, we couldn't do it all in one stream. I mean, we could, but he'd go home like 10 pounds heavier. I'd rather sit on a cactus. Cool, we're doing that.
It's like a studio apartment, but he kept telling me like this is temporary because I'm looking for a house. Like he showed me the email from a woman who worked at the company where she was out on maternity leave, but she was putting him in contact with a realtor to help him find a townhome or a single family house. So I was just like, okay, this is definitely temporary. Like he's not trying to stay here long term. And she was apologizing in the email. I'm so sorry, this should have been taken care of before you got here, but it wasn't. I saw the email. I read it. I read the email. So the decision was, we're going to quarantine at the studio, or are we gonna quarantine in my house? First mistake I made. Well, there's a lot, but this was a mistake I made. So ladies, caution moment. During one of our dates, because keep in mind, in those 2 weeks, we were seeing each other quite a bit. Nothing physical or anything
Where
like
were
that.
you
Just
dating to?
two people who I thought were really on some, all right, let's see if this is going if this is going to grow into something.
Do you guys consider it like if somebody comes over to your house that you're seeing, like, is that a date? What would you call that? That's not really a date, is it? It's just like hanging out. Cause I'm trying to think, where were they dating? If it was during COVID, you know, hanging out. Not really a date. No. Hang sesh. If you have dinner together, if you've like planned something fancy, you know, you can have a date at home. Yeah, I guess it's as long as you have like some sort of something that's not just like, oh, do you want to come over and watch Netflix? Like hey, do you want to come over? Like if they're like, hey, do you want to come over? I'll cook you dinner. Yeah, that's a date, right? Like that's kind of leaning more in like the date. But if he was like living there, I don't know.
He came to my house. When he came to my house, I had a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhome. He was in the studio. Now, I'm telling you guys all of this in order of how it happened. So some things I'm probably going to insert what I was thinking and the mistake I made. Can I turn this off? No. Okay, so leave that.
Sensual.
And I say that to
playdate.
say that I did not realize inviting him to my home probably made his eyes go, oh shit, she's a keeper. She got this 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhouse, and I'm in like a little studio. Yeah, let me go ahead and pursue this. What I need to do to quarantine here. The decision was made, quarantine at my house. So the state went on lockdown. He came and stayed with me in my home, and for the most part, in the initial beginning, it was fine. It was fine. The reason why I hesitate is because I grew up in the church. So for me, it was really like an internal struggle of, bruh, you always said you would never live with a guy unless he was your husband, and now you living with a dude and he ain't your husband. Like, it was a struggle for me because I knew better. And
Also,
don't
I'm
come
going to come in with another opinion that nobody asked for. I think that living with somebody before you get married is pretty important because you have to figure out if you like living with them, because you can really, really like somebody, but as soon as you are with them every second of, you know, as soon as your comfort space is also somebody else's living there, like things get a little goofy for a bit. Yeah, it's so important. Yeah, exactly. Vouch. Yeah. My grandma was traumatized when my sister moved in with her boyfriend, now husband, before marriage. They might have habits that no idea. You can like really like somebody, but then like, never mind. Don't. Do you, you can like really like somebody, but then as soon as you live with them, you realize that like shut the fuck up. You realize that your lifestyles don't really align, and then you can compromise on that. You know, it's like, hey, I don't really like when you do this. Okay, easy, I'll fix that. But then there's some things that like, you're like, that is how I exist and I'm not fixing it. I'm sorry. Like, I'm trying to think of something for me. Like, what's something that like you do in your own home that if somebody told you that you can't do, you would be like, all right, then get out? I'm trying to think. Yeah, mine might be like staying up late or like, yeah, I exceeded the character limit. What do you mean? Not close the bathroom door? I know somebody that their house didn't have a lock and their partner wouldn't stop coming into the bathroom when they were in the bathroom, and they were like, please stop doing that. And they were like, no.
For me, I'm just telling you, the way I grew up, it was like that. It was not sitting right with me.
Let me
but
write
at
a
the
list.
same time,
Please.
I didn't want to quarantine by myself.
I'd love to
did
see
not
it.
want to. So there we go. So he moved in. We talked about the bills. Let me clear something up that I said in the other video where I said he paid all the bills. He paid all the household bills. He did not pay my car payment, my cell phone, or my car insurance. He paid the rent because my rent at the time was less than $1,000. He paid the utility bills. And so when he's telling me that he's a regional manager, I was like, wow, okay, so you got money. And so he paid all the household bills. So my check really was just taking care of me, myself, and I. And I am not.
Yeah,
this is
where did Georgia renting a house for less than? Is Georgia like crazy cheap? Some people hate beds on the furniture. My cat is sleeping on the foot of the bed, and you're not stopping him. Brody complained about the dog sleeping on the bed. This motherfucker lays in bed with shoes on. So I was like, don't. Do not. Georgia has a lot of construction. It's not too expensive. Jesus. Me being here during this fucking video is a death sentence. I'm fucking out of here. No, I promise. No, stop. Don't leave. I won't make this a roast session. I promise.
It's not gonna make me look good, but it's the truth. It was intoxicating to not have to worry financially about how to pay the bills. It was a wonderful feeling. And so I kind of pushed to the side the fact that, yeah, you shacking up, because it's like, but your page, you don't have to worry right now. Like he's taking care of all of April's bills before April even comes, because this was still March. So we're living together, and I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, he's helping to cook and clean, and then we have a conversation about house. Is he still going to buy a house just for him, or is he going to buy a house where it's for us? Because we are going to try to make this thing work, be official, get married, have a family. So the question now on the table is, what are we going to do? Because I didn't want to stay in Riverdale, Georgia. I did not want to raise a family there. I refused to have a baby in Clayton County. So the decision was made, let's start looking for a house for both of us. Remember, he was already looking for a house for him. But then he was like, you know what? We're together. I plan to marry you. Let's look for a family home for the two of us. He was like, this is how much I was approved for. That's when he showed me the Chase paperwork. It was a letter stating that
talking about
he had
marriage early, but if somebody said that 2 weeks in, I would throw up, probably. That would give me the ick so bad after 2 weeks that I would have a visceral reaction and I would be sick.
Emblem at the top. He showed me a letter stating that he was approved for $700. All right, part 3. Okay. Who the fuck did I marry? So this is when he showed me a letter from Chase with the Chase logo at the top, stating that he had been approved for a mortgage, for a $750,000 mortgage, or a $750,000 house. So he was like, we can't go over $750,000. And I said, I remember asking him, can you afford the mortgage on a $750,000 house? Because I know I can't. This is when he explains to me, I told you how I played arena football. I invested my money really well. So he said, I have money that will help pay for the mortgage. He was like, we're good. Like, I'm financially, I am okay. He was like, that's why I'm able to get approved for $750,000 mortgage. So he told me that his money was in different savings accounts. He said he had an account with Chase Bank, he had an account with US Bank, and he had an offshore account. This is what he told me. The offshore account, I was like, why? And he explained something about, the U.S., the U.S. imposes taxes on money when you have a certain amount in U.S. banks. He was like, so everybody knows that it's smart to have some money in an offshore account. Y'all, look, I live paycheck to paycheck. I was like, okay, that's whatever. I said, so you have the money to pay for a home. I'm also holding in my hand a letter from Chase saying that he was approved for $750,000. So I went off of what I saw. So we contacted a realtor. I won't say his name, but man, if he ever sees this TikTok, I owe this man such an apology. But we contacted a realtor who was based in Cobb County, because I was very adamant I wanted to move back to Marietta, Smyrna area in Cobb County, Georgia. He was fine with that. His whole attitude was, you're gonna be my wife, happy life. So we met a realtor. I would find houses that I wanted to tour. Keep in mind that
you might have.
This was COVID. So at the time, we could not tour a home.
Like I did this yesterday.
So this particular realtor, we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. Not Cobb County, but nevertheless, it's in Douglasville.
Ooh.
I was fine with Douglasville. So we found a house in Douglasville, Georgia. The realtor did a FaceTime tour of the house. The house was a nice home. 5 bedrooms, 4 baths. So we did a FaceTime tour of the home.
Why? Like,
and
no
the home
offense
was listed,
to this lady. Like, I'm like, maybe she's just planning ahead, but like, why the fuck do you need a house with 5 bedrooms? Like 5? I mean, maybe if you're like, I'm gonna live, I guess, okay, here's the thing. I moved a lot when I was a kid. Like I probably lived in like at least 10 different houses. I forget that a lot of people buy their first house to be the house that they're going to live in for the rest of their life. Like which is cool. Like there's a lot of people that like their parents live in the house that their grandparents lived in, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. I have a 3-bedroom and I'm allergic to children. Perfect. Well, shit. That house would be 2 million easy in Australia. You think? In California, it would probably be like 3 million. And it would be in a shitty neighborhood. 2 of the bedrooms will be for the kids. I guess you have one bedroom for you and your partner, 1 bedroom for kids, maybe another bedroom for more kids, an office, and then maybe, I don't know, a guest room. I mean, shit, if you can afford it, whatever. Pop off. Translates to 850,000.
Roughly 400 and something thousand. I really like the house. I could see myself living there. I could see us living there. I could see us with the kid there. This is now April, just for timeline purposes. This is April. So
okay, that's a month because they met March 5th, 2020. So this is literally a month later. They're looking for a house to buy with each other.
Really like the house. He was like, you know what, we'll put an offer in on the house. He was like, if you like it, because again, it was COVID.
I'm pretty sure I've had food in my fridge. That's like, there is multiple food items in my fridge that have been in there longer than this relationship has existed.
We weren't going to be able to see the house in person because the family still lived there. So he said, I'll put an offer in. We'll see if it's accepted.
Putting an offer in on a house you've never seen?
So he puts an offer in. He's telling me he put an offer in.
What?
I need to clarify some things he told me and the things that I actually saw. So for this house in Douglasville, he told me he was putting an offer in. The realtor would call me because one thing that the realtor told us, he was like, if the woman likes the house, typically the house is going to get bought. So he kind of dealt with me a bit more than he did my ex-husband. And again, this is April 2020. This is before we got married. So at the time, he was my boyfriend. So the realtor was calling me and was like, hey, you know, I put the offer in. And what they're asking for is proof of funds.
Yeah, no shit.
And I did not know anything at this time about buying a house.
Getting like proof of income to buy a house is the most annoying thing in the world, especially when you do what I do, because nobody, like when we were trying to get a loan for a house, I was still cutting hair sometime, but I was streaming also at the same time. And as a content creator, no bank wants to give you money unless you make a lot of it. If you make a lot of money, then there's so much money that it's like, okay, well, I don't really understand what you do, whatever. But if you make like enough money to buy a house, but not that much, they're like, I don't even know what you do. I don't want a piece of that. Yeah. Matt went and said, yeah, it's cool. Okay, cool. Here's $450,000. I feel like I'd trust Matt with an opinion though, you know? Like if you were like FaceTiming your realtor, that's one thing, but like I feel like I'd trust Matt with the opinion.
So I was like, hey, you probably need to talk to him because I'm not even listed on the mortgage. Like from the paperwork I saw, it was only in his name. So he called him. I guess they talked. I was not there, but I'm assuming that they had talked. So the boyfriend is coming, my ex is coming home saying, yeah, I talked to so-and-so. I sent him over the paperwork. The offer was approved and they are going to try to do a virtual closing. First, we got to do an inspection. If the inspection goes all well, then we have to do a virtual closing. He also told me that he put down earnest money on the home. He put down, I believe, $5,000. He said, I just transferred the money over to the realtor's account or whatever, so that it could be earnest money for the house. So I'm just like, okay, great. He was like, so
what percent is that? $5,000? That's it? I feel like they wouldn't even accept that as the earnest money. Like that's not. How much was the house? 700,000? Am I remembering that correctly? House was 450,000. That's not. Oh, earnest is different than a down payment. Okay, I was thinking down payment. I was gonna say a down payment for a $450,000 house would have to be like 20,000 at least. Very little. I had to put 8K. Oh, really? I'd put way more than. I think our house that we bought in Oregon was like a little over 300,000. And I can't remember how much we put down on it. I think it was like
This is April. We should be able to get in that house by June.
earnest money shows your intent to
Okay.
buy. Yeah,
No
I think we did that.
So this is what he told me. About 3 or 4 days later, I get a phone call from the realtor, and the realtor is like, "Hey, I'm just checking to see what you guys want to do about that house." So I was confused. I'm at work, and I said, "Oh, I was told that he put an offer in," and the realtor was like, "He did? I didn't know that he put an offer in." And I said, "Well, why wouldn't you know? Like, he told me he put the offer in, and he had paid earnest money, $5,000 earnest money." And so the realtor was like, "Well, let me call him and find out what's going on with that, because I didn't know anything about it." So red flag, of course. So I call him, and he, in true narcissistic nature, he flips the script, and he like goes off. He's like cussing, going off, like he shouldn't. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. He shouldn't be calling you. If he has a question, he should call me, because I'm the one that's on a mortgage. He was like, and now it's going to be an issue.
When me and my ex bought a house, it was such an excruciating process, because the guy that got us I don't remember the name of the what do you call him? Like the guy that got us the loan, right? The mortgage broker or whatever, refused to treat me as 50% of the process. Like would talk to my ex and then would like talk to me like, "Oh my gosh, it's so cute that you are chipping in on this conversation." And I walked out of there the first time, and unfortunately he was really good at his job, so we ended up using him. But I walked out of there and I was like, "I'm not going to come back with you, because there is no point in me being here. He does not think that I am an equal part of this conversation." And so I just like, I didn't go back in there. It was, I was so mad. That was the worst. It was the worst thing ever. He would like ask my ex questions about me when I was right there. Like, does she like da 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 da? Like, is she into da 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 da? It was like the most demeaning I think I've ever felt in my entire life. It was horrible. I was like, yeah. And I'm pretty sure like I put down a larger portion of the down payment too. You actually should have said something to him directly about his behavior. Yeah, wouldn't that have been really nice and great to, wouldn't that have been a great thing for someone to do?
I said, "Well, did you put the offer in with him or not?" And he said, "No, I did not put the offer in with him. I put the offer in with a friend of mine who is a realtor, so I can give him the business." So I did not hear from that realtor again. So I was just like, "Is the house under contract or is it not?" He was like, "Yes, the house is under contract." This is how crazy things work out. About 3 days later, on realtor.com, I'm looking at the house because I was trying to figure out in my mind how I'm gonna decorate. It shows the house is under contract. So show my boyfriend. My boyfriend's like, "I told you it was under contract." He was like, I like, "Did you not believe me?" And I ain't had a heart to say, "Hell no, I didn't believe you." Like, it seemed too good to be true. But once I saw the house was under contract, I absolutely believe that, okay, it's under contract with him. Like, yeah, we're about to do inspection. We are about to move. And so we had driven by the house because, again, keep in mind, the family's still living there. So we had driven by the house. At this point, he was like, "I want us to start looking for furniture so that way we can go ahead and order it. So when it's time to move, the furniture is ready," because, it takes like 6 to 8 weeks sometimes for furniture.
I'm like so intrigued to see how this is not going to be true, because they're fully buying a house. Like, how is he going to lie his way? Like, I don't understand. Like, this is going to be a lie, but I'm trying to figure out how
To be delivered if they don't have it in stock. Like, he was very methodical and planning and saying, "This is what we need to do." So we started going to Home Depot, Lowe's, because we had a printout of what the sellers were going to take. They were going to take the appliances. He had a printout. Let me be clear. He had a printout. So it said on there that they were going to take the appliances. So we needed to get a new stove, new refrigerator, new microwave, all that stuff. So we went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and I went ham. I chose all these new appliances, and here's where we get into the shopping. All right, part 4. So we go to Home Depot, we go to Lowe's. I'm choosing all these appliances. He's taking pictures of the SKU number. We have representatives helping us, and he basically explained to them, "Hey, we're buying a house. We should be closing sometime in June."
How the fuck do you go buy furniture without ever having been? Like, I'd rather move into an empty house and sleep on the floor than go buy furniture before I've even seen the house. Like, no offense, but like, how dumb do you have to be to like just be like, I'm gonna fully furnish my house before I've even walked in there? You know what I mean? Like, you're just signing up to spend like money that you're gonna have to, educate decision without seeing it. It's probably his own house. Do you think, if you've watched this, don't make a prediction, but do you think that like, do you think it's like a house and he's gonna like take the money that she's gonna pay and then put it, like pocket it? That would be diabolical. I don't even know how that would. Yeah. Get a studio apartment though. Did he though? I guess did she go there? Did she ever go there? Huh.
Can we order this stuff now? Can I put a hold on it? Like, what can we do? Because we're not ready for delivery. I stood there. As the Home Depot rep said, we can hold it in our warehouse. Like, you can buy something and we can hold it. People do it all the time, especially with COVID. So I watched him pay. I want to say it was about it was either $350 or $500. I watched him pay a deposit on a whole new set of appliances for them, and they were going to hold it until we were ready for delivery. I watched this. So I was like, okay, good deal. Like, we got the appliances. Next, let's go to Rooms to Go and Ashley Furniture and find actual furniture. So we went all around Rooms to Go.
Furniture is so
Ashley Furniture,
unnecessarily expensive.
And I
like, Ashley Furniture is like mid-tier furniture that's like 30% more expensive than it needs to be. Like, you can go to probably like a Habitat for Humanity and buy furniture is so fucking expensive. I'm a big like buy furniture cheap person. Habitat for Humanity is awesome for furniture. It's fucking awesome for furniture. It's dirt cheap for stuff that like could pass off as new. It's awesome.
I saw all these things that I wanted. Again, he's taking pictures of it. He was like, I can go online and order
furniture shopping on Fitbit sounds dreadful.
Because again, I just saw it.
Furniture shopping would be fun.
So I was like, okay, that's
Spending
fine.
Money sucks though.
So April turns into May. May 2020 comes.
March,
this
April,
is
May.
where things start to get a little interesting.
My Lux.
May comes, and obviously we had not done inspection. And I'm asking him all the time, what's the deal with the house? He was like, because of COVID.
I was about to say not doing an inspection on a house for buying it is insane, but I didn't do that. But we had rented the house for like 3 years and then bought it. So if anybody knew about the shit that was going to go wrong in that house, it was us. So we ended up not doing an inspection because it was just like, fuck.
They're trying to get someone to do the inspection, but the guy that it was always something. The guy they had caught COVID, so they're going to have to get somebody else. And he's like 15 houses backed up, so it'll be a while. So at this point in May, I know I look crazy. In this point in May of 2020, I started recording audio diaries. I don't know why. It was something just made me just start recording my thoughts in an audio diary, and I still have them. And I would save them by the date, and I would just start talking about what's on my mind. So I was like, I knew there was something was nagging me, like, but I kept pushing it out of my mind. I was like, you saw, this is what I reminded myself. You saw.
Trust the red flags. I'm gonna grab an apple and turning my speaker on.
The house is under contract. You know that he told you that he's the one who put the house under contract. Why would, I remember saying to myself, why would he lie about that? This is so easy to verify. Why would he lie about that? Have you caught him in any other lie? And at the time, the answer was no. So I really was like, maybe you just aren't used to a guy who actually does what he's supposed to do. Like, I was questioning myself and then answering my own questions. So inspection didn't happen. Around mid-May, I found out I was pregnant. May 2020. When I found out I was pregnant, he was ecstatic, and I was like, oh shit. The reason why I was oh shit is because, number one, I'm plus size. Number two, because of my age, I felt like it was probably gonna be a high-risk pregnancy. And I wasn't married. And that nagged. I cannot tell y'all how much it nagged me. There was a lot of internal struggle in between. My family didn't even know that he had moved in at this point. I told them, that I was pregnant, went to the doctor, everything looked good. But again, because it was COVID, he couldn't go in with me into the actual room. So, doing any sort of ultrasound, doing the blood test, because my HCG levels were really high. So the doctor was like, hey, it might be twins. We don't know yet. You're still kind of early along. They gave me a due date. Due date was January 26th of 2021. So yeah, May, found out I was pregnant. So there was now more of a push into, we gotta get a house. We gotta get the fuck up out of here. I'm not having a baby in Riverdale. Okay, nothing against Riverdale, but I ain't having a baby in Riverdale. So we need to find out what's going on with this house. And so he was on top of it. He had an answer for everything. He was like, I'm gonna call and find out what's going on, blah, blah, blah. He then magically told me about a week later, oh, they're going to do inspection on the house like in 2 days. So I was just like, okay, keep in mind, I'm taking his word for it. I'm taking his word for all this. So he's like, they're going to do an inspection. Once we get the inspection report back, then we will know what we are going to be responsible for. What are we getting ourselves into?
Muted my mic, of course they go away.
I guess they did an inspection. He showed me an inspection report. The only thing that they said that the roof had just recently been replaced, which I remember he was very happy about. And the issues that there were for the house were minor. It was not a bad, because we did have a discussion about it. He was like, it's nothing that we can't handle. Then he said that we were set to close the end of May. We were set to close the end of May. He told me it was going to be a virtual closing.
What is a virtual
what the hell is
closing?
A virtual closing? Because again, he's saying because of COVID, people are not closing in the office. They're doing a virtual closing where you would need to electronically sign the paperwork. This is what he's telling me. And so he was like, we're set to close.
When you close on a house, you go in to, it's not the realtor's office. It's like I can't remember the name of the establishment. Does anybody remember what the name of the places that you go? There's like a name for it. They literally give you title office. Yeah, title office. You go in and it is a fucking stack of paper. It takes like 30 minutes to sign everything. Because sometimes they tell you each thing you're signing. Sometimes they sit you down and slap several times and they ask if you can handle this house. They have a light. It's like a interview. It's a massive stack. A notary came to my house. When I signed off of my house, I was already living in California when I signed off of my house, and somebody got sent to my house to sign. I signed off of my house on the sidewalk outside of my house in LA.
It was like just before Memorial
Taxes
Day.
fucking sucked.
And so, for some reason, again, there's still that nagging part. For some reason, I didn't start packing.
Caitlin.
Anyone that knows me will tell you I hate moving. I've done it enough in my life. I hate moving. But I did not start packing up that house at all. I was just like,
she knew.
I'm pregnant. My body was changing so fast that it was like I can barely keep my eyes open half the day. And so, no, I didn't start packing. And I remember I did record, again, I was recording audio diaries just about every day. When something didn't sit right, I would verbally record it in the audio diary because I was like, I don't know what it is, but there's something. That was the theme of our relationship. I don't know what it is, but I know there's something. And so
I literally always trust your gut. Literally always. I swear to God, I don't know anybody that has gotten into a relationship and been like, oh man, I really had red flags at first, but then it just cleared up. Like, have you ever heard anybody say that they got massive red flags at the beginning and then it just went away? I guess maybe nobody would ever admit that, but like,
remember talking to myself in my little prayer closet, because that's where I would do my recordings. And I remember thinking, what if we don't get this house? Like, what if he's lying? But again, there goes that thought process of, why would he lie about this? Like, who makes up that they're buying a house when in fact they're not? And then he's showing you all this paperwork. Like, come on, you can't be that jaded that you don't even believe what's in front of you. All right? So now we're going to go into part 5. Okay, part 5. Who the fuck did I marry? So I'm questioning all this stuff in my head out loud on my audio diaries. And then once again, I'm like, but look at what he's giving you. Like, he's paying. It wasn't a question about money. It was just a question of, are we really about to move into this house? And
3 months to be pregnant and about to buy a house with somebody. Like, let's see, where are we at? We're almost March. So February, January, like, imagine meeting somebody at the beginning of December and then right now you're pregnant and you're buying a house. Like, December was like, I'm trying to think of what were we doing in December? Like, we were playing Minecraft in December. I'm trying to pick some sort of like landmark to like put in perspective, like how long ago December felt. Yeah. It's crazy. Those people are still on that fucking cruise. All of this happens. Made food that lasted longer. I think I have things in my fridge that have been in my fridge that long. Granted, it's stuff that can be in my fridge that long, but I do.
Keep in mind, he's paying all the household bills. He still is. So we were supposed to close before Memorial Day. We didn't. There was an excuse. There was always an excuse with him. Always an excuse. And I didn't know enough about the process to question stuff because I really wasn't involved the way I should.
That's such a bad feeling.
And it was giving me a lot of anxiety.
That's such a bad feeling to be in a situation where you don't want to question the process because you're afraid to look stupid and you're afraid you like don't know enough about it. So you just like.
I'm pregnant with a lot of anxiety.
That's how I feel about my taxes.
And if I'm gonna be 100% honest with y'all, I was not expecting that I was probably going to have a healthy pregnancy because I was stressed. And what I was stressed about is I didn't know what was going on because I wasn't really involved the way that a normal relationship would be involved.
Yeah, where's she driving?
So we did not close. We moved now into June. This is now going into June. Around June 5th, I looked at the house again on Realtor.com. I don't know what made me do it other than, and I don't mean to sound super spiritual. I know that people are like, you may or may not believe in God, but I'm telling you, I believe with all my heart. Probably the Holy Spirit was like, look at that house on Realtor.com. So I looked at the house on Realtor.com. This was around June 5th. It showed that the house was off the market. And I remember being like, okay, wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because ex-husband is telling me we're about to close on the house. We're about to close. It's our house. We got furniture, He's also telling me that he's been in contact with the realtor, his friend, who was telling him, this is what was happening next. Here's what's going on. So the guy that we initially worked with apparently is completely out of the picture. But again, I was not heavily involved. So I'm just like, let me look at the house. I see it's off market. What the fuck does off market mean? Like, now I'm really freaking out. So it shows the name of the real estate agent for the seller. I don't remember her name. I called her and I said, I said, my husband and I, even though I wasn't married, my husband and I were looking at this house.
It seems like he bought the furniture, right? Because I remember her saying that she saw him buy the furniture. Or am I crazy? He bought the furniture. Okay, God. Which I'm going to make a prediction. Like, I bet he bought the furniture and then like refunded while the stuff was still in the warehouse or whatever.
123 Main Street.
Put down a deposit.
And we really wanted to tour it, but now I'm showing it's off market. Is it not available? Or, I pulled that card and she was like, oh, no, ma'am. The home closed yesterday. It closed June 4th. Again, there's certain dates I just remember. And I said, oh, it closed June 4th? I was like, really? And she said, yes, ma'am. She was like, my sellers sold the house. And I was like, oh, man, okay. Well, I said, my husband and I really wanted, we love the pictures of it, and we're getting ready to start a family, so I would have loved to have been able to, have the opportunity to see it. I asked her something. I don't remember the specific question I asked her, and I know why I asked the question, because I was anticipating that my boyfriend at the time was going to have some sort of excuse. So I asked her something about the buyers, and I remember, and somehow, again, forgive me, I don't remember the question I asked her, but the answer was that it was an older white couple. So I get off the phone with her, I record an audio diary, and in the audio diary, I specifically say, okay, there is no house. He's going to have to get out of this lie somehow. Because now I realize, at the very least,
she's not married to him yet. I just want to put that into perspective. It says, who the fuck did I marry? She's not married to him yet. So this does turn into a marriage.
He was lying about him being the one who was under contract. I knew enough about that. So I was like, what, how is he going to get out of this? Again, I've listened to the audio diary in 2024. I literally said in that audio diary, how is he going to get out of this lie?
He must have a crazy lie.
And I was trying to think of ways on how he's going to do it. And something said to me, because I say it on the audio diary, I said, he's going to say it's a bad deal. And he's going to say he wants to pull out. Y'all keep in mind, I am pregnant. So I had a decision to make.
I don't know, John. I think it's not 6 months. I feel like the de facto here is way longer. I don't know. Let's see. De facto United States. This is not. What is the de facto marriage? The marriage despite non-compliance with the grounds release jurisdictions. It's not giving me answers. Common law marriage is like half a decade. I thought it was like 5 years. Let's ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT will know. What is the de facto marriage in United States? In the United States, the de facto form of marriage is typically referred to as common law marriage. Common law marriage is a legal frame rate. How many years do you have to be in a relationship in the United States for it to be considered a common law marriage? There is no specific duration of time required for the relationship to be considered a common law marriage. Instead, factors such as cohabitation and presenting themselves married to others may be more significant. So I guess there isn't really? Huh. Maybe it's just not like a set in stone one. 6 months. That's really fast for you guys.
You're about to have a baby with this man. He's paying all the household bills. Let him get out of the lie. And that's what I did. I purposely made the decision that I knew he was going to come back, and I knew he was going to give me some bullshit on why he couldn't buy the house, because he didn't know that I knew that house is already sold. The house is already sold. And this is the part where I said, I'm gonna be honest, even though it's gonna make me look bad, because most women in their right mind would have been like, I'm out. And I didn't. So, oopsies. Sure enough, he came home. He didn't really say anything that day. The next day I asked him about the house, and he said, my friend, the realtor, he was like, I'm talking to him because something's going on with the interest rate. And when he said that, I felt so much relief, because I knew that I had been prepared for, he's gonna give you some bullshit. So when he said there's something with the interest rate, I said, you know what? If this is literally what I said, y'all. If the interest rate isn't good, then we shouldn't move there. We should probably let this house go. We should cancel whatever furniture we ordered, or appliances, and let's just look for another house. I said I would like to be moved before the end of the year. I said I really don't want to be 9 months pregnant, moving into a house.
Interest rates are like 2% then.
To be done with this before then. And the way I said it was so calm, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna call the friend, the realtor, and tell him I'm backing out of the house, and I'm gonna see if I can get my earnest money back. And I remember looking at him, I was standing in the kitchen, and I cocked my head to the side, and I said, okay, get your earnest money back, and let's find another house. And so that's how that first house fell through.
I think ours was probably the same crowd. I think it was like 2.3.
I keep looking at this to see how much time I have, because they only give you 10 minutes. So this is part 5. Part 6 is coming up. But subsequently, what ends up happening the next week, which is mid-June, I was at work, and I started cramping, started bleeding. And at this point, my doctor, I had just had an ultrasound earlier that day. So I went to work, because the ultrasound was fine. I went to work, and the cramping and the bleeding started, and I started crying because I kind of knew what was going on. And my doctor had called me and told me that when they did the ultrasound, they did not see a heartbeat. So she was like, this pregnancy is not going to be viable. So I'm crying and hysterical, and now we're going to get into part 6.
It's such a conflicting thing. Okay, the hair is a sleigh, turns out. Like being pregnant with a baby with somebody that you know is a gigantic red flag, but then the alternative being like, well, fuck, like it's now we're losing both ways.
Okay, so this is part 6 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So
I'm glad that we got the result of the hair, though. I was really invested in how the hair was going to turn out. So
So obviously, my doctor had called and told me there was no heartbeat, the pregnancy was not viable at that point, and I was cramping and spotting at work. Went into my best friend's office and immediately started crying. She was like, "What's going on?" And I said, I told her what the doctor said, and she grabbed her keys, grabbed her purse, and was like, "Let's go, I'm taking you home." On my way home, I called my boyfriend and told him what the doctor said, and he was like, "I'll meet you at home." So he was coming from Duluth, went straight home. And so about 24, 48 hours later, I had a doctor's appointment, and my doctor gave me 3 options. First option, let everything happen naturally. Your body will expel the fetus on its own. Second option, you can take a pill which will induce expelling the fetus at home. The pill basically will cause you to contract and expel. The third option was to go into the hospital and do a DNC. I did not want to do a DNC because I did not want to be in a hospital with COVID going on.
As a DNC, do they go in and just like take the fetus out? Like, so you don't have to wait for your body to like expel it, I would imagine.
And for whatever reason, I did not do the option of let it happen naturally. So I chose to do the pill. His birthday was June 17th. My ex's birthday was June 17th. So the decision was made, we're going to celebrate his birthday that day, go out to eat. And then that night I would take the pill because we both were off from work the next 2 or 3 days. So went out to eat to try to celebrate as best we could, and then took the pill that night. That night was the most traumatic, excruciating pain I've ever put my body through. I do not recommend any woman, prayerfully you don't have to go through that, but I don't recommend taking that pill. If you don't have to, don't do it. I spent the whole night in the bathroom just crying in so much pain. I couldn't take, they gave me a narcotic. I couldn't take it because I found out I was allergic to it, so it was causing me to projectile vomiting. It was a mess. So, and he was right there. You know, he was scared that he needed to take me to the ER. But in the morning, the pain kind of subsided. So about 72 hours later, I had another doctor's appointment where the purpose of this appointment was to do an ultrasound to see if everything had passed.
Oh yeah,
Everything
like
did not pass.
just the worst cramps.
It was like, we're gonna have to do a DNC.
I still have to do that.
For the first week of July. My boyfriend, my ex, was going to take me. That was always the plan. 2 days before my procedure, he comes home and tells me that he is up for a promotion. He's up to be promoted to VP. Because of this, the president of the company, is coming in, and it was going to be this huge business meeting he had to go to. The business meeting was scheduled for the day of my surgery. And so I'm throwing a fit because I was like, you there's no way you can do that meeting. Like, I need you to take me to the hospital and all this other stuff. And so he offered to have his sister take me to the hospital. Apparently his sister lived in Douglasville. I was like, no, because I've never met her. Like, I'm not having a stranger take me to the hospital. No, this is a private situation. I don't want to do that, blah, blah, blah. So my aunt was going to offer to take me.
There is a very limited amount of things that could be going on that would make it so that you aren't the one in there holding their hand while they're getting that. Like, there are some things, I'm gonna be honest, there are some things that I would be like, you know what? Life goes on. But those things are on a post-it note, a tiny sticky note.
And then my friend who took me home from work had offered to take me. So at that point, we get into an argument because he's like, my sister is, you about your family, so why can't she step in? And I was like, no, because I don't know her. Period. I don't know her. So
how do you not know her? I guess it's only a couple months in.
Distressed that he's saying he has a business meeting and he can't take me. So I remember being on I-75 on the connector on the phone with her crying because I was so embarrassed that he wasn't going to be the one to take me and that I was needing to rely on someone else to take me to the hospital in order to get a DNC done. And she was really great. She was like, girl, this is why you have a village. Like, it's okay. Things happen. The world is crazy right now. I will take you. You're going to be okay. So he did not take me to the hospital for my DNC. My friend did. She could not stay because of COVID protocol. So when they wheeled me into pre-op after I got checked in, I texted him and was just letting him know, hey, here's the update. I'm about to, I'm in pre-op. They're going to get me prepared to go back to the surgical ward or whatever. And the response I got was from his new executive assistant named David. Now, when he told me he was up for the promotion, he did tell me that part of getting this new job would be that he would get an executive assistant named David. And he did tell me, I'm going to make sure that I inform David, if you get a text from this number, meaning from me, pull me out of the meeting because, my fiance's having a procedure done, and I'm picking her up. So
when did they get engaged? Did I miss that? Did the engagement, was the engagement, did I miss that? I didn't miss that, right? And gotta give her props, she's really strong for reliving all of this. Yeah, and 5 hours worth, that's a tale. You never said they were engaged. Maybe, like, I know that sometimes people, if they've been together for X amount of time, they'll like say fiance even if they're like not engaged, for like legitimacy, so that people will like, you know what I mean, like, because it feels more whatever. But that's so fast. That's weird. Or maybe they just decided they're getting married. That's weird to me. Yeah, I don't know. She's ex-husband, fiance, boyfriend. Yeah, I don't know. That's not uncommon for some people to just like ease into the fiance role without ever like having that engagement, you know?
It's important that you come get me if it's something serious. So I text him. David responds. He said, yeah, Mr. Blah Blah told me that you are having a procedure done. If you need me to get him, I can go get him. He's in a meeting. Just let me know what you need. And I just said, no, don't bother him. I'm just giving an update that they're about to take me back. And David responds and says, I'm so sorry you're going through this. Please let me know if there's anything I can do.
I'm so sorry you're going through this.
I wake up and I am now in recovery. I should be in recovery 45 minutes up to an hour and a half. I wake up, first thing I ask, and I remember asking, is where is so-and-so? The nurse who was so sweet, you know.
You should make up a name for him.
You're doing great. She said, we spoke to your fiance. He's on his way. So I said, okay, I kind of dozed back out, but I could still hear everything that was going on. I just could not keep my eyes open to save my life. So I hear her talk to the other nurse, and that's when she said, Dr. So-and-so called her fiance, and his executive assistant picked up. And the executive assistant said that he was in a business meeting, and that, you could relate to him what you need to say, and he'll tell the fiance. And my doctor was like, hell no, HIPAA, I need to speak to him. So apparently my fiance called the doctor back about 30 minutes later, and the doctor informed him she'll be ready to be discharged in about an hour. You can make your way and come pick her up. He said he was on his way. He was on his way from Duluth to Atlanta, which is not a huge distance, but the time of day, one thing about Atlanta, there's always traffic. So he should have been there within the hour. I should have only been in recovery an hour and a half. Let's go to the next part. Part 7, who the fuck did I marry? So I should have been in recovery at Northside Hospital for about at most an hour and a half. Subsequently, I ended up being in recovery between 3 to 3.5 hours. The nurses kept calling my ex, asking, what's the status? Because they were actually getting ready to do a shift change. So they kept calling, asking, what's the status? What's the status? Like, where are you? I want to say that they called a total of 3 times, and they spoke to him twice. So at this point, I knew that they were all like, where's her fiance? Like, what is going on? He said he was stuck in traffic, and so he was making his way there. He eventually did get to Northside Hospital, and they wheeled me down, because again, he couldn't come in just because of the protocols. So when I got in the car, and I'm in pain, but yet drugged up, couldn't keep my eyes open, I was just out of it. But I remember him calling my aunt and my mother and letting them know I picked her up, we're on the way home, let me get her settled, and then I'll give you guys an update. I remember that. What I did not know was that he had texted my aunt and my mom and asked them to not bother me for like a week. Like, just please don't reach out to her. Let her just rest. I am from New Jersey. I am from an African-American family.
I feel like I'm missing crucial information with all these ads. I need all the juice.
Sorry if the alerts jump scared. Thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. Not the isolating. Yeah, he's saying to not bother her at all. I'm gonna I think I'm gonna mute the alert box. I'm not gonna turn it off so you'll still see it, but I don't want it to jump scare anybody. Thank you for the 4.
Tell my black mama or my black aunt that
no, you're good. You're good. It was the video was much louder, and then this part got really quiet, so it was.
I'm just interjecting that part. I'm trying to stay in the timeline, but he did apparently do that, and my aunt was like, "Why will fuck you up?" Anyway.
Yeah, no kidding.
Go home. He waits on me hand and foot. I recover. Just needed about 24 to 48 hours to just get my mind right. During this time, in between when the house in Douglasville fell through, we had not talked about a house. So I guess it was about a week later after the DNC. He decides that, do you want to start looking for a house again? Excuse me, I have hiccups, y'all. Do you want to start looking for a house again?
Relatable.
Because of what happened with the house in Douglasville, I felt like I was smarter this time to say, I want to be involved in every aspect, because I don't know what the fuck happened with that house in Douglasville. But what I do know is that he lied to me. I didn't know then what I know now. I just knew he lied about I knew he lied about being under contract. So I told him, I said, I don't want to work with your friend who I've never met, never talked to.
Yeah, no
I know
shit.
that he has talked to him because he's talked to him in front of me. And I'm going to demonstrate on one of the videos how he used to do his phone calls. Don't worry, it's coming. So we found a new real estate agent. Really nice guy. His name was Scott.
It's just, we're an hour in and I am so bamboozled why she's still around. I mean, he must have just been playing the game. She's not really talking about all of the stuff that he was doing right, because I'm sure that he was like doing all these things that were, the like checking all of the boxes that weren't real, Yeah, he's 6'4", careful. So I'm curious. I wish that I knew more about like the stuff that he was doing that was like making her stick around, because that just is a mess.
And we told him what the budget was. And Scott was like, okay, when you guys are ready, we can start looking at houses. Try to look for houses that are empty, because you can actually tour those. If it's a house where someone's already living in there, chances are it's going to be a virtual tour because of COVID. So I found a house that I absolutely, in total, we must have looked at about 15 houses. But I found a house in Smyrna that I absolutely loved.
Cute.
We toured the house. Everything about this house was perfect. The house.
Oh, and they actually went and looked at the house. Big.
$699,000. It was a brand new construction build. The only issue was that the basement was not finished, and he wanted the basement to be his man cave. Again, I went with him to tour this house. So this was already feeling very different than the situation in Douglasville, because we did not actually tour the Douglasville house. We only did a FaceTime virtual tour. This house in Smyrna, we toured. We toured this house more than once. And it was gorgeous, fucking gorgeous. So we talked about it. He said that he had the money. Again, the price was $699. He said he felt comfortable
$6.99
putting in an all cash offer.
I'll do, for anybody that's just joining, I'll try to do this once an hour because I know people are going to be coming in. Like, I'll do a recap. So I don't actually know what this girl's name is. She met a guy on Hinge during COVID. They got together in March. Things moved really quickly. He was kind of sketchy. He was like, can I move into your house? Risa? Okay. Can I move into your house? Hey, let's buy a house together. They started moving towards buying a house together. Everything about how he was going about buying a house was really sketchy. She came to learn that wasn't true because she talked to the realtor and the house had been sold to somebody that wasn't them, and he pulled out of the house, was just lying about a lot of stuff. They got pregnant. She lost the baby. He was really sketchy with like, I'm not going to show up to take you to the doctor. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Basically, he's lying about everything, and this is 4 months into their relationship. And they're not married yet, but we still got a bit to go.
If you remember on the videos before, he told me he had money in his savings from when he played football. So when he said an all cash offer, even I knew
Tinder Swindler is
like,
good. That's a great one.
You could cut a cashier's check for $699,000, and he told me he did. He had money in savings from when he played football, and he was very comfortable paying all cash for this home.
What?
So the real estate agent, Scott, sent over the paperwork. The paperwork was sent in both of our names. It was sent to my email. That was another thing that I changed after Douglasville. Everything gets sent to me, and then I will be sure that he signs it. So he sent it to me. I looked over the offer. We were going to put in an all-cash, full-price offer with a request to have the basement finished. Also, we were requesting for the seller to give us an answer within 24 hours.
I could be dumb, but it's crazy to like, they went about buying a house, it fell through, and then the second house they try to buy, he's like, oh, by the way, I have $700,000 cash. So that didn't come up for the first house, but I just want to throw that in here.
We were requesting a quick closing. These are just some of the things I remember. I remember 24, like I didn't want to wait on, y'all think about it. 24 hours, let us know if you're accepting the offer or not. And then also a quick closing because it was a new construction. So we didn't have to wait for the current tenant.
Yeah, what kind of ketchup they selling?
So I watched in our bedroom as he pulled it up because it was a electronic document. He signed his name to the offer for $699,000 cash. He requested again, the seller let us know in 24 hours if they were accepting the offer. So we submitted the offer at around 6 p.m. We were requesting that by 6 p.m. the next day, they let us know if the offer was accepted or not. I watched him sign the offer. I sent the offer back to Scott from my email. All parties had signed. Scott texted us and said, I got it. I'm submitting it. I will let you know what they say. Let's go into part 7. Sorry, let's go into part 8. Good grief, this is getting long. Okay, so I just want to clear up some things that I realized.
Fuck part 7, I guess.
Some confusion. So just allow this video to serve as a stop sign.
Oh, that was part 7, maybe.
First of all, the story, background. He was born in Philly, raised in Philly, and moved to Augusta. Story is that he moved to Augusta for high school. After high school, he went to college at San Diego State. Enjoyed San Diego State, stayed in San Diego for quite a while. Got married out in California, had a house in California, played arena football out in California, but his family was back here in Augusta, Georgia. He still had a lot of family up in Philly, but for the most part, he had a sister in Augusta, he had a sister in Douglasville, he had a brother in Baltimore, he had another brother in Philly, and he had a brother in Nashville. So I just want to clarify that in terms of not the demographics, but the geography. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to San Diego State for college, played football, stayed at San Diego, got married out there, but still had quite a bit of family here in here in Georgia. He also had a sister, I think I said, who lived in Douglasville. I have physically met his aunt who lived in Augusta. I've met his brother who lives in Augusta. I have spoken on FaceTime with a brother who lives in Baltimore. And then I will demonstrate how he used to talk to the brother that lives in Philly.
It doesn't seem like whenever I hear stories about people who get bamboozled by this, it always blows my mind because I'm like a chronic Googler. Like I look up everything and I'm constantly just like, you know what I mean? Like if anything was sketchy, I'd be, you know what I mean?
I missed that. In terms of the proposal.
Yeah, can she not see his bank account?
I simply didn't want to share it because it was embarrassing. Basically, he gave me 3 ring options. We went to a jeweler at the Mall of Georgia.
I was the brother in Baltimore.
3 rings. I told him which one I liked the most because I knew it wasn't a romantic proposal at all. I knew which ring I liked the most. I told him which one. He basically said, when I'm ready, I'll give you the ring and I'll propose. Fast forward about... I guess it was summer because I was actually pregnant when the ring came. We were sitting at the dinner table. He took the ring box out of his pocket, slammed it on the dinner table, and I was like, what is this? He was like, open it. I opened it.
So romantic.
And that was the ring that I had wanted, that I chose at the jeweler. And he was like, all right, so this means that you're going to be my wife. I was pregnant. So, again, when I asked y'all to give me grace, it's because there are certain things that's just like, girl, what was you thinking? Trust me. There's no excuse.
Must have been, it was at a Red Lobster.
So there was never a, will you marry me? It was more
you gonna be my wife.
We're living together. We're having a baby together. We need to get married because the backstory also was that his dad was a retired police officer, but at one point his father was a pastor. So he could quote the Bible like nobody's business, as we all know. So can Lucifer. But anyway, he could quote the Bible like nobody's business.
She's going backwards a little bit. So I think she's kind of probably explaining why they were engaged. You know what I mean?
So
bring out the ring.
That's how we ended up engaged.
Bring out the lobster.
I will find a picture and I will try to post it. But I was wearing the ring. Don't worry, there's more to that story as well. So just wanted to clarify some things for the people who were like, wasn't it weird that he had a sister who lived close, but he's from Philly? So I just wanted to definitely bring clarity to what he told me was the backstory. Born in Philly, came to Augusta for high school, went to California for college, played football at San Diego State, played football and arena football, worked at Apple, and then joined a condiment company in California, who then transferred him.
The pivot from Apple to ketchup is
in California.
wild.
He told me he got divorced in California. That is important as well. That will come up again later. And so the ex-wife, at this point in time, at the time that I'm telling you, part 7, which is the last video I just posted, the ex-wife lived in California with her 2 kids, his 2 stepkids. The 2 stepkids were 17 and 20 or 21, but they were that age group. And he was saying that he was very close with them, so he wanted to keep a tight relationship with them. And he talked to them, if not every day, every other day. When I say, when I say this, I need y'all to understand. When I say that he talked to someone, it means that he was on the phone in front of me talking to the person. I hope that, because I will touch back on this. He was on the phone in front of me talking to the person. So he talked to his siblings every day. He talked to his aunt almost every day. He talked to his family the way I talk to my family almost every day. And
How
again,
do
I
you
will demonstrate
fake
how he used
that?
to do the phone calls. I will also demonstrate how he used to do the work phone calls, because he called me every single day from work. And he would talk to people while he was on the phone with me. And I could hear people in the background. But that's a whole nother part. So again, buckle your seats.
I
promise I'll
don't
read you the
even
comments and read your
know how
questions, but I
that's
wanted to
gonna-
end this video just to clarify some stuff. Hopefully this helps. And honestly, I know people are fascinated by this, but more than anything, I hope that there's a woman watching this and she's saying to herself, okay, it's time for me to ask some questions.
Yeah, no shit.
That's my hope. All right, part 8 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So we submitted an offer on the house in Smyrna. I sent it over to Scott, our realtor, and next day comes, Scott asks if we can take a phone call. So he calls us and tells us that the offer was not accepted and the builder did not do a counteroffer. We don't exactly know why. We don't exactly know why he didn't accept it, but the bottom line is that we figured out later on that he didn't want to finish the basement. So the offer was not accepted. The house fell through.
Oh, crazy.
I was okay with that because, again, I knew he had put in an offer. So we continued looking at other houses. We found another house in Smyrna that he really liked. I thought that it was way too big for just the two of us.
The houses are getting
and so the price of this
prettier.
home was much higher than the $750,000 that Chase had approved for the mortgage. So what he explained to me was that he was willing to do the $750,000 mortgage, and he was also willing to put a significant amount of the money in savings on the house, which meant that he was now comfortable going from $750,000 up to about $900,000. Again, his whole explanation was, I have the money where I can put down a substantial down payment, bring down the price of the home, and then basically mortgage the rest of it. So that was now the plan. I was not comfortable with a home over $900,000. But again, keep in mind, I saw the Chase paperwork. So I was like, I just feel more comfortable sticking at the $750,000 mark. That's what you were approved for. Let's go with that. By this point, this is now fall of 2020. We had been talking about marriage. I had
Jesus.
my ring.
Not
He had
even
made
a
VP at the
year.
company. And again, he was calling me every day from work. I need to kind of explain how the company was ran, because when you think VP, you would think he would be in an office. It was a condiment company, so they actually were producing the condiments, and I'm not saying the name of the company on purpose, but they were producing the condiments in this particular plant location. So a lot of times, he would simply tell me that he walked the floor, checking in with his subordinates, basically. Now, how did he go to work? For the most part, at this point, he left before I woke up. However, pretty much he wore dress pants, kind of like a dark navy blue cargo pant, and he had a polo shirt with the company logo on it. What I saw a lot of times is that he would not wear the polo shirt to work. He would wear like a company t-shirt. He would wear rubber sole shoes and the navy blue cargo pants. I didn't think it was a uniform, but it reminded me of what someone would wear when I worked at Amazon, if you're going to be doing manual labor. He didn't go to work sloppy looking at all, but it definitely was not suit and tie. Nowhere near suit and tie. It is fair to note that outside of work, he was a man who he loved to dress. He loved to wear the latest Jordans. He loved to collect watches. He collected a lot of Invicta watches. He loved to collect hats. He wore hats, baseball caps everywhere because he didn't like the shape of his head. So in terms of how he dressed casually, the man, he could dress. In terms of how he dressed for work, yeah, he didn't dress like a VP. But his excuse was,
He didn't wanna
I'm
get ketchup on
constantly
his
walking
suit.
the production floor, and I can't be in a suit and tie walking the production floor where they're creating the condiments that we're selling. So by this point, again, this is fall. We're still looking at houses. We're still touring houses as much as we can because it is COVID. We had found another house that we really liked and a house that I really, truly wanted to put an offer in on. This was now going to be the second house that we put an offer on. He put in the asking price, I believe, was about $700,000. He put in under asking an offer for about $650,000. I'm guessing, but I'll try to find the house and put it on the story. The reason that house fell through, we found out that the home was sitting on a septic tank. We found out that the septic tank had an issue, and it would have taken about $15,000 to $20,000 to fix the septic tank.
Well, it's
The
fine
sellers
because he's got all of the arena football money all of a sudden. So why is it a big deal?
were not willing to fix the septic tank. Personally, I didn't really care for the house that much. I'm the one who was like, I don't really want it. So even though we put an offer in, we had 24 hours where we could pull our offer back. And so we did. Once we found out, I believe it was in the disclosure. And if you're a realtor, please feel free to tell me if I'm using the wrong terminology. But I believe it was in the disclosure that they told us the septic tank needs to be replaced. That's when I was like, nah, I don't want that house. So we pulled out. The house fell through. And so I was fine with it because, again, I was heavily involved. I saw him sign the offer. I knew every step of what was going on. Our real estate agent, Scott, was amazing, but you will see when I get to it where he made a mistake as a real estate agent. So house number 2 fell through. We then moved on, saw a few more houses, and then we get to house number 3. I'm going to pause talking about the houses because now I need to introduce what happened with the cars.
Oh, no.
All right. Part 9 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
She's
So we're pausing-
progressively getting more slay with every video, I have to say. Like, every video, she's added another element of just slay. Like the glasses, like, you know, the hair, she got her hair done, then her makeup happened, now she's got some glasses on
the house stuff, let me tell you about the car. So when I met my ex-husband, I was driving a 2012 Nissan Rogue, fully loaded. It had quite a few miles on it, but it got me from A to B. It was in good condition, but I was upside down in the car. He was driving a 2018 Ford Taurus.
I don't remember if she said how old she was, but I would imagine she was probably in her 30s because she was talking about how, like, when she got pregnant, she was really worried about the pregnancy. So I would guess like 30s.
Sport mode. I know he had a sport mode on the car, and I love driving that car. When he told me how he was a regional manager, he told me that one of the perks that came with the job was that he would be getting a company car. And so we spent time going to Range Rover of South Atlanta. We spent time going to Jaguar. We spent time going to BMW. We spent time going to Ford, which was on Mount Zion in Morrow, if you all are familiar with that area. He test drove a whole lot of cars. In the end, he decided on a BMW sedan. I was there when he test drove the car. I got in the car with him. I loved it. And he explained to the salesperson, you know, I'm getting a company car. I need to get a printout of the full price of the car, tax, tag, and title. Because what my company is going to do is wire over the money for the car. The salesperson was like, okay, you know, apparently that happens a lot. So he gave him a printout with the tax, tag, and title for the car. In front of me and the salesperson, he called the person in the finance department for his job. Obviously, I have no idea what this person's name is, but he called the person. He explained to them, this is the amount of money. He said the president of the company, so-and-so, has authorized for him to get a car, not spending more than, I think, $90,000, tax, tag, and title. The BMW came out to just under $90,000. And so I remember this conversation so fucking vividly. So he's on the phone in front. I'm sitting down. The salesperson's sitting down at their desk, and he's like, they put me on hold. And so he's like, I guess the person comes back, and he says, yeah, the price of the car is blah blah blah. He was like, give me a second, and I can send you a picture of that printout that shows tax, tag, and title for the BMW. He gets off the phone. He takes a picture of it. He sends it to whoever. He waits about 10 minutes. He calls the person back. He says, did you get it? Apparently the person did get it. But the person who can actually physically do the wire transfer had gone home for the day. So what he says to the BMW salesperson, he's like, okay, we're going to have to do this tomorrow because so-and-so went home for the day. I don't know who the salesperson is. I can only tell you from my viewpoint what I thought. I had no reason to think this was a lie. I really didn't. Because again, you got to please keep in mind the circumstances that all of this is happening. We're inside the dealership. We're sitting at the desk of this person. He gave us the printout. He's on the phone, doing business, basically saying, look, this is how much money the car is going to cost. He's taking a picture of it. He seemingly is texting someone saying, this is how much, this is proof of how much it is. Then he asked the BMW salesperson, I need your wire transfer information. The guy got up, rushed over to, I guess, their finance area to get the bank wire information, because obviously you have to wire it a certain kind of way. Rushes back over, gives it to my ex-husband. My ex-husband's like, okay, first thing in the morning, we will get this wired over, and then, I'll come and pick up the car. My fiance, will drive me up here to pick up the car. So we leave. He felt like, because at the time that this all happened, I was pregnant. So he felt like, look, we're about to have a baby. I don't want you driving that Nissan Rogue. I want to get you something more secure, something new. I really wanted a Kia. I really wanted a Kia Telluride. And he was like, well, let's look at the warranty. This man knew a lot about cars. He knew a lot about the warranty. He knew a lot about the depreciation value. And so he did talk to me a lot about what will we get the most for our money. We test drove, when I say we, I test drove a Kia Telluride, a Kia Sorento. He didn't like either of those. He had me test drive a Ford Explorer. He didn't really care for that. Then came time where he really wanted me to get a BMW.
Oh, did she get pregnant again? Did I miss that? Oh no, stop it. She said that? Oh, I thought that we backtracked again. She's jumping around. She said she was pregnant again. Christ almighty. He
really wanted me to get a BMW X5. So he took me to Global BMW Imports, which, if you know anything about Atlanta, it's off of Cobb Parkway, but you can see it off the highway. I believe 285 is where you can see the Global Imports BMW dealership. He took me there. He had me test drive an X5, an X6. He also had me test drive I think I'm gonna get the numbers wrong, a 525, which was a sedan. I did not like that. I wanted an SUV. I loved driving.
Did she say I was pregnant again? Did she say it like again I was pregnant, like as like not like I was pregnant again, but like I was pregnant again, like again as in reminding you that she was pregnant at the time? You know what I mean? Did she word it like that? Maybe it was just the one pregnancy. Again, I was pregnant. Yeah, she, at this point, who knows? Does it really make it any worse at this point? I mean, it's just like it's
he also had me drive an M Series, test drive an M Series. So he was very adamant that I should get a BMW. The reason being is because, according to him, he had a BMW in California when he lived in San Diego. He had a BMW that he loved. It was a white BMW. He showed me pictures of the BMW. So he showed me pictures of this white BMW that he had, and unfortunately, the car got totaled about 2 months before he moved to Georgia. So he had received money, not a lot, but some money to get another car, and he used it to get the Ford Taurus because he was like, I just need a car that's going to get me from A to B until I get into a house and I'm much more settled. For him, he was like, I'm really giving myself 60 days to get settled here in Georgia after moving from California. But then he met me. Again, that's the story. So he had me test drive the BMW. So much so, I loved the BMW. Loved it. I wanted a dark blue BMW with cognac interior. I wanted an X5, and I wanted an M Series. So I can clearly tell y'all that's exactly the car I wanted. We were online looking for that particular car because not every dealership had it. I was okay with a black BMW if needed, but I really wanted dark blue, and I really wanted that cognac colored interior.
This is so hard for me to empathize with because I'm such a I need to physically see every dollar bill before I spend it kind of person, that the idea of like buying all of like the house and the car and stuff with like, there's money somewhere, like it's floating around, like it like stresses me out so much because it's like I check my bank account 60 times before I spend money, because something that makes me stress so hard is seeing numbers get too dangerous. She also drives a lot. She's just driving. He shocked and awed her with the money stuff, didn't he say? It seems like it, yeah. Seems like he came in hot with the money thing.
So he felt like, I want you to consider all of a sudden an Audi Q8. Let's just see how you like it. If you don't really like it, then we will go back to the BMW. I cannot tell you why he switched up. I can't. But I can tell you he took me to an Audi dealership on Peachtree Industrial. He test drove an Audi and I test drove an Audi Q8. I loved the Q8. Loved it, loved it, loved it. But I was tired of test driving cars. By this point, I had test driven so many cars. Our weekends were spent either looking at a house or test driving cars. And I was picky, I will admit that. So he had me test drive the Q8. I really liked it. I finally just told him, look, I'm good with either the BMW or the Audi, because I'm tired of test driving cars. He told my family he was buying me a new car because, keep in mind, not keep in mind, let me let y'all know. He had met my family initially on Zoom because, again, we were locked down. He had met my family. He also had met my family in person because at this point, it was like, look, if you're not showing any symptoms, maybe we can do family dinner. And so we had. So he had met my family in person. And now we will go ahead and move towards part 10.
I wonder if her family was like, hey, Bessie, like, this guy's a red flag, or if they were just like, well, you know, she, like, I don't know, you know. Sounds like her aunt was kind of outspoken, but that was after, like, things progressed pretty bad.
Of this series.
Guys, but he's 6'4".
Okay, part 10. Who the fuck did I marry? Okay, had to sneeze. All right, so at this point, I had test driven all these cars. Kias, hell, he even had me test drive a Nissan Murano, but the main two were BMW and an Audi. He had told my grandfather he was getting me a car. He had told my aunt he was getting me a car, that he was going to, he was like, she's gonna be my wife, I want her to be in something secure. So my family was really like, wow, you know, who knew that he had this kind of money? And so I hated the fact that he did that, because anytime he got around my family, here's another red flag to put in the United Nations of red flags.
No, they're not married, and it's not even a year.
And he would always brag. I never realized it in real time. I didn't realize it until I was out of the situation. He always bragged about the fact that he could fight, the fact that he had money, and the fact that he played football. Those are the three things he always bragged about.
I think that is maybe one of my biggest icks, is when men try to really express how tough they are in the, like, it's the biggest ick. It gives, like, I could fight that guy, I could take that guy, like, yeah, but you don't have to do that. Why would you do that? Who remembers how much detail if things are going well? She must have known it was weird the whole time. I think, yeah, she's not saying it, which obviously she probably has the ick now, so it's hard to even, like, verbalize, but he was probably just love bombing her so hard. I fucked that guy up. You want me to fight that guy? I'll fight that guy.
Back to the cars. So I told him, I was like, pick one between the BMW and the Audi, because you said you're buying it, so pick one. So this man chose the Audi. So he takes me to the dealership. I wanted a white Q8. He does give me the printout of how much it's going to cost, tax, tag, and title to get this Q8. Gentleman who's helping us gives him the printout. He's saying he's going to pay this money for the car out of the savings account that's offshore. That's the story. That's what he's saying. So he apparently is asking the guy, you know, is there a holding fee? Can I pay a holding fee to secure this car while I'm working to get the money transferred? Because obviously with COVID, it's going to take long for the banks to transfer the money. Side note, I need everyone to understand, one of the reasons why he was able to get away with the stuff he got away with is because we were on lockdown. It's crazy because it's now 2024, but I don't know, do we all remember how it seemed like a lot of stuff stopped in 2020 now? Keep in mind, that's not an excuse I'm making, because shit still got done. But in terms of business as usual just was not happening in 2020 at this time. So when he's saying,
yeah, it's hard because so much of this is like COVID lockdown stuff, and like nothing was normal. Like everything was weird. Like I there was probably a lot of relationships that kind of got expedited because of COVID, and then also a lot of relationships that like didn't last through COVID. But yeah, you were just together with people so often.
Take a while for the bank to transfer the money. The gentleman who was working at Audi,
a lot of people were really sad, and so they like leaned into like, you know, relationships like this, probably because it was like, oh, the world's fucking ending, like whatever, you know.
Not even, he didn't make a face, he didn't blink. He was like, I know it's gonna take a while because of COVID. So basically what ends up happening is we leave, he has the printout, he calls the bank, or he calls his financial advisor, who does have a name. The financial advisor's name is Eric. I feel comfortable using certain people's names.
COVID happened, we broke up.
If we find out they didn't exist.
Oh, I guess that was
so he calls
good to
Eric.
know.
He tells Eric in front of me, hey, I need to transfer $72,526, whatever the amount was, because I'm buying a car for my fiance. This is the bank account information. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or do you need me to email it to you? Pause. I can't hear what the person's saying, but that's what he would do. Do you need me to give it to you over the phone, or can I email it to you? Okay. Okay. All right, give me a few minutes and I'll go ahead and...
Oh, he was like faking phone call. This is, I need to know how, because like, obviously he's faking phone calls, but like there was times that she could hear people, and I just need to know like how he facilitated all of that.
Email it to you.
Also, the play button is like perfectly lined up with this thing. Just, I wanted to, that's nice for my brain.
All right, let me know. I'll call you back to find out if you received it. Okay, hang up. So I'm hearing this because, again, I'm not paying attention to, did I hear anybody on the other phone? Did I hear anybody on the other end? So he proceeds to type up an email, type up something, telling him this is the information that we need. I didn't think anything of it. He called me at work the next day to tell me that the money was sent.
Not in a weird way, but she has a hole or something right on the nipple area of her shirt, and I think she's been wearing the whole shirt for the whole video, and I can't stop noticing it, and it's so distracting. Has anybody else noticed? It's like a little hole, and I think my brain thinks it's something that you could like wipe off of a shirt or something. Ugh, I'm so sorry.
To Audi, that he called Audi and he confirmed with Audi that they received the money. What he told me is that the car is going to be delivered to the house. Y'all, it's not that I lived in the hood, because I didn't, but I did not live in an area of Clayton County where you would have a brand new Audi delivered to your house. So I remember saying to him, I don't want that car like delivered to the house, not yet, because I need to put that car in the garage. And my Nissan I only had a 1-car garage, so my Nissan was in the garage. So he said, okay, well, let me call them back and change the delivery date. Can you be home, or can you do a half day? So he's asking me, can you work a half day so that they can deliver the car and you will be home for it? I said, yes, that's fine. Because again, it's COVID, I'm working from home anyway. I only had to go in the office 2 days a week. So I'm at home the next day. He told me the car would be delivered between the hours of 1 and 3.
Nope.
Obviously, between 1 and 3, nothing happened. So 3 o'clock, I called him. He's at work. He sends me the voicemail. He calls me back. I said, it's 3 o'clock. No one ever came with the car. What's going on? And then I remember I was like, well, do I need to call Audi myself? Because I thought that you handled it. But if you didn't handle it, do I need to call them? And so whenever I would suggest I will handle it, he would get very, very defensive. Red flag number 472. So he was like, no, I will call Audi. Don't do anything. I'll call Audi and find out what's going on. Okay. So I'm at home chilling, cooking dinner, normal night. He calls me back and says, yeah, the car was stuck on the truck in Spartanburg, because apparently that's where their deliveries come from. So when he told me this, I was in the kitchen laughing, because by this point, I will be honest, and I told you I'll be honest even when it makes me look bad. I was guilty of...
If your lady starts laughing because of how much you've fucked up, or how many times you've fucked up, you're in a bad place. It's already in a bad place. It's like, it's not good for you.
On one hand, I believed him, and on the other hand, I was like, let me see what lie he come up with. Let me just see. But keep in mind, my brain was really like not rationalizing, not comprehending how deep the lie was. I just thought that no one told him the car was going to be delivered, and he made that up. I had no idea how deep the lie went. So he said, the car's in Spartanburg. It should be delivered this weekend. The weekend came, he had a whole other excuse. I don't remember what the exact excuse was as to why the car was never delivered. I do remember we got into an argument, and I was like, don't even worry about it. I'm gonna get a new car my damn self. I don't even need your help. Which is probably one of the worst things you can tell a narcissist, because they love to be the hero, it's all about them. But I was like, don't even worry about it. I'll get, when I have the money to get a car myself, I'll do it. I don't wanna hear anything else about a new car. I don't wanna hear shit else about a car. Because at this point, I was spending way too much time trying to figure out, are we getting a car? Are we getting a house? Like, what the fuck is going on? Always there was an excuse. So when I told him I don't want to hear anything else about a car, and I am not going to a dealership to test drive another car, that ended that whole discussion right there. So this is where I'm going to interject what I believe was happening. I believe that my ex-husband is the type of person, he gets off, nut. He gets off on you being excited about something that he knows you will never get. So I believe that he enjoyed going to car dealerships. He enjoyed watching me test drive a car and get excited about it, knowing I was not going to get it. It is the level of cruelty. And again, I'm telling y'all stuff that I found out.
It must be like a manipulation thing where it's like, knowing that you've created like happiness for somebody out of a lie, like it's like a satisfying like you know what I mean, manipulative edging. Yeah, exactly. That's crazy.
Way later on, it is the level of cruelty that I still cannot comprehend.
Like they have
so
you
the whole
in their
issue
palm.
about the BMW and the Audi, I think he just enjoys seeing it get excited.
I like at some point it's like you don't want to victim blame, but at some point, dude, like he just had you in his palm. Like there was so many red flags that it was just like he was just like running around like free real estate, you know what I mean? Just like of course I feel bad for her, you know what I mean? Like of course she's a victim here, but it's like you just want to shake her. Like what happened? Does anybody have to pee? Because I have to pee, and I also may or may not have ordered Taco Bell on a whim. Does anybody want to take a pee break? Maybe like 30 seconds, or more like 2 minutes. Pee real quick. Okay, pee break, 1 second. I'm just gonna go grab my food and go pee real quick. Okay, everybody go pee and grab a snack and then come back. I don't know why it's so loud. It's just like it doesn't monitor that loud. It like tells me that it's monitoring quieter. Like I'm turning it up like I can't, like, let me show you this. This is how loud it is like right now. And then when I turn it up in the way that hurts your guys' ears, I'm turning it up to like there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why it's so loud. That's why I'm so confused, because it's like it's not that loud. It's very weird. Okay. BRB. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that this was 5 hours long, I was like, oh, this is gonna be a trial to, you know, get through this. It's a little long. Like, I don't really know if I can do it, but I'm like locked in. I just needed that pee break. When I stream, it's so funny. When I stream, I pee a lot because I sit here and I drink a lot of water. And I always think that something's wrong with me. I always think something's wrong with me because I'm peeing so much, and then I realize like I've been streaming for 5 hours and I've peed 3 times. Like that's not weird. That's very normal. Okay. We're so back. I invested, but she could definitely use an editor. Yeah, I think that you know, it definitely could have been maybe 3 hours. But I kind of want to make a commentary video about this, but I'm not going to make any promises because you know me. But just like a TLDR kind of thing. I bet people have already put them out or they're probably cooking, but...
Away. Part 11 coming up. All right, part 11. So for this part, I'm just going to give you some backstory on the family. Pause all the stuff about the house. Pause the stuff about the car. This is backstory. See, I can't even... The music is so quiet to me that like... I can't even hear it. So when like just now I was like, oh, my music's playing. You know what I mean? Why the fuck is everyone watching this video? Does it actually pop off? We're like 2 hours in, Jordan, and it's crazy. So I'm not at the end of it, but it's a wild ride so far. Yeah, so TLDR, 2 out of 5. TLDR, she met a guy on Hinge during COVID. They started seeing each other. He moved into her house with her. Then he decided that they should buy a house together. And so they started trying to buy a house. He kind of was all over the place with how much money he had for the job that doesn't make a lot. He was just like, we need to buy a $700,000 house. I have the money, I promise. Then these houses kept falling through and she would like call the realtor and it was sketchy. Then she got pregnant. She unfortunately lost the baby and he just was not there to take her to the hospital or be anything. He would take a lot of phone calls from people and the phone calls just seemed weird, like maybe he wasn't actually on the phone with somebody. Went to buy her a car, the car didn't show up. He basically just has a story for everything and has a bunch of other life stuff that we haven't even dug into. So it's basically her dating very, very quickly. This is within like less than a year. Got pregnant, was buying a house with this guy who everything he was saying was sketchy, and she is not able to see red flags apparently. Well, she sees them, but she just doesn't care. Yeah. Right now, Jordan, if you're hanging out right now, he just wanted to buy her a car and then the car like didn't show up, and so she's kind of just like starting to poke holes and shit. Yes, it is Mr. Beast because somebody didn't like the activate Windows thing. So, I was covering it up. Jimmy. Now it's just Jimmy's hair. That'll work. All right, follow me. My ex-husband's parents, mom and dad, are both deceased. Mom passed away from cancer. Dad passed away shortly after her. I'm not sure what he passed away from. So he has a number of siblings. He has 2.
It's
with his
like,
parents.
Obviously that happens to people and that sucks, but like a guy that's already this sketchy, like remarkably his family is not around. It's just like, no.
He has 2 brothers. One is older, lives in Philly. One is younger by 2 years, lives in Nashville. He has 2 sisters. One, Shantae, is older, lives in Douglasville with her husband and 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Younger sister Kim is the baby, lives in Augusta with her husband, worked at, I think he told me, Procter & Gamble. That was the story. He had 2 half-brothers that were through his dad. One brother lived in Baltimore. The other brother lived in Augusta. The brother that lived...
Oh my God, he's Saltburn. He's lying about his family to try to get into a situation with money. Even though I don't think she has that much money.
Lived in Augusta.
He's gonna run through the house naked. He's gonna do the helicopter with his penis. He's gonna have sex with a grave. Oh my God. Do not take a bath.
Basically met in person, shook hands, hugged, all that. The brother that lived in Baltimore, I have FaceTimed with, talked to him. The brother that lived in Philly, the older brother that he looked up to, I have never talked to him on the phone. I would always talk to him through my ex-husband. So the conversation would be like, hey babe, brother so-and-so said, hey, he didn't call him brother so-and-so. We'll call him John. John said, hey John, I would be in the bathroom doing my hair, brushing my teeth. Hey John.
I hate that she hasn't given her ex a name yet, like a fake name, because this whole time she was said my ex, which is fine, but give him a name. Like, come on.
And he was like, did you hear? He said, how you doing? I was like, I'm good. How's he doing? Because that's just me. And so he would relay back and forth. He talked to John every day from starting around July after the grandmother passed away. He would talk to John every morning. We both would be getting ready for work, and he would be on the phone with John. They would be talking for 30, 40 minutes, talking about football, talking about other siblings. They would be talking about cars. It was really like not a big deal. They would talk about the brother in Baltimore. They would talk about the brother in Augusta, and then they would reminisce. This is the conversations I could hear. Let me explain. When I say I can hear a conversation, what that means is I am physically standing near him or next to him where I could hear him with the phone up to his ear talking to someone, because it wasn't me.
So she can't hear the person on the other line of the phone, like she can hear him talking to somebody, but she can't hear that person talking, right? Like not even like muffled is kind of what she's saying, is that she never heard the person. Insane.
Okay. I may not hear the other person because the phone call may not be on speakerphone. But what I hear is, for example, I hear, hey man, what y'all doing? Oh, for real? Y'all barbecuing this weekend? What y'all making? Oh, that's what's up. Nah, I think me and her gonna stay in this weekend because, these numbers is looking crazy with COVID. Yeah, she over here. She's sitting right here. She watching TV. Okay, hold on. John said, hey. Hey, John. You heard her? Okay.
You can tell she's gone through this so many times because that's so real. Like, that's so, like, convincing. Like, she's just parroting what she's been through.
All right, bro. I just wanted to check in on you. That's the type of conversation I'm explaining. Okay, so I hope that gives a little more clarity about the type of conversations I'm hearing. So, I don't know why this light keeps going out. Okay, so that's how he would talk to his siblings. The grandmother passed away. He called me around April or May and told me that his grandmother passed away. His grandmother, on his dad's side, had died suddenly from COVID. She had symptoms. She went to bed and did not wake up. He was distraught. He was crying. He wasn't eating. He was just sitting there, listening to music.
Who was this? I missed it. My taco shell crunched in my mouth. Grandmother. Okay.
Not watching TV, just sad, because he was like, my grandmother was always my support system. So from what I saw, it really bothered him. I did not think anything of it. I'm one of those people. If you tell me somebody in your family passed away, I'm gonna believe you, because I don't play about that.
Every single manipulator that I've ever heard of will have at least one tragic death of a family member, like during the relationship with the person that they're manipulating. Like, it is like, it always happens. It just always happens. It's always a thing. Always happens.
And I guess I expect other people don't either. However, that is not the same for everyone else, but we'll get there. So, family. He had his sister, Shantae, who lived in Douglasville. Like I said, she was married with 2 kids. Apparently, she was a nurse. So when I had my miscarriage, that was the sister that he was like, my sister will take you to the hospital. Like, that's what family does. Okay? I had never met Shantae. I've been on the phone, I've been around him when he was on the phone with Shantae. Never heard her part of the conversation. But he would be talking to his sister. That's what he said. That's what it sounded like, too. Now, what is interesting is that we lived maybe 35, 40 minutes away from Douglasville. So there were plenty of times that he had invited me to go with him to his sister's house. Okay, let me tell you how this would always work out. Total times he invited me was probably 3 times for different barbecues or whatnot. The first time he invited me, I was like, nah.
No, it wasn't his sister at the end. It was one of her friends, right? Like, didn't the sister not end up taking her to the hospital? I thought she said it was her friend. Oh, it was the sister? Oh, okay. I thought that the sister ended up not doing it, and it was like her friend that did it. If the sister did. Oh, got it. Okay, I got it.
I ain't going because, again, COVID. And she's a nurse. Hell no. The second time, he was like, yeah, she invited us, but I don't think we should go because COVID. No. The third time, I agreed to go. I was like, absolutely, I'll go meet your sister. Like, that'd be great. On our way.
Yeah, we've tried to buy like 3 houses together, and also you got me pregnant, and also we're engaged, but I'd love to come meet your sister, sure.
To her house, to Douglasville, to go see the sister. Apparently he got a phone call. The phone was always like on vibrate, but he got a phone call and he told me that something came up, and so she had to cancel the barbecue to get together, whatever. And so I was
Take
just
his
like,
phone
oh, man,
away.
Okay, well, hopefully we can
Take
go.
his phone away. Get the man a pen and a piece of paper and make him write letters to everybody that he loves, and they can write back. Get his phone out of there.
Another time. It didn't happen close enough for me to have red flags, if that makes sense. But at this point, as y'all probably like, girl, you so blind. But again, I didn't think anything of it because it's like, okay, it fell through. We'll reschedule. And so we just went out to eat, and then he talked to another brother, the brother from Augusta that he would have on speakerphone. So it was
I don't like vouch for going through your significant other's shit, but how the fuck? She must be the most. How did she not go through his shit? Like, how did she not get his phone and go through his shit? Like, I'm sorry, but like at this point, yeah.
you know,
He probably had multiple. We should have made a bingo board. You guys want to bet he had multiple phones? What do you think? Yeah.
didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. Man, and the more I talk about it, the more I realize, like, I'm not a dumb person, but it just never dawned on me the things that you have to now investigate. It didn't dawn on me, but nevertheless.
She doesn't seem like a dumb person, but she was being a real dummy, like, for a little bit. Being manipulated, being gaslit. Not her fault, but there's a couple things that, good God. Not had a bingo card.
That is the backstory for his family, right? Grandmother passed away. 3 weeks later, he called me and told me his uncle had passed away from COVID. The uncle had tested positive, had to go into the hospital, and he died. It was a bit of a red flag. But like I said, I don't play about death. So I was just like, wow. Because of these two deaths, he became a stickler about COVID. And when I mean a stickler, wear your mask, wear gloves, hand sanitize, wash your hands. Like, he was annoying about making sure.
He's gonna isolate her more because of these, like, two deaths. He's gonna be like, no, babe, we gotta stay home. We can't go anywhere now.
Neither one of us caught COVID. So now I'm gonna give you the backstory in regards to what I was told with the ex-wife. Okay, I know I look rough, but it's okay. It's okay. Anyway, so this is part 12 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So this is the backstory on what I was told for the ex-wife. This is important. Pay attention. All right. This is 2020. So this is what I was told in 2020. I was told that he...
Dude's written himself into a corner and he's starting killing off characters. He's like, fuck, okay, we gotta start killing side characters. We need more character progression here.
Used to be friends. Then they started dating and subsequently got married. They got married in California. He had bought a house with the money that he made from arena football. They had apparently gotten married on the downward of the arena football career.
Yeah, she's the Meredith Grey right now. Side characters are dropping left and right.
Inside the house. Remember that? Showed me pictures inside the house. It was a really nice home in San Diego. And basically what happened was that he came home from work early one day and... the hiccup, sorry. Came home early from work one day.
It's the hiccup so much.
Was sleeping with another man. The man was in the house.
Ugh.
He and the man get into it. Her son, who is about 17 years old in 2020, she had two kids, a daughter and a son. The son apparently was on his way home from school when my ex-husband found his previous wife in bed with another man.
Ugh.
So the story goes that he and the guy fought. He kicked the guy out. He kicked his ex-wife out.
Can we do something real quick? I just want to put it in regular speed. We've been watching it in 1.5 speed just to see how this is going to feel.
But told her the kids could stay. The kids are not biologically his. Those are his stepkids. She was like, you must be kidding. Like, I'm not.
It's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be really bad. But it's funny.
Leave my kids here. The kids are old enough to where they were like, we don't want to go because you fucked up. We don't want to leave. So apparently she leaves. The kids stay with him for a few weeks. And then she gets her own place. The kids move out, move in with their mom. He files for divorce in California. Divorce in
California is horrid, apparently. Like, like if you try to get divorced in California, you need so much paperwork about why you're getting divorced. It's just like a shit show, I guess.
And it was an ugly divorce. She was asking for spousal support, all kinds of stuff. And then it turned into, I'll help you with the kids, not child support, but just I will give you some money for the kids, because apparently he was very close to the kids and he wanted to keep a relationship with the kids. Their biological fathers, apparently there were two fathers, their biological fathers were not in the picture. So the divorce starts out contested and ugly, eventually becomes amicable. Eventually they become cordial with each other. So my ex-husband moved. This is all before he ever met me. So I'm telling you the story of what I was told in 2020. So eventually, about 2 years later, is when his job approached him about an opportunity to transfer to Georgia. And so he took it. New beginning, fresh start. He has family in Georgia. He took it. He told me this story pretty much the second or third conversation we had. So it was always from the beginning that she had cheated. He caught her, and he had filed for divorce, but he was still close to the kids. They still had a great relationship. I've heard him on the phone with the kids, just encouraging them, helping the 17-year-old like with homework. The kids really apparently wanted to meet me, and I was fine with that. He would send them money, if they needed something, because he loved the kids as if they were his own. I'm telling you the story.
That's the thing, is she, like all of these characters, from what I understand, she hasn't met any of them or even like talked to any of them, which is crazy. Like he's been on the phone with them, and he's translated she's met one person. Who was the one person? Was it his mom? No, his mom died. Met brother IRL and other siblings on FaceTime. Okay. She Zoomed with his younger brother. Okay, so 70% of the people that are like close to him, they don't exist to her. She just, yeah. An aunt and a brother. An aunt so far. Okay.
I was told it.
Yeah, it was COVID. So
let's see, around April or May of 2020, he informs me that his ex-wife has moved to Georgia. Apparently she's staying with her sister in Gwinnett County. So she has moved to Georgia. The two kids are now in Georgia. And so when he tells me all this, I'm like, so what's that supposed to mean? Now, I will say this. He never made it seem as if she wants him back. He never presented that. It was always, no, we're cool for the kids. We're cool for the kids. But he's never presented that she was trying to get him back. I feel like it's fair to her for me to say that. And again, stay with me, it all comes out. But that was the backstory in regards to the ex-wife, that they got married in California, they divorced in California, and then she eventually moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County, after he had transferred to Georgia for his job. He did tell me that, every now and then he'll get a text message from her. He told me that he, told her when I was pregnant, he felt like she needed to hear that from him instead of hearing it from the kids. And we got into a bit of an argument about that, but honey, in the big scheme of things, anyway, so we got into it.
I mean, I understand trying to be like respectful or whatever, but like I don't think that you need to tell your ex that your new partner is pregnant. Like, I don't know. It's just not really, like, I guess that they share kids, but like, you know what I mean? It's weird. Yeah. It's they share kids. It's his stepkids, which, I don't want to devalue stepchildren because that's not true, but they stayed with the mom. And then he left, and then it was kind of like, oh, I still have a relationship with my ex's kids, is kind of what the vibe was. So it's not like, you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say it without devaluing like a parental role to stepkids, because it's not, it does seem like they aren't like, oh, this person's been there since day one, that's my dad. It's kind of like, oh, that's my stepdad, I still have a relationship with him. So in that case, if it was like, these are, my kids that are like biological kids and we're co-raising and the kids are going back and forth, then I can understand why he would feel like he needed to tell her. But yeah. They aren't his biological kids, they were stepkids. Yeah, they were his stepkids, which like there's a lot of people that like their step parents are their parents, right? Like my ex was like that. His stepdad was dad. He called him dad. He was dad through and through. But it didn't seem like that. It seemed like those were her kids that they got together, and then he left, and they were like, oh, you know, like I still have a relationship with my stepdad. You know what I mean? So in that situation, I don't think that he needed to tell his ex, because it's not like, oh, here's another baby that's going to be like a sibling, you know?
An argument about that. I felt like that's none of her business. But that's the overall backstory of her. So remember, because there will be a quiz, but just remember, he met her in California, married her in California, divorced her in California. She moved to Georgia, to Gwinnett County after he moved to Georgia. Are we clear? Okay. Okay. Part 13 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? So I've kind of given you guys all the backstory. Let's just kind of recap real quick. So I told you how we met in March of 2020. Basically, Georgia got shut down. I keep saying shut down, got locked down. We decided to quarantine together. I know it was crazy. It was crazy. I really liked him and thought he liked me. So I told you guys how we met. Things moved at a rapid pace. Met in March. Moved in together pretty much end of March, beginning of April. Found out I was pregnant in May. Lost the baby in June. Had to have surgery in July. Started looking for houses. Started looking at cars. All this stuff happened literally between March and and August is when I got my car. So, got a car in August. He paid the down payment for that car, which I was shocked by. And no, it was not a BMW or an Audi. It was a Nissan Altima, but I loved that car at the time. So he paid the down payment for that car. Told me he would help me with the car payment. The biggest mistake that I made, and I'll explain why I say this. The biggest mistake I made was that I signed myself up for a car note, where I knew I needed his help to pay the car note. I knew better. My mom has always taught me, do not ever put yourself in a position where you are financially dependent on a man.
True.
And all of that went out the window.
True. I don't care if you marry them. Do not ever... Okay, I'm going to sound so cynical. Do not ever trust anybody with your well-being more than you trust yourself. I do not care how attached you are to that person. I don't care how much you trust that person. Always, this is for everybody, but especially for women, just because of how society works, do not ever put yourself in a situation where if you cut ties with somebody, you would be in a shit situation. I do not care how much you like them. I do not care how much you trust them. I don't care how much you think that you're going to be with them forever. Like, just, you know what I mean? Just keep yourself on the back burner. It's really easy to become dependent and coexist with somebody. And I know that that's the natural progression of having a partnership with somebody, is to lean on each other. But if you can, please always, no matter what, retain some sort of independence, that if shit hits the fan, you wouldn't just be down and out. Like, I beg, don't ever be a side character to a man. Please.
And the reason why I say that was the biggest mistake is because when I have pulled back the layers of this whole monstrosity of life that I lived for 2020 and 2021, it really does boil down to the fact that I truly ended up marrying him more out of fear than anything else. And I'll expound upon that later. But I got the car in August. And by this point, I was exhausted of looking at cars. I was mad that I didn't get a BMW X5 dark blue with cognac interior. And I was tired of looking at houses, getting my hopes up, looking at a house and picturing myself in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the island.
I hope she gets her house and her BMW.
And I was tired of getting
after all this, I just get her a house, get her a BMW. Like, please, someone. I hope that somebody super wealthy watches this TikTok compilation and just is like.
So now we're going to segue into fall, going into the holidays.
Oh, no.
Here's what happened.
It's about to get wacky.
In October, we looked at another house. This house was in Marietta. Absolutely gorgeous. It was
the houses keep getting progressively bigger. Like, they're getting massive. Christ. I just want someone to use this BOGO coupon with. Exactly. I helped a friend pay for a non-critical surgery, and we agreed to not get the appointment until I finished sending her the money, even though she was very excited about the surgery. I'm afraid he's going to lock her in a bad car loan. Yeah, I'm afraid that she's going to probably not. I have a fear that this video is going to end with her still recovering financially from something. All of them got like over 2 million views. Were they all from her profile though? Because this one has like 1.5 and I don't think it's from her. She could claim them though, is the thing. Is like this video has 1.5 million views. It's on Messy Stories Instagram or YouTube. Is this her? Is because she can claim it, you know. There's like over 2 million views on her profile. Oh, cool. Yeah, even a video like this, like she could claim it, I think, and get the revenue from it.
I want to say that the house was about $700,000.
The thing about the original videos though is in order to make money off of TikTok, you have to enroll in the creator program and you have to hit a certain amount of followers to be able to enroll in the creator program. So if she wasn't enrolled in the program before she posted all of these videos, unfortunately she might not get the revenue from the videos. I know that because I enrolled in the creator program like kind of recently, and I have videos. I have one video that's got 19 million views on it. I have not made $1 on it. I haven't made $1 on it because I wasn't enrolled in the creator program. I have like 200,000 followers on there. Nothing, not $1. So like, I hope, you know, maybe she did while the videos were blowing up or something, but there is a chance that she hasn't made nearly as much money on them as, you know, it's not like YouTube. Like you don't just kind of get put in, like you have to like make some moves in there.
Like the house, I could see myself living there. I could see myself cooking there. And so subsequently, my ex-husband put in an all-cash offer on that house. I watched him put an all-cash offer in on the house. Our real estate agent, Scott, called us about 24 hours later, and he said, the sellers love your offer. The offer was an all-cash, full asking price
no
offer.
Shit.
$700,000. Let that sink in for a moment. He said the sellers love the offer. They are asking that you show proof of funds so that they can accept the offer. My ex-husband said, I will show proof of funds when they accept the offer. The seller said, great, we'll accept the offer when you show proof of funds. So basically we got into a standoff. And if you're a real estate agent or you work in real estate, I would love to know your thoughts on this. I had asked people in my personal life, like, have you ever heard of this before? And I've had plenty of people who said, I side with the ex-husband. I would not show my bank statements until they accepted the offer. And then I had other people who were like, I wouldn't accept an all-cash offer unless I verified that the person can pay. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are. Okay. So our real estate agent called us and was like, guys, you know, the sellers are giving you 2 days to show proof of funds. I had the letter that he showed me from Chase. I sent that to Scott, but that was for a mortgage. The offer was for all cash. So he needed to show proof of funds that he had the cash to pay $700,000. He didn't show it. He refused to budge on showing them proof of funds until they accepted the offer because he was afraid that they were going to create
what did he think?
So what ended up happening was Scott called us and said, you know, I apologize because I didn't do my due diligence as a realtor. He said, before I ever started showing you guys a house, I should have collected your pre-approval letter and proof of funds. He said, so at this point, my broker has informed me that I cannot show you guys another house until you show at least us, meaning the real estate firm, until you show us proof of funds. And so I'm just like, well, I'm telling my ex-husband, just show them the fucking proof of funds. Like, what's the problem? And so it was a lot of, you know, I find that this is really unprofessional because it's not our fault that you didn't do your job correctly. It got a little ugly and it got uncomfortable because I'm like, I don't understand why you don't show them proof of funds when you clearly just signed a document stating that you're putting an offer in at full asking price. This was the same thing that
putting a $700,000 cash offer on a house and then refusing to prove that you have that is bonkers. Like, what kind of idiot do you have to be to think that that's gonna work? You'd have to like somehow your stars would be aligned and meet the dumbest realtor ever. I'd be so suspicious at this point. Like, yeah, no kidding. Realtor wouldn't even work with them. No, I mean, you like, they'd laugh you out of there.
Realtor was saying, he was like, but you just signed an offer, so what's the problem? Like, you want them to accept the offer and then you'll show everyone the proof of funds? And my ex-husband, without missing a beat, said yes.
Also, I'm trying to remember, but like, I don't even know if you could sign an offer without presenting proof of funds. You know what I mean?
So Scott did his best to work with the seller and say, look, accept the offer. He'll show you, he'll open the books. He'll show you the proof of funds. These sellers were like, no, that's not. And it wasn't so much the sellers, it was the seller's agent. Big respect to the seller's agent. But the seller's agent was like, no, that's not how we're doing business. He needs to show those proof of funds before I advise my clients to accept his offer, period. If he's not willing to do it, we'll go on to the next offer, because they did have another offer on the table. For it was less than asking price, but they were willing to accept that offer over the all cash offer because those people had basically shown proof. So subsequently, the house fell through. We passed the 2-day deadline. They went with the other offer. Also, at this point, our real estate agent, Scott, and I do not blame him for this, pretty much cut all ties. Because what he, I believe, felt like was, I don't know what's going on, but something's going on. And this is not how I do business. So until you guys are ready to show the proof of funds needed to buy a house, you need to get yourself another agent. Because we were already about 20 to 25 houses deep by this point. We had already put in 2 other offers. They fell through. And now
20 to 25 houses deep? Oh, for fuck's sake. That's crazy. Actually, well, okay, here's the thing. At the time period that this was going on, the housing market was fucking cooked. Like, when I was looking at houses, it was like you had to go look at a house the day it went on and put in an offer. Like, when we were looking at houses, you would go look at a house. By the time you walked into a house, there would already have been like 5 people that had went and looked at the house, and somebody was going to get the house with a cash offer. Like, what was happening, especially in Oregon, was there was all these people coming from California and they had money. They weren't putting loan offers down. They were putting cash offers down because they had sold their house in California and they were going to go to Oregon and buy a house for half as much. That was not twice as nice. And so a seller is always going to take a cash offer because not only were they offering higher than what the listing price was, it was a cash offer. It was crazy. It was so hard to buy a house. The house we ended up buying was the house that we were renting because we were the first bidder, you know. They had mentioned that they were thinking about selling it. I texted my landlord and I said, hey, are you interested in selling it to us? And I told them the way that we actually got it at the price that we got it is we said we ended up not getting a realtor because my mom actually used to be a realtor. And so we did all of the paperwork without a realtor. And so we saved a lot of money on closing costs, and we told the sellers that we were going to just take the closing costs out of like the price basically. So like we ended up both saving a lot of money because we didn't have to do closing costs or anything, and they were cool with it. And we also told them you can just walk away from the house. He said, you don't need to come in and fix anything. Like, we don't need to get an inspection because we've lived here for 3 or 4 years. Like, we already know what's going on with the house. Like, you can just literally like take our money and walk away from it. And so they ended up saying, okay, because the alternative would be wait for me and my ex to move out, go in, fix anything that needed to be fixed, and then try to sell the house through a realtor. And so they would have to pay the realtor a fee. So it was the only way that we could get a house in that time period, because all we had is down payment, which was not that much. And yeah,
we are with this house, and once again it fell through. Okay, so good news and bad news. Number one, this is part 14 of Who the Fuck Did I Marry? bad news, this is going to be the last post for the night. And the reason why, good news, tomorrow's my birthday. So I'm just going to make this video, post it, and then I will pick back up probably Friday, because honestly, I truly want to enjoy my birthday tomorrow. I just want to enjoy my birthday. All right.
She deserves it.
Y'all don't be upset. Just, if anything, watch parts 1 through 14, then we'll be ready for part 15. So the house fell through in October 2020. And what I told him was, I said, I don't want to look at another house. I don't want to talk about cars. I want to get through the holidays because it was going to be a holiday season where I could not celebrate my family because of COVID. So I said, I just want to get through the holidays. I want to get through the end of the year, and we'll revisit stuff in January. I was very calm when I said it. No argument, nothing like that. And he said he understood. A lot of what fueled me staying in this situation really was the fact that, number one, I didn't want to be alone. Number two, I didn't want to look stupid by having the relationship end so quickly for everyone to be like, we told you something was up.
That's the
and number
worst,
three, I was ready to get
dude.
married. And that, ready to get married fueled a lot of stuff. And
It's
again, I was still,
it's like such a valid, like, so many people are like this, or like the sunken cost fallacy, you know, where you invest a lot of time in somebody and then you are afraid that if you drop the relationship that you have invested all this time, and then, you know, for what? Like, what? For all this time. All that work, and what did it get me? Why did I do it? Yeah, have you seen those TikToks? Checking out a relationship that was already over. Yeah. Yep. Seems like he's wearing her down and eventually make her be like, fine, just do whatever. I think she's there. I think she's in it. Like, she's just, you just turn into like a yes man at some point. No, but I know the song. It's Kurt from Glee, which I didn't realize for the longest time, but the TikToks are really funny. They're some of my favorite trends right now. I know a couple of people who won't break up with their horrible person because of their fear of being alone. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that too. They're like serial monogamous, where they hate being alone. It's so crucial and difficult to learn how to be alone, but I swear to God, it will make your relationship so much better. Like, so much better. You will be less paranoid. You will be less needy. Like, if you're somebody who has anxious attachment style, that can stem a lot from fear of being left, fear of being alone, because you have a fear of somebody leaving, you know. Like the attachment styles, like there's a lot of people that have anxious attachment style. I used to be kind of like that, you know. If you have anxious attachment style, you overanalyze a lot of your partner's behavior. You just basically everything, all roads lead to, did I do something wrong? Are they going to leave me? And that's the worst case scenario, is, what did I do something wrong? Are they going to leave me? And one of the only things that helps with that is genuinely enjoying being single. Like, if you genuinely enjoy being single and being by yourself, it will make relationships so much better, because then you have a mindset of, this person is an addition to my life and they're a benefit to my life, and if they leave, I'm gonna be okay because I'm happy being by myself anyways. And like, it makes everything so much better, because then you go, you know what, they're off at a party and I'm not worried, because if they do some dumb shit, then I'm just back to being by myself and I'm happy being by myself. But it is so hard to teach yourself how to not have anxious attachment style and be happy being by yourself. It's so hard. It's so hard, dude. Being single for like 25 years, I want to be wifed up, but I also have separate toilets. That's fair. It's, you know, I think it's really healthy to think of a relationship as a nice addition to your life as opposed to a necessity in your life. Everybody has different relationships with relationships, and I think that it's fine, but I think it's really, really important to not feel like being alone is a punishment for not being in a relationship. I know a lot of people feel like going through a breakup or being alone is like some sort of like punishment for not being able to be in a relationship where, you know, yeah, it's hard. You should want each other, not need each other. Yeah, exactly. I want to get married in my 30s, but that's after a few years of being happily single. Yeah. Hey, game dev. It's really hard to learn to love yourself. We put a lot of focus on loving other people. Yeah, and also society like really wants to teach you that you are an unsuccessful 30-plus-year-old if you aren't in a relationship. Like it is so society driven that if you are not married by the time you're like 30, then like, oh man, you know, like, oh, which is really makes people feel like they're unlovable if they're in their 30-plus single era, which is just not true. It's just not true. 30 and flirty and thriving. I'm happily a disappointment to society. We don't value friendships enough, and we value marriage with children too much. Yeah, you know, it's not really our fault, but 30 and flirty and thriving. Let's go.
Making my audio diaries. So listening back to it, I knew something was wrong. I admit that. I knew something was wrong. But what I thought it was, truthfully, was like, why does it seem like there's always something? Like, why can't we just go ahead and bounce?
Some kind of the stuff I've talked with my
why
therapist.
Is it always something? Why can't I just get the BMW? It still didn't dawn on me.
Yeah, but you know what's awesome? The day after Valentine's Day, when you get a bunch of candy at a really cheap price. It's really nice. Really nice. 30 and not flirty and not thriving. Just had a breakup today at 34. Definitely needed to hear this. Thanks. Of course. I don't claim to be a person with sage relationship advice, but I do know that I was somebody who was a very reliant, anxious attachment style person, and then I went to I don't give a shit what you do because like please just like kind of person. And the transition was nice. It's been nice. Now I'm very much a like, you know, I do not need somebody, and I'm not about that. I just need my own house within close enough proximity to my parents, a pet, and a decent friends. I'm all set, yeah. It be Slim Pickens out here. My brother got married early COVID fast after love bombing. 2 years of hell for him, and he got divorced. Love bombing is shit. Shit, I'm going through midlife crisis because of banshees. Oh, I don't know what that means. I don't need another person, but the second income would help immensely. Yeah, right. Normalize like domestic partnerships between like friends, you know? It's like, hey, you're my bestie. You want to share an income? Awesome. Great.
How deep this something went. And for the people who keep asking, I'm going in order of events. So yes, there will be a video where I explain how everything came out and what came out, what was true, what was not true. It's coming. I'm just getting all of this out in order. So I told him I didn't want to look at a house no more. I didn't want to talk about houses. Do not mention the word Zillow. Do not mention the word realtor. Nothing. Let me just get through the holidays. And for myself, the question was, what do you want to do? You want to stay with him? Or do you want to cut your losses? And the part that kept me constantly second guessing myself was, what if he's not lying? What if he's not lying? Literally the conversation I had with myself was, there's no way he is lying about having money. You saw the paper from Chase. They don't just approve $750,000 for a mortgage for anybody. I've seen his checking account. You see how much money's in his available checking. Like I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying about that. But what is it? Is it that he doesn't trust me? Like, I second guess myself so much. Is it that he doesn't trust me? Is it that maybe he doesn't really want to get married? Like, what is it? Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know that he's having conversations about move the money from this account to that account. I know he's paying my car note and all these bills. Like, clearly this man is making money. I know that I saw the letter from HR that states his new salary is 200 and something thousand. And I remember thinking, like, God, what am I missing? I'm missing something, but what is it? Because I know what I've seen. I know what I have touched. I have physically touched these papers. Like, I know how to read. So what is it that I am missing? He's close to his family. He talks to them all the time. You know, he's just a regular guy that just likes to watch NFL football. He leaves me alone when I want to watch Georgia football. You know, he's paying the bills, groceries. I haven't had to worry financially since I've met him. And as a woman who had lived on her own, paying her own bills, my God, that is the most intoxicating feeling when you meet a guy who just takes your stress and your worry away financially. But the downside is he took away the stress and the worry financially away and instead brought a mental fuck job I've never in my life had experienced. And I could not put my finger on it. I couldn't really talk to anybody about it because I'm a big believer in what happens at home stays at home. So I didn't talk to my girlfriends about it. I didn't talk to my family about it. But I just remember being like, what am I missing? What am I missing? So we did not talk about houses. We did not look at cars. We didn't do any of that for November, December. And he came to me like around Thanksgiving, and what I thought was a very open, loving conversation. And in that conversation, he was like, okay, I know I have fucked up. I know that things are not feeling too strong right now. He was like, I want us to get married. I want a home. I will show you whatever you need to see to put you at ease. He was very like contrite. He was very just like, what do I need to do to put your mind at ease so that you know I'm in this and that I want this and that I love you and I want you to be my wife. So I was like, show me your accounts. He showed me his checking. He showed me one of his savings. He showed me a Chase savings.
I want to know if they were screenshots or if it was like scroll, you know? Like,
he did not show me the offshore. And he did not show me the U.S. bank. So he showed me those two accounts, checking and Chase savings. So I knew that there was money. What I saw in those accounts, there was money. I told him, I was like, if we're going to buy a house, I want it to be through the mortgage on Chase. I don't want to deal with this proof of fund shit no more. I said, I do not want to look at another house until the beginning of the new year. He said, okay. That is when we then had a conversation. So I guess I lied because we are going to have a part 15 or 16 tonight. But that is when we then had the discussion about marriage. And that is where religion came into play. Yeah, I'll give y'all the other part tonight. Stand by. Okay, part 15. Who the fuck did I marry? So in December of 2020, around beginning of December, we had a conversation, kind of a come to Jesus heart-to-heart conversation. And both of us had grown up in the church. And
I can't tell you how badly I want to take my camera and my mic and sit on the couch and watch this. Like if that was less of a pain in the ass, like I don't really know how to do it. Like I don't think my cords are long enough. This chair is pretty comfy, but move the couch up. I know. If it was easier, I think I would, yeah, that would be cozy. Yeah, this video is really cool. I think it looks like it's a screen recording of something. I have like, look at it. Could I take the cord and could I, well, I don't think my headphones would go far enough away and my speakers would echo. It's fine. We're good.
The fact that we were not married but living together, the fact that almost had a baby together, bothered both of us. Both of our families, my family and his family, were very adamant. Like, okay, y'all either need to get married or y'all need.
Where's my music thing? Hold on. I'm trying to. Oh, it's right here. Okay, I'm turning it up, which means when they go back to the other version, it might be really loud.
Separate. And so I'm walking around with a ring on, which I'll post a picture of the ring because, God, there's so much to unpack. But anyway, walking around with the ring. And so he said to me, whatever I need to do
Is that okay?
to do my part to make this work, I'm willing to do. At the same time, it wasn't that I did not trust him as much as it was I felt like I wasn't trusting myself. Because, again, like I said in the previous video, I know what I saw. I know what I read. I know what I've heard. But fuck, something was not sitting right with me. And every time I would question it in my head, the other side of me was like, okay, you know he ain't lying about the money because you saw it. So you know he ain't lying. Girl, are you that... Like, I remember saying to myself, are you that jaded that you don't even know what it's like to have a decent man? Yes, I really had the audacity to have that thought. So we agreed at the beginning of December, like, we wanted to be together. I believe I loved him. I believed he loved me. So the decision was made that we were going to get married. It's still COVID, so we had to follow certain protocol. So we filed our marriage license in Fayette County, Georgia, because you could not get an appointment in Clayton County to save your life. So we filed the marriage license in Fayette County. On our marriage license, it asked the number of previous marriages. He said 1, I had 0. It asked for our social security numbers. He put his social security number down. I put my social security number down. I mentally wrote down his social security number, and I did a background check. I did a background check after I had filed a marriage license. Yes, I know, but I did. The background check.
Normalize doing background checks on anybody you date. Can we just normalize that? There's no reason for it to mean anything if it shouldn't. You know? Just fuck it. Just run a background check on everybody. Get that shit out in the open. Put it on the table.
It was like no results found. I did a criminal background check. Nothing came back. So I thought one of two things. Either I had the wrong social, meaning I wrote down the wrong social.
Oh, nothing came back.
My paranoia was unfounded. There's nothing wrong with him because he has been always throughout the relationship a big stickler about law enforcement, following the law because his dad was a retired police officer. So this is someone who's been... This is a guy who would check to make sure my tail lights were working, make sure my signals were working, make sure my oil was good, make sure I had enough gas in the car. So when the criminal history came back with no results, I was like, well, of course there isn't, because the man probably hasn't had so much as a speeding ticket. So we filed the marriage license, and then we made an appointment to get married and waiting for the judge to come out of chambers so that she could marry us. And the reason why I'm pausing is because, my God, if I could go back and see that young woman sitting in that lobby. Wow. I know we can't go back in time. But damn, if I could go back in time, I would. I didn't tell anyone I was getting married because I was afraid that we had tried before in September and something came up. So
something came up.
I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up. I didn't want to get my hopes up. I know that's bad, but again, said I would be honest even if it's ugly. I told my mom, my family that we got married, told my friends, they could not believe it. Like my mother was relieved, but she had no idea about what was going on. My aunt was more like, really? You married him? My friend, the one who took me to the hospital for the miscarriage, was like, I wish you would have told me, like, you deserve to have people there, take pictures and celebrate and all this other stuff. And she was like, she's the type of friend, if you like it, I love it. You rock with him, I rock with him. The moment you don't, I don't either. So she was supportive.
Yeah.
My other girlfriends were happy for me.
It's good. I feel like it's good to have friends that are like that, but also it's okay to tell your friends when they might be dating a pathological liar who isn't who they actually are and is lying about everything in their life. That's okay. We can normalize that, We can normalize doing that a little bit when it's that bad. My chair doesn't scoot like that. Mine doesn't really either.
Because they were like, we would have loved to have, thrown you a bridal shower and a bachelorette party and all of that. It just sucks that you couldn't experience that. So
that does suck.
Got married on a Tuesday. On the way home, stopped and got some wings. Went home, and I had to get ready to go to work the next day. And life. I got married January 5th. By January 31st.
I don't know this person very much at all, but I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark that she seems like somebody who wants to have a big wedding with lots of friends and lots of wedding shit. I'm just gonna take a wild guess from the very small amount of 2.5 hours that I've heard her talk. Am I crazy for that? She seems like somebody who would want a big bang and wedding, as she deserves. She might get another chance to hear the marriage didn't last. Yeah, well, that's the round 2. Hopefully, is a party. Maybe they'll tell she wouldn't listen and just not tell her things in the future. Yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done. I've had friends that I don't like their partner, and I would like to think that if one of my close friends had a shit bag partner, I would say something, but you if you say it, then you've said it. You know, it's like you can't put the shaving cream back in the bottle. It's kind of like now it's out there that you don't like them, and a lot of times when your friend is dating somebody who is not a good person, telling them that can be tough, because then what they do is they clam up and they don't want you to know anything anymore. They don't want to say anything about their partner. They don't want to express anything that might be going wrong, because then you're going to be the guy that's like, you're going to tell it to him straight. And people don't like to be told when they're doing something that is maybe not smart. So I don't know.
I knew I was in trouble. I still didn't know how deep, but I knew I was in trouble. So to give you all a very, very, very candid idea, got married January 5th. The normal things that married newlyweds do. Yeah,
Troy, exactly.
When we got married, completely stopped. And that was not by me. You always hear men talk about, man, now that we're married, she don't. In my case, it was the exact opposite. It was the exact opposite. So anyway, because this is not a forum to be all R-rated or whatnot, but y'all get what I'm saying. So we got married January 5th. January 6th, I went to work. It was a lot of people congratulated me because it kind of word got out that I got married. January 7th, I filed the paperwork to change my last name.
Word got out that I got married.
If you were following me, you can go back like 15, 16 videos, and I talk about
how
I had to change my name back to my maiden name. But I changed my name within about 3 days of getting married. My attitude was, this is the bed that I made. I'm going to do right by him. I'm going to do right by my marriage. I took marriage seriously. And when I married him, I absolutely married him thinking, I'm going to be with you for the next 40, 50 years. So we're going to have to figure this shit out. That was my mindset. I did not get married to turn around and be divorced in 6 months. But I got married January 5th, 2021. And by January 31st, I knew I was in serious trouble.
Oh, man.
So that is where we are. The next set of videos, the next set of all this will be me talking about how things went.
It gets bad because they know you're locked in.
Tomorrow is my birthday.
Happy birthday, girl.
Happy birthday to me.
Okay, it's gonna keep playing, but
the fuck did I marry? This is the interlude, basically. I'm not recapping on this video. I'm just kind of answering some stuff that has been written to me. Someone was like, why are you airing your business out on social media? It's about
the interlude.
For me personally, I feel like this was traumatic to experience.
Yeah. I would be hard pressed to imagine a scenario where she moves on to her next relationship and is not micro-analyzing every single thing. Like every single thing.
On another video, the aftermath of the toll that this took. Honestly, and I know some people are going to be like, that sounds crazy. It is kind of cathartic to get this out because I cannot tell you how much of this has been internalized since 2020. Also, I don't want to seem like a cautionary tale to other women or to men for that matter, but to my sisters, to my ladies, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter. If something does not sit right with you, investigate it. I cannot stress that enough. If just one woman watches these videos and she's like, you know what, something don't sit right with me, let me look into this, then it was worth it. Yes, it is a Lifetime movie. Yes, it is Netflix. Yes, it is crazy. Yes, it is hilarious also. And I understand all of those reactions. As someone who lived it,
that shit hurted.
It was traumatic. But I feel like
Hello, Raiders. My alerts are quiet because we're locked the fuck in. Hello. Hello, everybody. We're watching this, which you guys already watched, I think. I actually went back to your VODs because I wanted to see how long it took you to watch it, if you watched it in one go or if you watched it in multiple pieces. We're quite literally halfway through. Quite literally halfway through. So, yeah. It took 2 streams. Yeah, I'm thinking that it probably will take 2 streams because it's about 12:30. And if we watch the rest of it, then it will be about 1, 2, like almost 3 a.m. So we might call it halfway. I've seen 3 streamers watch it, never gets old. Yeah, it's going quicker than I thought it would. I was honestly, when I saw it, I was like, dude, 5 hours of React content. Like, I don't know if I can, like, I'm going to have to get like 16 different fidget spinners. We're going to have to throw some soap cutting up there. Like, I'm going to have to get Subway Surfers. Like, we're far too ADHD in here to like sit for 5 hours. But yeah, we've been locked in. Yeah, it's addicting. And has gotten very old for me. Well, after like the 3rd time, you'd think. Yeah, the 1.5 speed coming in clutch. What did you guys do over there? Was it awesome? You're almost at the top where the roller coaster dives down. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that, because if we get locked in, then we're never going to get out. You know, it's compelling because Hassan watched it. I bet he one-tapped it, right? He streams for like 16 hours a day. Do you think he has a catheter or do you think he gets up to go pee, or do you think he has a little Mountain Dew bottle? I have a headcanon that Hassan has a Mountain Dew bottle underneath his desk. Little Hassan, little Piker diapers. You should brand that for streamers. Piker diapers. Literally gets up every hour. I was talking about this a little bit ago. Like, I sometimes will think that something's wrong with me because I feel like I'm getting up to pee all the time while I stream. But I realize when I'm sitting here not doing anything, I drink a lot of water. And also, like, I've been streaming for like 6 hours and I've peed 3 times. Like, that's normal. He's got the hardest job on the planet. This is true. Well, actually, there has been a recent development on Twitter, and a couple of different Twitter Blue subscribers have told me that streaming is not hard, which I thought it was difficult, but it turns out that streaming is actually not difficult, which is big news, and I'm super stoked to hear it. So this just in, streaming is not a real job. It's normal to not be normal if you, it's I can't read. Sam was cooking people. I was in the kitchen, and yeah, I was working on a George Foreman grill, but I was cooking. Yeah, of course they're Twitter Blue subscribers. If you have to pay a monthly fee just so that you can tell women that you hate them in longer paragraphs, then you can go fuck yourself. Because that's really what you're doing, is it's the misogyny tax for some people, is what it is. You're like, I can't say it, and why say few word when more Twitter Blue do trick? You're gonna have to, cause nobody else is fucking them. That's true. That they gotta do something with their hands, because it's kind of crazy how Twitter Blue users type so much with one hand. It's kind of incredible. It's a phenomenon, if you ask me. Not necessarily saying streamers is easy, but I don't really give a shit. That's fine. I don't either. Look at me. Back-to-back raids! It feels like so weird because I have the alerts quiet for this. That's the sound when I get raided. I want to delete Twitter so bad. I'm so over it. I love Twitter. I'm sorry. I have somehow found my way onto not shit Twitter for most of the time I've been there. So, I don't know. How was stream? What's up? The trick is to arrange it in circles so you focus less on yourself. I don't even know. What are you talking about? use your block and mute people. I don't even know. I think I probably have less than 10 people blocked. I only know one of them. I think there's actually only one person that I follow that I've blocked on Twitter that I know. Everybody else is like random people, you know? Second stream after a deadly fever. No. That sucks. What's up, Cosmic? I have 69k blocked, which is why I love Twitter. You and Slime should get together and like talk about what it's like on Twitter. You guys are living in the back rooms right now. If you put you and Slime and what you guys see on Twitter, it's the back rooms. Those are rookie numbers, gotta bump them up. I volunteer. You guys can block me if you want. I don't really think that you're gonna benefit a whole lot by having me unblocked, to be honest with you. Today I just tweeted a picture of my fridge. Y'all need to get off Twitter. But how else am I gonna get jump scared by porn when I'm in the middle of the bean aisle? That's what I'm here for. My favorite part is Brody's haircut on Mr. Beast's head is on the screen. Yeah. I hope he's okay. I have people blocked specifically so my Twitter doesn't look like backrooms. I wonder if I have any words blocked on Twitter. I don't actually know if I have any words blocked on Twitter. I should check and see. How do you check if you have words blocked on Twitter? By the way, it's 12:45. How do you guys feel about watching the rest of this tomorrow? Would we rather watch the rest of it tomorrow? We will watch the rest of it. Mark my words. I will be thinking about this until I go live tomorrow. The stream tomorrow is gonna start a lot earlier too, so I'm gonna start stream at like 1:30 tomorrow because I have a sponsored segment. So here's how the stream is gonna go tomorrow. I'm going to do a cooking stream. I'm gonna cook food. Then after I cook food, we're going to roast the fridges that you guys have posted in the Discord, and then we'll finish this. How's that sound? I'm not done with stream right now. I think this is a good stopping point for us to pick it up tomorrow. I know we're all intrigued, and I know that, trust me, I just don't think it's feasible to go for 2 more hours. 2.5 more hours. 2.5 more hours. You're supposed to roast what's in the fridge, not it? Yeah, whatever. I'm so torn. Oh, trust me, me too. I'm just afraid that you guys are like me, a little ADHD, which means in another hour-ish, I'm gonna start doing this. Do you guys ever do that? Do you guys ever lay in bed? I think this is an ADHD thing. Do you guys ever lay in bed and then you put your arm up so that it doesn't, like, you try to get it perfectly balanced so that it doesn't fall? Does anybody do that doesn't have a suspicion that they might be ADHD? I just want to know, because I think that might be... I've never heard of this. Okay. No, I do not. I have ADHD. No, but I do not have ADHD. Oh, okay. Me. Yeah. No, I have ADHD. Yeah. I'm diagnosed with ADD, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it is. I don't know. It's like, how am I supposed to just lay here and not do anything? Like, I'm trying to sleep, but I'm bored. Was spinning her couch on her finger like a fidget spinner earlier during the video, could not focus. I have played with, I want to show you guys all the things I've played with during stream today. I've played with not 1, but 2 different nail clippers, which I usually play with my nail clippers. I have played with my GoPro. I have eaten food. I have played with, this was actually a really great fidget toy while I was watching this video. This is the thing that goes into the GoPro, so it's just like a little like twisty thing. What else do I have? I think that's kind of it. I haven't really played with anything else. I love playing with twist ties. I should get some fidget stuff. Usually I'm doing stuff, so I don't like need to fidget, but I play with these a lot. I love playing with nail clippers. If I wasn't streaming, I would be doing this. You got these little babies and you clean out the underside of your nails. That's good stuff. Yeah. I just keep rolling blunts. There you go. That's productive. My family has started all getting my sensory toys to play with me at a desk. I remember this was probably like 5 years ago. I got a fidget spinner at like it was some sort of thing where they had them free at a booth. And I had never had one. And it was right after everybody was like, fidget spinners are for Fortnite kids. And I remember I had it at home and I was playing with it. And I was like, me and my ex were like, we both had them. And I was like, I'm going to say it. And he was like, what? And I was like, this is the best. And he was like, it's fucking awesome. And I was like, and we just were a fidget spinner house for like months. It was just like, hey babe, have you seen my fidget spinner? I can't find my fidget spinner right now. No, I have mine. I have tweezers and nail clippers and I'm always grooming my fingies. Yeah. My nails are usually pretty good because I cut them. I should make fidget decks for streamers, like a panel with a grid of tactile doodads that mounts on the edge of the desk. Doug has a fuck ton of fidget toys. He's like a big fidgeter. He does that. He actually, I think he has a video that's like, fidget shit. I broke one of my fidget spinner rings today, annoyingly. There's a funny compilation. It's not a compilation, but there are clips out there that Caitlin took where me and Jordan were at RTX and Jordan had a fidget spinner and there's like a montage of Jordan coming out of the woodworks with the fidget spinner, just like, and there's like a whole bunch of clips of them and it's so funny because I'll stumble on them every once in a while. I'm tempted to get one of those spinning pens. I always have wanted to be one of those people that takes, the like regular pens that like people will spin them around their finger. I've never learned how to do that, but there is nothing cooler than a guy sitting there just like spinning like it looks so, it's like a cigarette. Like it looks so fucking cool. Like, God, it looks cool. Yeah, Doug does it. He looks fucking cool. He's doing it. Like, might as well just give him a cigarette. I just love thinking about 40-year-old dude who went all in on fidget spinners in 2017 and is now sitting on a warehouse full of them. No way. I once had a Beyblade style fidget spinner that was banned because it ended up hurting kids. That's kind of sick though. See, I do this. I spin this. It's awesome. Nail clippers are great fidget toys. I just wish it had more. You know what I should get? A Swiss Army knife. There's so many cool things on a Swiss Army knife. Forbidden fidget spinner. I have this one. It's pretty neat. Handheld fidget toy for adults. Oh, you spin it? Hold on, let me find a picture of it that I can, because it's Amazon. This guy. So is it just both of these are attached and they spin? Are you a leg shaker? Nah, I don't think. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say I'm a leg shaker. I do it. I definitely do it, but not that much. Brody's a really bad leg shaker. He taps his leg like he does this all the time, like constantly. Like I'll be like, you have to stop. Like it's all the time. It's all the time. And he's like one of the least anxious people I've ever met in my life. So I know it's not. Yeah. I don't really get it with him because he's also not ADHD coded at all either. Surprisingly. I want to reach through my screen and hold his leg down. Yeah, he does that all the time. We'll just be like sitting, eating, watching a movie, whatever. Just like, stop doing that, dude. Put my current favorite fidget toy in the Discord. The Discord? Yeah, Discord? Is it in general? 'Oh. 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 Oh, that looks like a cat toy. I'm gonna level with you. Awesome. Looks awesome. Hey, potato. That looks like a cat toy though. You know, it looks like a cat toy, or it looks like one of those things that you put in the laundry, the dryer, so that it makes your clothes not get all wrinkly. I think the landlord was trying to play with the dog, because there's like a dog toy in the yard that's not mine. It's a ball. Oki doesn't care about, like, she's never been a ball, like, she's never liked balls. I was trying to avoid saying that. She just doesn't like to play fetch. But I think he was trying to play with her. Wow, what is that? Of all of the non-English, that's the first one that we've had of that. Probably a lot of design philosophy overlap. I think Doug has a video.
I've assembled 21 of the greatest fidget toys on Earth. Not all of them are very good. In fact, some of them suck ass. Some of them are way better than you would expect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the fidget toy, and then you're going to decide what you think it should be in the tier list, and then I will reveal to you how fun is it actually. So I will give you a demonstration of the item first, and then you will vote. Doug's fidget toy tier list. Starting with this.
This video is fun because I remember when Barry was editing it, it was kind of when we had first moved in. A little bit after we had first moved in, and I think this is one of the first videos that Barry got a little bit more like real creative editing or creative freedom with the editing, and so there's a lot of stuff in here that's like really Barry coded. It's really funny. I'm gonna skip to the end. I'm gonna skip to the end because I don't want to watch the whole thing, but I've already seen it.
Oh, Infinity Cube, dude, I love it. And if you look at S tier,
so he has this cube thing. He has, I think this is the pen, the spinning pen. Skip to the money shot. Yeah, you're right. Right there. Or right here. He has the fidget spinner. Oh, what do you call these things? I used to have one. The ball is on a string, and then Kendama. Kendama, yeah. I had a friend, his name was Max, and he got really into them. I think this is a giant quarter, I'm pretty sure. This looks like, this is a switchblade spoon. This is a little ball that has like some clicky buttons on it.
you gotta learn how to spin pens, right? You gotta learn how to do this. This takes a while, but this you can learn instantly. Infinity Cube, if you just want a thing, ooh, Infinity Cube, so good, so good. I'm fully erect.
Wait, did he just say he was fully erect?
We've got 4 more items. One of these is an S tier.
Olive oil.
So what is your guess for anal beads? I mean, they're not, you don't actually have to use them as anal beads. They're just magnetic beads that you can move into a big clump. And so you can rotate these around. You can kind of like build into different like shapes and stuff like that. Oh!
Yeah, those beads, I hate because they always come apart, and if they come apart, it drives me nuts. Yep, see, this is one of them.
Whoa! That's an actual penis.
Wow, there was a poster of somebody riding a penis like a puppy.
It was veiny. It was disturbingly veiny.
There's like 12 or 15 clips, fidget spinner 12 clipped by Caitlin. There's so many of them of just Jordan like popping the fidget spinner in. This is when we went to get the cock and balls donut. Do you guys remember that? We went to Texas, and at Voodoo Donuts, they have a donut called the Cock and Balls, and it is a giant penis-shaped donut that's cream-filled. And I know this, but I went to Universal Studios, I did an IRL stream, and I asked them for the Cock and Balls, and they said they didn't have it. It was a family place. But when I went to Austin, we went, and me and Non and Jordan, we went and got the Cock and Balls donut, and it was not really that good. It was not that good. Donut and waffles they opened in Dublin recently. Ooh, I want to go to Dublin. Did you guys have those ovular magnets that pinch the shit out of your fingers? Is it the ones that you can throw up together and they go bzzz? Oh, yep, here we go.
Okay, chat. I present to you TOS friendly Cock and Balls.
my god.
That's so bachelorette core.
That is so bachelorette cool.
Yep.
How do you feel?
Hard.
I think you can eat a whole where it's not too much to show
Okay,
off.
chat.
Yep, the good old cock and balls. Yeah, they had the little she said I think that you get to tell people what, like, you get to tell them what you want written on it, and so she asked me, and I was like, just make it lewd. There's the video of the Irish trying the cock and balls waffles donut. This is a risky click, but I'm trusting you.
Well, Colin, we're here to open a bottle of wine, light a candle, and have some erotic waffles.
Are they Irish? They don't sound
Camera.
This is a fluffy waffle covered with delicious milk chocolate and white chocolate detail.
Detail?
White chocolate detail.
I feel like this is the closest I'll ever get.
Oh my god. That is much more realistic looking than the cock and balls that I had in Austin. That's a sentence and a half. Jesus. Naughty waffles. That's awesome. They're not donuts, it doesn't look like. Weird looking mushroom. Yeah. How did we get from fidget spinners to cock and ball donuts so quickly? I'm going to pin this video. Our timestamp is 2 minutes and 32. No, sorry, 2 hours and 32 minutes. I think it'll save because when I close the tab, but 2 hours and 32 minutes because of Austin. Yeah, true. Yeah. Oyster mushrooms, kind of normal. I love mushrooms. I've never tried the hallucinogenic ones, but I love mushrooms in food. They're so good. I love them, especially chanterelle mushrooms. I used to go chanterelle mushroom hunting when I was growing up because in Oregon they grow in the woods. And if you get permission from a farmer to go walk around on their property, you can find them. And it's awesome. It's so fun. It's like Easter egg hunting, but cooler. Mushrooms are so tasty. Yeah, chanterelle mushrooms are so good. And they're expensive, so you don't really get them that much. You have to kind of, you know, like you just don't really go buy chanterelles in the grocery store that often. I'm on a giga oyster mushroom phase. Look up oyster mushroom. Oyster mushrooms. Oh, yeah, okay. These ones. Mushrooms are kind of gross. They're very alien-like, you know? Like, of all the things that we have on Earth, mushrooms seem like they shouldn't be here. Chanterelle would be a beautiful name for a girl. Yeah. I hate chewing mushrooms. Like hallucinogenic ones or like just mushrooms in general? Fungi are wacky. Yeah, they're wacky. Yeah. I've always wanted to. I've always wanted to do like some sort of like mushrooms or drop acid or something, like just because I know me and I know that I could do it once and then be like, okay, cool. I don't want to do that again. Great. Check it off my list. But the problem with that is I would have to like grow them myself because there is no level of trust I could have to get them from somebody, you know, being in a place of comfort. Well, that's another thing too, is I think I would get really anxious. I would have a hard time doing it in a situation that felt comfy. You ever seen Enter the Void? I don't think so. Would you go to an retreat? Maybe. Are mushrooms genetically closer to humans than plants? That sounds familiar, actually. Not even Amsterdam? Maybe. Amsterdam's just kind of like a Wild West, isn't it? Wild mushrooms are such a sus vibe. Yeah, yeah. Enter the Void was good. Climax is the better film. What's Enter the Void? We used to just pick them as teenagers. Okay, when you do that, you look like you're gonna poop. I thought she was gonna poop. You really stretched every inch of your body, didn't you? Might make you not want to do acid? Oh, really? In Amsterdam, they're illegal and they grow high quality shrooms. I don't think I'm built for Amsterdam. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I'm built for it. They have large spaces where you're fine to trip and smoke. They have coffee shops too, but the coffee shops are actually, you just go there and you smoke weed, huh? It's kind of sick. It sounds kind of neat. Like 4 people who make LSD for the entire world. Really interesting video about it. I watched a Vice video, I think, about like these people that were growing like crazy mushrooms and stuff. It was really interesting. It was cool. My recommended page has somehow gone back to basically normal over the course of 24 hours. This is awesome. Well, never mind. I thought that we were going to be there. Chronically Online Girl explains Grimes lore. Nicole Raffi is so good. Oh, this was so weird. So, this is at RTX. This guy had these patches that he puts on your like back and stuff. And I'm trying to remember what it felt like. It felt like somebody was like lifting your arms up, like it was like targeting, like, yeah. When it drops, you're gonna see how much your shoulders actually can't get away. Like it would retract your muscles, so your arms would just like go like this. You're not allowed to smoke at the coffee shop. They usually have a separate bar where you can. There will be a fine. There you will be fine to trip to. Whoa. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. 10 seconds. Dungeons and Daddies right next door. Yeah, it was cool. I don't think I would ever buy it because I didn't really have any like need for it, but it was like a really cool experience. It was creepy. It was a little wacky. RTX was cool. I wonder if they'll do it next year. I'm gonna level with you. I feel like they might not do it anymore. It was dwindling. It seemed like it was dwindling a little bit. Aren't they not? Maybe not. Testing my subscribers' struggle meal recipes. This is a great thumbnail. Pouring Nutella on Takis. What a great thumbnail. I thought it was perma canceled. Yeah, probably. Is an amazing and hilarious podcast, by the way. Oh, really? Wants to kill the RT brand, so killing off RTX is on brand. Oh, I see. You could theoretically make someone walk if you wired up enough of those and fired them in the right sequence. Yeah, I could understand it. It's very weird too because it feels like your body. It's weird. You have no control. It was just like my muscles were making my arms do this, or yeah, my shoulders do this, and it was crazy. It's a comedy D&D adventure by people who don't really know how to play D&D. That's fun. I love that. Gamers, I think I'm gonna get out of here. It's been about 6.5 hours. It's 1 a.m. And I will be live in 12 hours. So you basically have enough time to go to bed and then I'll be back. Here's the agenda for tomorrow, because I know you guys love agendas. I have a sponsored stream with AT&T. It's the same as it's always been, so they're not telling me to do anything in particular. We just do what we normally do, and they love it. Tomorrow, I'm going to start stream at like 1:30. I'm going to do a cooking stream. So I'm going to meal prep a bit. I'm going to cook beef stroganoff. Feel free to make the jokes. It's already been done. But I'm going to do a cooking stream. And then afterwards, I have all of these fridges in the fridge review section of the Discord that I'm going to look at and I'm going to pick at. So if you have a picture of the inside of your fridge that you'd like to post, feel free. And then after that, we'll watch the last 2.5 hours of this crazy shit that we've watched tonight. Minecraft. We'll do Minecraft Thursday. Let's see. What's my life look like? We got the sponsored stream. Thursday, I'm streaming. Friday, I'm streaming. Saturday, I'm probably going to stream. The only things coming up in March are I will not be streaming on the 5th. I'm gonna go see my parents in Arizona, but I'm gonna take my laptop, so I might still do a stream there. Yeah, Space Kid, that's what I heard, so it's probably best that we just let it cook. I'm gonna drive over to Arizona and I'm gonna see my parents, and then I'm also gonna leave my dog with them while I go to Australia. So around the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, around that time, I'm gonna go to Arizona. Which will be fun. I'll try to bring my laptop and do maybe a little like you know what I could do? I could take the Oki cam, and there's a really cute park in Arizona that I could take Oki, and we could do like an Oki IRL stream in Arizona. That'd be cute. And then I will be busy on the 9th. I won't be streaming on the 9th. And then around the 10th of the month, I will be leaving for Australia for 2 weeks. And I'll be streaming from there, and I'm going to try to do some IRL streams in Sydney. If we don't do IRL streams in Sydney, then we'll do IRL streams in Melbourne. But I'm dead set on doing IRL streams.
Yep, that's me. I've been learning boxing recently. And aside from
what Michael and others did with 10 units. What do you mean 10 units? 10 units of what? Shrooms? Oh.
There are a couple kinks to work out, but that's how innovation is done. You're looking at the future of boxing.
That's awesome.
I can't believe how well it went.
How do you feel? How do you feel about your
Do you think if you put those on your penis, it would give you an erection? Or do you think that is not how it works like that?
boxing form?
I liked my left. I thought you did well on the left. You landed.
Your left analog.
It's just Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
I was just sitting and watching.
I think that's unsafe. Yeah, this is what the boys are doing when they're not texting you back.
Just somewhere to customize the time. The machine is working perfect.
Oh my god, he hasn't texted me back all day. I think he's cheating on me. No, he's not. He's just playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots with the boys. Erection boxing is a thing. I think you're thinking of jousting. Bro is sweating. Yeah, well, you know, as you do. I think they use something similar for getting bull stud sperm. That's, god damn it. It's disgusting. Okay, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to come back in 12 hours, and we're going to have a lot of fun. I'm actually really excited. We have too much to do tomorrow. So get excited. I also get to pay my taxes tomorrow. They're basically done. He just told me to take 24 hours and then pay them tomorrow, just so I could marinate on everything. So when I go live tomorrow, I will be sad and broke. So be sensitive to me, and you know, just be sensitive. You know, just kind words, maybe a pat on the back, just some words of affirmations. Don't tell me I look like a stinky bitch tomorrow. Yeah. Let's go raid. Who is online? Nobody is online. Everybody is offline except for Evils is playing Dark Souls 3, which is my favorite Souls game, so we're going to go raid over there. Because it's not tomorrow. I mean, technically it is. It's 1 a.m. here. It's 1 a.m. Okay. Damn, that's crazy. I thought about raiding pirate software, actually. I thought about it. I really should try to, like, raid up. I didn't introduce myself at the Streamer Awards, so he'd be like, oh, Sam Witch. Thank you so much. Cool. Okay, God, today was a banger. We've had some fun streams. We have had some great ones. Very excited for tomorrow. This seems like it's really quiet. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be really fun. 1:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I know that's gonna be really early for a lot of you gamers, but we'll be around, and then we'll do fridge reviews, and then we'll do the rest of that video, and then maybe we'll do the other one. I don't know. We'll see where that. I'm not gonna cook too much. We'll see where that gets us. Thank you guys for hanging out. Anybody that's new, if you want to follow the channel, it's free. I appreciate it. You may come back and find your favorite stream of all time. I'm gonna do some IRL dog streams with the harness. So if you're interested in IRL dog content,
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Keep doing awesome stuff that goes for everybody in this audience.
Love you and love yourself. And the best thing in life, the key to life, is yourself.
You all do such awesome shit.
Oh,
keep doing
for
it. Keep
fuck's
going
sake.
for it. Some of you guys are pushing hard. Keep pushing.
What did I do wrong?
Keep going.
What did I do wrong? It looks right. I'm dead inside.